Good morning, everybody. Uh-oh, who has their Zoom mic on? Okay. Morning, I'm going to call this public hearing to order. Just want to go over a few housekeeping items before we get started. For members of the committee, I know that we are looking forward to a uh, nice day of listening to members of the public and some of our colleagues tell us what they feel about what we're doing here in the Housing Committee. I just would like to ask everybody if we can try to keep it as much try to ask questions, but not make too many statements amongst ourselves. We have time to do that during JF meetings, and we all see each other plenty of times throughout the session. Second thing, we are instituting for the first time in a long time a two-question rule. That doesn't mean that you can only ask two questions, just two questions the first time around to get to every member of the committee. And then if you have additional questions, you can come back afterwards. And with that, we will get started. Uh, Seeing that Senator Looney has not joined us yet, I will ask our minority leader, Vinny Candelora, to be the first speaker. Good morning, Mr. Minority Leader.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Philippe and Marks and ranking members Scott and Sampson. So I'm here to testify in favor of proposed bill 5365, which is an act establishing an exemption for affordable housing appeal procedures for a municipality that contains an aquifer protection area. My testimony sort of outlines the environmental issues associated with not protecting our watersheds throughout the state of Connecticut. In my district in North Branford, it's probably one of the more rural communities in New Haven County. Over a third of its acreage is reserved for watershed protection for aquifers and reservoirs that actually supplies most of the drinking water for New Haven, parts of Hamden, and throughout our more denser developed communities like East Haven and Branford as well. And my concern is, as we have this debate on affordable housing, is just recognizing those areas that are really needed to be conserved. If you look at the state plan of conservation, most of that community is under state plan of conservation, which means the state, as a public policy issue, doesn't want to see that land developed for obvious reasons. And so I think when we're dealing with these issues of affordable housing, in our community, there's a southern part of our community that's has sewers, has water, has gas, is more conducive to that type of development. But I don't think a community like ours would ever achieve the percentage thresholds that we try to set forth with 8-30G, mainly because of this reason, where literally I think it's 35% of our property is all under watershed. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony. Representative Candelora. We hear about this all the time. I have Easton in my district, which is very similar. We have a very high level of watershed there. And it's a conversation I've had with a lot of folks within Easton, environmentalists and just residents there anywhere. But we haven't had a specific example yet of an issue that potentially come up. We're trying to protect a potential issue coming up. So it's always difficult to have that, well, this could happen, right? Is there an example of something that maybe in your district that has happened or something that's been protected that could potentially show what this bill is trying to protect?
Yeah. In our community, we have, like I said, a very large reservoir, Lake Gaylord, in our community, and off to the western portion of the property is sort of our valley, Tutucket Valley, which the town has bought up in conjunction with the Regional Water Authority. A lot of the land in that valley, because it's been identified as a watershed, the Farm River runs through it, and that river feeds into Saltonstall, which is another reservoir for the Branford community, and all that's run by the Regional Water Authority. A number of years ago, the town of East Haven, which is also along that basin, they've developed a lot of housing in that region and has severe flooding because of it, because the demographics change and the high water tables. It actually caused our towns to get into litigation over it, and we were actually sued because we were upriver, and the town of East Haven wanted North Branford to protect the watershed. Fortunately, when you look at a map, we've been very careful over the last 100 years to not develop heavily in that watershed because it would only cause problems for people that are downriver. And so that lawsuit did eventually go away, but it put more attention on our town of how we develop our property. And so we've been very careful. There is areas where we've developed passive hiking trails, recreation fields, and we're careful not to put impervious surface in those areas because we have to protect that watershed. And I just get concerned that that is not a factor in 8-30G going forward. And it puts the town in a position, especially as they continue to buy that property and it's under that conservation.
And I'm assuming it's all under the plan of conservation development that the town has already developed that plan. And this is all stated in that, right? So that's something that's known. It's not something that builders or the state for that matter doesn't understand, right? That's fairly clearly stated. This is an issue within that district.
Well, one of the interesting things on it, it's even worse because if you look at a map of a state plan of conservation, we used to be under 100% under the state plan of conservation as a preservation zone. When towns are designated that way, it actually causes you to not be entitled to state funding for the purposes of development. So even areas that the town has identified that would be ideal for denser development, you're not allowed to use state money to do it. And actually, we had a situation where we had to get a statutory exception for the state to put sewers in to allow for a denser apartment complex because they don't allow the sewers to go into a conservation zone. So I get, as a state, we want to protect those interests of water and conservation. And if you're a community that's identified as such, like our town is, we're not only are we not allowed to develop in those areas, we're also forfeiting the ability to get any state grants for those purposes. So it's strange to have this penalty sitting out there against these communities that are really required to conserve.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from members? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Minority.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Take care.
Next, we have Senator Tony Huang. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Chairpersons Marks, Felipe, and ranking members Sampson, Scott, and all the esteemed members of the Housing Committee. I am State Senator Tony Huang, representing Fairfield, Easton, Newtown, and Bethel, but fond feelings for the Housing Committee, being a former chair and ranking member for many years. You do some very, very important things in addressing the needs that exist in our community. I am testifying in support of House Bill 5365, an act establishing an exemption from the Affordable Housing Appeal procedure for municipalities with aquifer protection areas. I would also add related to watershed areas. I think one of the first things I want to clearly address is we do have an incredible housing need in our state. No denying it. And 830G is a bill that is over 30 plus years old that in a noble effort tried to address that concern. But as we have seen in the emotional debate that we have throughout the years, that 830G has not clearly addressed the needed housing issue that we have in our state. So I think one of the hardest things we do is when that number, it's 830G, it shouldn't be a four-letter word, but it creates such emotional tumult that we forget to address and find solutions together. That being said, I think this bill specifically addresses a public health and a public consideration issue in addition to A30G. That being said, we're talking about aquifers that preserve and maintain and protect our drinking water for many municipalities. But also for me, I wanted to add that our watershed areas throughout the community, which encompasses Fairfield, Easton, and affects Bridgeport as well. I think those are important considerations to consider exemptions from the A30G mandate, which takes a look at every aspect of the consideration and really overrides it to the goal of affordable housing, with the exception of public safety. But that being said, we are looking at our drinking water. And I think one of the most important parts that we need to undertake is that maintaining the balance in regards to pollution, climate change initiatives. There is a reason why we have these. Bless you. There is a reason why we build into these buffers. And I know there's incredible frustration on some zoning restrictions, sewer capacity considerations, but the rationale is sound from a standpoint of long-term water preservation and watershed protection. So I think these are important parts of consideration. I think another part of it is that we need to look at how we can all work together to find affordable housing in these various communities that are aquifer-based areas or watershed protection areas. And I hope that this is a bill that's a start to be able to work together to find needs in addressing these solutions. I think one of them is a bill that was passed out of planning and development that looks at each community to begin or to complete an affordable housing working plan. Having a plan to move forward is a critical part. And for any community that considered this type of exemption, they must have a plan moving forward. And I think the solution has to be incorporates local property owners, local municipalities, state and federal.
Excuse me, Senator, your 3 minutes have expired.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to take any questions on this, but I know this is a continual work in progress. And I want to thank the minority House leader for raising this bill. It's a very important one. Thank you. Be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Scott.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Huang, for coming in today. Just for the record, we share Easton together, so we are very familiar with this issue. It's something that's very important to those constituents. We've heard that from them many times over the years. But I want to talk about how you've seen it as a senator who has a larger territory than myself as a representative, how it's a more of a regional piece, right? How does this affect the region more than just Easton? That water goes other places, right? That water goes somewhere. So how have you seen and how have you heard in the region of how something like this bill could actually help protect in the future some of that water?
Absolutely. This bill is specific to aquifers, but we share Easton, which constitutes nearly 75% plus of its entire town as being a watershed area that provides water to not only Easton, Fairfield, but an essential provider of clean drinking water to Bridgeport, Trumbull, and as far south as down to Greenwich. So I think the key is it is a regional issue, but ultimately it's a public safety and health issue in regards to clean water. We talk about contaminated waste, pollution, rising rain levels. We experienced that in August of last year, in which the average rainfall in the Newtown and Oxford area, the average rainfall for the month of August was 3.2 inches. Within a 4-hour period, we saw 14 to 16 inches of rain come down, causing catastrophic flooding. And what we saw is without the adequate buffering of natural space, without some considerations of protecting against these kind of climate change impact, we could have flooded properties, we could have contaminated wastewater area into our aquifers, and then the damage is compounding. So again, we're not saying we are exempting these communities from A30G and reaching affordable, accessible, and diverse housing. There has to be another way. And that's one of the things I added in my testimony, that those communities that are seeking this A30G exemption needs to provide a plan moving forward. And if they haven't done so, they need to, because I think in order to achieve a goal of access to diverse and affordable housing in every one of our communities, if a community doesn't have a plan, then it's not going to reach that goal. So I think that's the first part. And I think that should be a part of the criteria that we need to undertake for any town that has an aquifer or watershed area. They need to demonstrate a commitment to working with the various shareholders to get to affordable and accessible housing. But no doubt, this is a regional issue and it's a public health issue.
Thank you. And I appreciate your advocacy for this. Since I've come on the legislature, I know we've had many conversations on it, and I've kind of carried that torch too, as I've understood this situation more. So I appreciate it. And hopefully we can have further conversation about what those steps have to be for those towns to get this exemption, because if that's what it takes to get it, I think it's going to be a benefit for the region all the way around. Yeah.
Absolutely. Representative Scott, you've done a great job in representing Monroe, but you previously represented Newtown. I think it's a regional issue and it's important. But allow me a moment to address the issue of 830G. Having been a past chair and a ranking member in this committee, it is a sacrosanct bill with a blueprint ribbon panel that occurred in the 1990s. And its goal is noble and well-intentioned, but it needs to be tweaked. And for those people that say 830G is here, it fulfills an important mission, it fulfills an important mandate, and it shouldn't be touched by either parties, I will offer to you that it was virtually 7.5, 8 years ago that this legislature, in a bipartisan basis, made some tweaking to the 830G formula to allow more accommodations for mobile home units to be counted as affordable below market pricing. And we also counted an equal formula weighting for senior housing, while at the same time retaining the added weight that we offered to whole family units. So to say that 830G hasn't been touched and won't be touched, then we're really putting our head in the sand in my mind. We did that 7, 8 years ago. It was the only bill in a bipartisan basis that overrode the veto of Governor Malloy. It was the only bill in his 8 years that we overrode on a bipartisan basis. And it had a sunset. Working collaboratively with my colleagues, we put in a bill that after 5 years, if there was a review that it was damaging, as some of the proponents of 830G would say, or some of the individuals that said it's too onerous, then we would change and adapt to it. Unfortunately, that 5 years has elapsed and we've gone back to the original 830G language and mandates. But it has changed. And I will offer to you, for those 5 years in which we had a formula change that encouraged communities that are striving to meet the moratorium on 830G, we have seen New Canaan. We have seen Fairfield. We have seen many municipalities that have been ostracized for not meeting those goals to meet those goals for qualification. So again, I think we have to move the needle forward and not say something is sacrosanct and we can't touch it, but rather to look at over 30 years, a noble idea of affordable, accessible housing has not met its goal. That perhaps in 2025, we look to make some adaptations so that we can really fulfill the important mission of affordable and accessible housing. And I think it's one where we all have the same goal, but unfortunately,
we appreciate the history and the lecture, but I do have a few more questions from members, so I want to make sure we get to those. Representative Scott, are you
thank you,
okay?
Mr. Chair.
Senator Marks.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see you, Senator Huang. So on this land, would you consider any development or just no dense development on the land with the aquifers?
Well, I think it's all in the details, and I think one of the first tests, Senator Marks, is that community has to show a good faith effort to developing diverse and accessible and affordable housing. I think that's the first test, and from there, to understand the extenuating circumstances of watershed or aquifer levels, and then to be able to say, as I said, you need to have a plan. And if you don't have a plan, you're not eligible for these exemptions. From there, we can say, does this development proposal fit within the purview of the local input and the environmental and watershed and climate change initiatives that may come afoot, and protect against that? So to answer your question, it could be a multi-unit level. It could be high density. But I think the ultimate respect is, let's have a plan that incorporates all the shareholders and input, that knows the aquifers, knows the watershed area, and the buffer zones that are necessary.
Thank you for that. And then do you know how many municipalities this would actually exempt from the affordable housing?
Including the aquifers, it would include my representative towns of Newtown and Bethel. But I believe the House Minority Leader cited his municipalities that would be impacted. But I also know in watershed areas, I believe, and I can follow up to the committee clerks and leadership the exact number. I believe it's only about 6 to 8 municipalities that are watershed collection areas that on a regional basis provide critical drinking water and water usage to our community. So I'm looking around 6 or 8.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next we have Representative Kara Rochelle. She here?
She's
Good
on.
morning, colleagues.
Oh, there she is. Good morning.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Good morning to Chairs Felipe and Marks, Vice Chairs Roberts and Gadsden, and all the members of the Housing Committee. I am testifying today in reference to SB 1159, which does several things, amongst them expanding the authority of fair rent commissions. And I'm testifying today because I have a specific request that I'm hoping that gets included in this bill, which is that we expand not just the authority of the fair rent commissions, but the reach of the fair rent commissions. My district, which is the 104th, represents Ansonia and Derby. These towns were, when I came into office, the first and fifth most economically distressed in the state. We're still on that DECD list. We're at 14th and 18th right now, which means my residents struggle to cover their basic bills. And despite that, and despite the fact that we have 50% renter in my district, they cannot access a fair rent commission. If these commissions were designed to make sure that renters, regardless of circumstance, have recourse. So I would argue that we should not have this limit that currently exists that says that only towns with 25,000 and up must have them. In fact, I think that the best strategy would be to have these coordinated through the COGS, so that we don't have to have 169 different fair rent commissions across the state, and that we have regional fair rent commissions so that there's access. Like I said, I've got a town of 19,000 and a town of 13,000, and both those are 50% renter. And despite the large number of renters in my district, we can't access fair rent commissions. There is a crisis going on. I think everyone on this committee knows that regarding housing. And there's particularly a crisis in large hedge funds buying up multifamily housing. It's actually the fastest rate in about 20 years per a study in 2021. In addition to that, there was a study done in 2018 that focused on Atlanta, which is one of the epicenters of the housing crisis when it comes to hedge funds. And they found that hedge fund owned properties are 60% quicker to file for evictions. What does that translate to in communities in Connecticut? I can tell you that in my community, I get calls regularly from senior citizens saying that their longtime landlord of 30, 40 years has sold the property, and that the new owner is raising their rent $400, $500, $600, and they have no recourse. They've no one they can turn to. So I am urging this committee to create access for all, particularly communities that are economically distressed, and particularly communities that have high rental rates, because it is truly needed. We know that the climate is changing. There are fewer and fewer mom and pops owning these properties, and more large companies that their top priority is profit over people, and we really do need to put people first. And I'm advocating for the people in my community.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Next we have Michael Chris, the first selectman of Harwinton.
Hi, good afternoon, or good morning. Actually, it's still a little morning, so thank you very much, Chair and Co-Chair Marks and Felipe. We appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today and just provide some comments in reference to House Bill 5002 and Senate Bill 12. Both acts talking about housing. I know this. There's a lot of different bills out there right now. Our biggest concern is to make sure that we're included in the conversations. I represent COST today and also the town of Harwinton and the Northwest Hills Council of Governments as their vice chair and legislative chair. So today what we wanted to comment on was that we want to continue to build on the housing programs and the successful track records that are currently in place rather than creating new programs, and be able to gauge those programs accordingly and measure the results of those and giving them some time to be successful. We ask that you continue to discuss and hopefully support in the governor's proposed capital budget, which included millions of dollars for rental assistance programs, safe housing in the private market, state housing trust funds, and also 130 million for Build for Connecticut program. We're encouraging innovative approaches to addressing the housing needs. So encouraging innovative approaches to addressing in local and regional housing needs is a better approach than the top-down approach. We're just asking that it not be a top-down mandated approach, one-size-fits-all approach. We're asking that it be more of a discussion and we can build this together. As small communities in Northwest Corner, we're not against affordable housing. We're just trying to find the best way to do that while protecting the watershed. I was happy that the representatives before me had mentioned the Blue Ribbon Committee, because they did have some great findings in the 90s. I think it should be reconvened and look at that again to ensure that we are protecting our watersheds and protecting the environment and being smart about the development. We ask that there's support in transit-oriented development, however, not at the cost of the small towns and their discretionary funds. Small towns have very limited access to funds to invest in our communities. Our communities mostly are aging populations up here in the Northwest Corner and in the Northeast corner of the Connecticut. And we have to worry about our seniors and our aging population here. And we're asking that we look at increasing funding for the transit-oriented development grant programs rather than redirecting the funding from STEEP programs or any of the Clean Water Act funds or the Urban Act programs. And we reject any efforts to impose prescriptive requirements on TOD projects that undermine efforts to encourage municipalities to incorporate TOD in their communities or fail to provide consideration of local issues such as parking limitations, historic districts, conservation, and environmental easements. We also promote homeownership opportunities. We want to promote more homeownership. We think that homeownership is a great opportunity for individuals to build wealth, equity, and be an active member of the community, and giving them some sense of pride to own the homes rather than rent. Support continued funding for the state's time to own program, which it's helped over 5,000 first-time home buyers.
Mr. First Selectman, you have reached your 3 minutes. If you could please summarize.
Okay, in just summary, we're just asking to be part of the conversation and to help to look at the affordable housing as it affects the rural communities. I'll take any questions. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. First Selectman. Any questions for members of the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mayor Justin Elicker from the city of New Haven. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me on, and just want to say thank you all for the work that you're doing at the beginning of the session here. It's going to be a long journey. Representative Philippe, Senator Marks, Vice Chair Roberts, Heron, Ranking Member Scott and Sampson, and other distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Justin Elicker. I'm the mayor of the city of New Haven, and I'm here to testify in support of HB 6893. This is an act appropriating funds for programs to assist homeless persons, and the proposed funding increase of $33.5 million for Connecticut's homeless response system. As everyone knows, Connecticut, along with many other states across the nation, is facing a severe housing crisis at this moment. A lot of the other folks, the speakers, talked about that in a very different way. With 110,000 fewer housing units than is needed currently in the statewide, we see the resulting rise in housing instability and homelessness in our cities every day. In the Greater New Haven Coordinated Access Network, which includes 19 municipalities in our region here, there were 633 individuals on the verified unsheltered list in November. That's more than double the 257 individuals at that time last year. So we're seeing just a shocking increase in the number of individuals experiencing homelessness. And unfortunately, the number of our young people experiencing homelessness has seen a similar increase from 719 students in 2022-23 to 1,084 students experiencing homelessness in 2023-24, a 50% increase. The city of New Haven has done an immense amount of work to help support our unhoused residents, increasing our general fund budget again by $300,000 to bring our total general fund budget to just under $1.8 million. That's more than any other municipality in Connecticut, and we're working with many other nonprofit organizations and service providers to expand access to shelters, non-congregate shelters, provide daytime navigation hubs, et cetera, et cetera. We're urging you to support HB 6893 that will significantly increase desperately needed funds for programs that support people that are unhoused. And I'd particularly like to emphasize one area that we believe is very important, and that's increased funding for permanent supportive housing. We're very excited that the state proposed a $58.6 million from the opioid settlement funds spread over 4 years for 500 units of additional permanent supportive housing. But in New Haven alone, we estimate a need for an additional supportive housing units of 250. So we think that number, while very, very helpful, doesn't go close to what we need far enough. Well, many people struggling with homelessness right now are coming to that from very, very different reasons. A lot of the challenges that we're seeing are people that are struggling also with mental health and substance use disorders. And so it's not just affordable housing that is going to help solve the situation, allow people to stabilize. The supportive component of that is crucial to people having a long-term pathway to success. And to put a clear point on it, in the city of New Haven, roughly 304 residents return to homelessness every year, and we don't want people to keep going through this cycle. We want people to have long-term success.
Mr. Mayor, your 3
So I'm
minutes
hopeful you'll
have
support the
concluded.
bill.
If you could please summarize, and we'll ask any questions.
I no need to summarize. I'm happy to ask questions. Thanks, or answer questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Any questions from members of the committee? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mayor, for coming on and speaking today about this issue. Coming from one of the large cities in the state, you have to deal with this probably more than most, and you firsthand have to deal with the problems. And hopefully, we get this funding that kind of helps solve some of those issues. What I would like to say is this an issue that you would like or prefer to have those dollars come to you as a city, as the nonprofits in the area, or do you want the state to allocate those dollars? How would you prefer, and knowing that you're the boots on the ground, you're there seeing it every day, how is best those dollars, if we get those dollars, how are they best expressed out so that you guys can actually solve or work on this problem?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both. We put a lot of funding into our nonprofits, and they have a lot of expertise working with the folks that are struggling in various situations, and whether it comes through the city and is passed through to the nonprofits. We do have some staff that are paid through by city funds to work on this issue, but the nonprofits in our region do the bulk of the work. And so we typically, and the funding that we put on the city side typically goes directly to a lot of the nonprofits to help support this work.
Great, thank you. And I would say thank you for keep speaking up. I mean, some of these stories are not great, and people don't want to hear them maybe, but we need to hear them. We need to understand this is happening, and we need to solve the problem. So I appreciate you keep speaking up and being an advocate, and you just know that you have people from both sides of the aisle, that this is a nonpartisan issue. This is something we need to solve as a legislature, and we need to keep focusing on it. So thank you.
Much appreciated.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your testimony. If you can help us with two components. One is if you can talk a little bit about the trend compare in the last few years for people who are experiencing homelessness status or unhoused status? And the second thing is that there's a general belief, and I do not think it's accurate, that the people who are homeless in Hartford or homeless in New Haven are from New Haven. It also is from all the neighboring towns as well. Do you have an insight into that aspect too, please, if you could help us understand?
Sure. So specific to the first question about the trend, we're seeing a lot of people that have, as I said in my testimony, challenges around substance use disorder and mental health challenges as well, and really need additional supports. One of our phenomenons right now is that there's a lot of people in our shelters, but we're really struggling to find long-term options. And so people are on our shelters way longer than is ideal. And we need to open up our shelters for more people to go in so that they can stabilize and transition to longer-term housing. And that's why the supportive component is particularly helpful, because it's very hard for us to find housing for folks that is deeply affordable, that's going to allow them to be successful right now that are in our shelters. We have now 8 shelters in New Haven, and none of our surrounding towns offer any shelters, and so we provide the services. We're really happy to see that in New Haven's example, West Haven and Hampden recently have opened warming centers, which is hugely helpful. But this is a regional problem, and if you survey people in our shelters, there's a lot from New Haven, there's a lot from other parts of the state. And I think, as was said earlier by the representative, this is a statewide problem, and we need a statewide solution. We can't rely on our larger municipalities to bear the burden of the responsibility here.
Thank you so much for your advocacy. We hear you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you.
Next we have Liz Bermudez from the City of New Haven.
Good morning, honorable members of the Housing Committee. My name is Wildelise Bermudez. I'm the director of the City of New Haven's Fair Rent Commission. And today I urge you to vote no to SB 00616, an act requiring fair rent commissions to operate under the same procedures as other administrative agencies in the state. The bill would require fair rent commissions to follow the same procedural requirements as state agencies. My opposition to SB 616 is grounded on the fact that the fair rent commissions are not state agencies. They are municipal bodies of municipal residents, not professionals. Of the current 52 municipalities who have registered fair rent commissions in Connecticut, only 2 have exclusive staff assigned to support their fair rent commissions. The majority of fair rent commissions throughout the state of Connecticut do not have full-time designated staff that are solely working on fair rent commission cases. Since the passage of the state bill 3 years ago that has allowed for the development of more fair rent commissions, the majority of the fair rent commissions that exist today rely on volunteers from their municipalities who are appointed by their mayors and city council or board of alders to serve as fair rent commissioners. The over-formalization of fair rent commissions would hinder the functionality and make recruitment very difficult. Courts have recognized that fair rent commissions are not held to the same standards as state agencies. Beyond that, there are no municipal boards and commissions in Connecticut who must follow the same procedural requirements as state agencies. Finally, placing more administrative procedures on fair rent commissions with no plans to increase funding only further strains already burdened fair rent commissions. In conclusion, I urge the esteemed members of the Housing Committee to vote no, not to support SB 616, not to support SB 616. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, and thank you for being here. I appreciate your opposition to Senate Bill 616. It is my proposal, and I'll just let you know that it came to me from a attorney that happens to deal with housing issues and primarily in the city of New Haven, and has a lot of experience with the Fair Rent Commission there. And they've expressed to me over and over again that they have a lot of issues with how the Fair Rent Commission handles their business, which is why I put this bill in. They're concerned that pro se litigants don't have their aren't necessarily advised of their rights. Sometimes the parties are not treated fairly because let's face it, the Fair Rent Commission folks are just laymen. They're not attorneys. And the goal behind this proposal was to try and put some order into the proceedings. I'm not an expert, but I believe the Uniform Administrative Procedures Act covers municipalities. Are you familiar with that through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman?
Well, at least.
Our experience is that the existing procedural protections are sufficient to protect the interests of both the tenants and the landlord. And furthermore, there is due process in contested cases.
Thank you very much. Yep, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that answer. Although, I mean, simply stating that to be a fact doesn't make it so. And I'm not trying to cross-examine you or anything like that. And you're certainly entitled, as a representative of the city of New Haven, to express your opinion. I'm hearing from folks that don't believe they were treated fairly. Because they believe that the Fair Rent Commission can act in any way it chooses. Do you know, are the bylaws of the New Haven Fair Rent Commission posted on a website or someplace for people to see?
Absolutely. Pursuant FOI, the Freedom of Information Act, all of that is posted online.
Understood. And are the litigants advised of their rights through you, Mr. Chairman, when they come to stand before the commission?
Ms. Bermudez?
All of our information when we reach out to both parties is also included within our letters that we send out. And beyond having the information of our bylaws and as well as our ordinance already posted on the city website, we also make sure that we communicate this information with both parties prior to us going into a public hearing. And that's done through the letters that the Fair Rent Commission sends out. What we are seeing, if this proposal goes through for SB 616, is that there are clear conflicts between the state statutes enabling fair rent commissions and the procedures of the Administrative Procedures Act.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And through you, once again, are the hearings of fair rent commissions in the city of New Haven made public?
Absolutely. That's also part of the Freedom of Information Act.
When you say they're made public, are they available live? Can anyone sit in a room and participate?
That's correct.
Okay.
They are made live and the recordings are posted on our website.
Understood. I'm just trying to find out because I know these are some of the concerns that were expressed to me, and maybe not necessarily in New Haven, but in other places around the state. I guess I just have one final question, which is, the Uniform Administrative Procedure Act is there to make sure that these meetings are run professionally, and that the people that are involved are treated fairly. They're treated with respect. They have an opportunity to understand what their rights are, and they're given an opportunity to say their piece, and so that there's fairness at the end of the day. And my constituent that contacted me is suggesting that that's not what's happening in certain fair rent commissions across the state, that people are not being advised of their rights. They're not being told what they can and cannot do, particularly if they're pro se litigants. It's nothing like a courtroom where there is a set of rules involved and people's rights are protected, and there is due process to make sure that nobody goes too far in diminishing someone's ability to make their case or punishes them unfairly. And this Uniform Administrative Procedures Act is used throughout government in both state and municipal offices to make sure that there are minutes kept and there is a protocol followed. And I want to truly understand your objection to running a fair rent commission like a government agency that is responsible to all the parties involved versus a fiefdom, where the fair rent commissioners basically rule the roost and can, lay down the law with whoever they deal with without, much pushback. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
In the city of New Haven, with our Fair Rent Commission, and for other many fair rent commissions as well throughout the state of Connecticut, the commissioners themselves, as you know, are volunteers who are appointed and selected by the mayor and the board of alders or the city council. And this group of volunteers isn't just comprised of tenants. In fact, in the city of New Haven, the majority of the commissioners who sit on the Fair Rent Commission for the city of New Haven are actually landlords. So we have landlords, we also have tenants, we have realtors, we have a very mixed body. So what you are reporting today is it's interesting, that experience that attorney has had. But at the end of the day, there's always due process. So they can always make an appeal and file an appeal through the court if they feel that they need to for whatever reason. We operate with fairness. That's why it's called the Fair Rent Commission. And we have a very diverse body that's made up of various representatives.
Thank you, Senator Sanders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Since I'm going to get cut off from asking questions shortly, I will ask you two in one, which is, can you tell me what the political makeup of the Fair Rent Commission is? Democrats versus Republicans versus independents and so forth. And also, I guess my other question is, would you object to a policy that would allow either party, whether it is a tenant or landlord, to opt out of going to the Fair Rent Commission and going straight to a superior court, for example, to have an actual judge oversee their concern? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Bermudez.
The Fair Rent Commissions were created by a state law in 1968. Here we are decades later, we still have Fair Rent Commissions. Your body, through the state of Connecticut, signed into law by Governor Lamont, authorized the extension of having more Fair Rent Commissions, particularly in municipalities where the population size is 25,000 or more. So now there is an expansion of Fair Rent Commissions. To negate the ability of the parties to come before the Fair Rent Commission through this process is really questioning into effect all of the years, the decades worth of work that Fair Rent Commissions have done.
Thank you. Any other questions? Senator Marks.
Ms. Bermudez, I just want to thank you for your advocacy and your patience and your wisdom. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I see we've been joined by the President Pro Temp and Majority Leaders of the Senate. I don't know if you guys would like to testify one after another or together, but whatever you would like to do, the floor is yours.
Turn this one on too.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, Senator Marks, Representative Felipe, members of the Housing Committee, and Senator Duff and I are here in strong support of Senate Bill 12, an act concerning Connecticut's housing needs. As we all know, housing is a critical need in a variety of ways. First of all, we are over 100,000 units short of needed housing in the state of Connecticut. We are short of housing for people, the lowest income people who in many cases are homeless because they cannot afford a rent and cannot find anything able to rent, and they are struggling in that even when they are employed. We know other people are struggling to pay rents even though they are employed at a higher level. We also know that people are unable to find affordable starter homes. So we have a problem all over the state in a variety of ways. We also don't have enough of a mix and diversity of affordable housing in communities throughout the state. And we also don't have enough housing, period, in many of our cities. We have some affordable housing there, of course, but we also need more of a mix of affordable housing in the cities that already have some, because those cities are too small in population and need to grow. So we need to deal with this crisis, and it's been a crisis for years in a variety of ways. And I want to thank the committee this year for taking on this issue and looking to do it in a comprehensive way. I also wanted to thank Senator Duff and House Majority Leader Rojas for their leadership on this issue over the last couple of years and setting up the Majority Leaders discussion group and advocacy group to convene interested parties and to shape legislation in a way that had both chambers on the same page at the same time. So again, this is this continues to be an issue because we know that there are so many discrepancies that make things challenging. And the housing problem is not just a housing problem, it's also an economic development problem. Because we hear from employers all the time that they want to hire people who can't afford affordable places to live in areas that would be reasonable in terms of the commute to those jobs. So it's an economic development issue as well as an issue of social pain and social concern. So again, I wanted to commend this committee this year. I think one of the things that's important, there have been components of significant housing initiatives that have been offered in the past. I believe that the concept of transit-oriented development is a major one that we should be able to advance. That area where there is state infrastructure in place in a given community, there ought to be an allowance for greater density within a certain radius of the state transportation hub in a given area. In addition, I think if we want to have communities have more affordable housing, greater density, especially those communities that for years have used the defense that they don't have the infrastructure to support greater density, the state has to become a partner and help pay for that infrastructure. Although in many cases, some of those communities may have, by design, never built the infrastructure so that they would continue to have the argument that, well, we don't have the infrastructure to afford it's all wells. We can't have anything that would provide greater density because we don't have public water. Well, I think if there is any good faith on their part, the state has to meet that good faith by being willing to be a partner in helping to pay for that infrastructure as well. So we need to move on many fronts. I think for tenants, we need to look at the spate of evictions that are caused by nothing more than landlords perceiving that they can immediately get a higher rent from somebody than who's been a good tenant over several years. In New Haven and some other places, we are seeing a concentration of ownership in a small number of hands. There's one landlord in the New Haven area that reportedly owns 40,000 units in 8,000 buildings, and that person is in a position to basically set a market by himself. So there are lots of problems on the housing front. I want to commend the committee for taking them all on, and I'll yield to our great Majority Leader, Senator Duff.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator Looney. Good morning, everybody. To our Housing Committee. Want to start off thanking Senator Looney for prioritizing Senate Bill 12 and for housing, because we know this is a huge issue for the people of the state of Connecticut, and want to thank this committee for hearing the bill, because wherever we are in our communities across the state, we hear about the fact that housing is such an important issue for people. There's not a lot of times where you can make the economic argument and the moral argument all at the same time. And in housing, you can make both. You can make the economic argument in the fact that the lack of housing is holding Connecticut's economy back. The fact that we don't have enough people to fill the jobs that are open is holding our economy back. The fact that we could have more employers, but because of lack of housing means that we may not get that because people don't have a place to live. We can make the moral argument very easily. The fact that we need people that don't have a place to live. It's something that should strike all of us as we need to fix. We need to solve the issue of homelessness. We need to solve the issue of affordability. We need to solve the issue of the fact that people are spending more than 30% of their income on rent or mortgage, and the fact that we're not building enough housing for the people across Connecticut. So according, just a couple of stats, the Connecticut Business and Industry Association has said that there are 73,000 job openings, which equates to 1.3 positions for every unemployed person in the state. Job openings are up 4% from pre-pandemic levels. And yet we wonder why we can't fill some of those jobs is because we don't have the housing out there for them. We have a labor shortage, as we know, and one of the ways in which to fix that is by building more housing. We know that Connecticut is a great place to live. People do want to live here. They want to move here. They want to stay here. I talk about my son who graduated college. He came back to Connecticut. He's lucky enough to live at home with mom and dad, though I'm sure at some point he's going to want to spread his own wings. But because of the fact that it's so unaffordable and there's lack of supply, it makes it very difficult in a way that he has a very good job out of college, but is still finding it very unaffordable. But we know that Connecticut ranks near the top of the nation for education, health services, and our low crime rates. We've been listed as one of the 10 best places to raise a family. So it's a desirable place. This is why people want to live here. I'll also just say that when we think about economic and morality, that we spend a lot of money here in this building and across the state. We vote on things where we invest a lot in people, especially in our young people. Think about all the money that we invest in early childhood, secondary schools, the billions of dollars, higher education. We invest a lot in our young people. We don't want them moving out of state because they can't find a place to live. I mean, think about that. Think about the investments that we make in young people. And the fact of the matter that if they move out of state because they can't find a job or they can't find housing, that money is all gone. We're now helping another state where we've invested all this money, helping that other state succeed by somebody who has had the fortune and the benefit of growing up in a state like Connecticut. So we have to look at what we're doing. We have to look at our supply, have to look at the local rules. We have to look at any number of ways in which we can continue to build more housing throughout the state of Connecticut. And I, again, thank our Senate President for his work on this issue. I thank this committee for their work on this issue, my counterpart, House Majority Leader Rojas, and others who have been so engaged in this issue as well, because without addressing housing and the high cost of housing, we will never reach the potential that we have here in the state of Connecticut. So I thank you for allowing me to testify, and certainly a pleasure to testify with our Senate President.
Yeah, I want to, return those thank yous to the two of you, especially when you look at how holistically you look at this housing issue, right? It's not just a matter of what we're building. It's not a matter of our renters. It's not a matter of landlords or the homeless population. It's all of it together, right? I liken it all the time to a water balloon with 8 holes in it, attached to a fire hose, and we're trying to build a bucket at the same time to catch the water once we try to plug all the holes. So just thank you for all the work that you're doing. And some people may say that these titles that we put forward sometimes are a little generic. I think they're holistic. They're looking at as many things as possible at the same time, because we have to solve the problems as they're happening, and they're all happening all at once. So thank you for that. And I will go to Senator Marks.
Thank you, both of you, for being here, for making housing one of the Senate's #1 priorities. It's not only economic development, it's a public health as well on housing. And I look forward to drafting SB 12 with both of you and making it a bold, robust bill that we get through both chambers, and that we truly make the lives of the citizens in Connecticut better. So thank you for your leadership.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you, gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. There was a lot in your testimony to talk about. I wish we had a lot of time to kind of go over all that in detail. Unfortunately, our committee process is kind of just ask a question, get an answer, instead of having a real conversation. And it's a shame. I wish we could get into kind of a roundtable about some of these things, particularly the commentary about homelessness and crime and so forth. I just bring a couple of statistics into the conversation. I just looked it up. The federal government, the HUD report on homelessness. It's the annual. Let me see. What is it called? The 2024 annual homelessness assessment report to Congress shows that there's about 3,500 people homeless in the state of Connecticut. And we just looked up on realtor.com, and there's about 3,500 apartments actually available on realtor.com. It seems very interesting that those numbers are almost identical. I hear what you're saying about a housing shortage, and it's particularly when it comes to affordable housing. But I would just ask a question. I'm a realtor and a small landlord. I own a few single family houses that I rent out. But I'm frustrated at the laws that are coming from our state government, and I feel like, you know, as the pressure mounts, there's a proposal to reduce security deposits to 1 month, to cap rents, to put more onus on landlords to keep tenants beyond the expiration of a lease. These things are making me wary of continuing to be a landlord. And as a realtor, I deal with a lot of landlords also. That's how I kind of got into the business, dealing mostly with property owners. And they're telling me that they're frustrated and concerned. What do you say to people like me, I guess is my question, when we say that the policies that we're making here are making it difficult for housing providers, and therefore maybe there's people leaving that marketplace? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator, and appreciate your comments. I'm a realtor too. Been a realtor this is my 30th year as a realtor. I can tell you that the frustration that I see and that I feel is the fact that you can't put people in places because nobody can afford it. And the fact that we need more supply in the state. I don't think there's, you talked about laws, but the laws you talked about, I think, are actually proposals, not nothing's crossed the finish line yet because we're early in the session. But what I see is that you see families who are frustrated because they can't afford to live where they would like to live, or they can't find a place because there's no supply, or they have to live in such a far place that it exasperates our transportation and our traffic problems across the state of Connecticut. So I think I see it a little bit differently than you do. And the fact that what landlords or what the public wants is more supply so that they actually have an affordable place to live. And landlords will respond to that accordingly in a supply and demand situation, which is completely American and completely capitalistic. We do have a responsibility to build affordable housing, I believe, for folks and to help our homeless population. Connecticut did very well years ago, and in Fairfield County, we came within maybe 3 or 4 people, maybe about half a dozen, of actually eliminating chronic homelessness. We have fallen backwards on that since the pandemic. We have to get back in. We have to get that number back down again. But the frustration I see, it's not from the landlords, because landlords will abide by the rules that everybody else is abiding by. The frustration I see is with the people who can't afford something because they're spending over 30% of their income trying to live in a place and also put food on the table and also give their kids the opportunities they need and also make sure that kids have clothes and also make sure that they can heat their homes and everything else. So that's the frustration I see.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that answer. I don't disagree. I mean, there are a lot of cost drivers, obviously, that are impacting us all. The cost of electricity is a factor for everybody in this room. Everyone in the whole place is upset about their electric bills, and yet there's a lot of inaction in the legislature on that. Inflation is out of control. I mean, we saw what happened in the federal government. They printed a lot of excess money. We have, 20% or more inflation over the last several years. So everything's going up. The statistics that I'm seeing show that the amount of rent, while it's going up exorbitantly, and it is, as you mentioned, and I completely agree, rents are out of control. The cost of homes is out of control. I just showed a house yesterday in Stamford rather, that was about $770,000. And I can remember just like 3 or 4 years ago, that would have been a $300,000 house. It really is shocking how much things have changed. But the factors that are changing it are factors affecting everything. The cost of milk and eggs and gasoline and everything else is all being impacted by extraneous factors. And I think government is a big part of that. To your point about proposals, the mere fact that we're considering proposals that might put more impediments on housing providers is a message to them that says, gee, are you going to be welcome in the state? What if these things actually become law? I'm looking at that personally. My rental property are all single family houses, for example, and I could just turn them over and sell them and they would become owner occupied in an instant. And in fact, I got a tremendous opportunity in the marketplace right now, but I do rent them out and at very modest amounts. Those will disappear from the marketplace. They will disappear from the 3,500 available units if laws like this that are proposed are passed. And I know that there's other people thinking this way. And I don't mean to turn this into a speech. I'm supposed to be asking questions. Let me ask this question. One of the drivers, I think, for the lack of a housing, especially when it comes to rentals, I think is illegal immigration. We know that there's around 85,000 driver's licenses have been issued in the state of Connecticut to illegal immigrants. Do you feel that is a factor preventing citizens from being able to find affordable housing? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Leaders.
Senator, I don't. I think general poverty is what the issue is. And I know in New Haven, there are a number of census tracts, and I'm sure the same is true in Bridgeport, Hartford, and other places where more than 50% of the households do not have cars. They have to rely on public transportation. The rents in the areas where they live are going up. So they are getting squeezed, and they really are not in a position to be able to move anywhere else except something that is on the bus line, or something where they're told, well, move farther out. Well, that's somebody who has transportation access to a vehicle can do that, but somebody who is stuck needing to live close to a bus line can't. So transportation issues, housing issues, and issues of poverty are, I think, the things that have an overlap everywhere. And I think that to talk about it in terms of undocumented people is just to sort of try to put a political overlay on an issue that's much more general.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that response. Forgive me, but I certainly am not trying to put a political overlay on anything. It's a matter of fact. You got 100,000 or more extra people in the state that are not even citizens of our country. And, whether you think that's good policy or not, it is certainly impacting the availability of housing. It has to. Those people have to be living somewhere in the state. We know that there's only 3,500 people that are homeless. So solving the homeless problem is an entirely separate issue from the lack of affordable housing, in my view. But I do agree, poverty is a factor. And certainly the disparity between the amount of money that people have in their pocket to afford to pay their bills, whether it's electric bills or groceries or rent, and the cost of those things is a problem. The state of Connecticut has been run a certain way for decades, which is a very powerful Democratic Party in creating policy that is engaged in expanding government programs, wealth redistribution. It seems to me that those policies haven't worked if the goal was to address poverty. I think that what needs to happen is more opportunity. We've got to find ways to get people to have incentives to do the right thing, and that brings me to the point of the argument about our plans for building more housing. I guess the question here is it's an issue between the desire of certain entities to create housing and put it up, and the towns that have to make decisions about their local planning and zoning. Are you suggesting that we should just throw out home rule and the state of Connecticut should be able to dictate to towns that they have to put up more housing in, as you described, transit-oriented developments, or in places where the state government feels that there should be more dense housing? Or are we going to protect the rights of municipalities to be able to listen to their own residents about making zoning decisions? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, just real quickly say, there's sometimes areas of agreement amongst folks who don't always agree all the time. And I would agree with you that the prices of eggs and milk and other groceries over the last 3 weeks have really gone up a lot. And And that really should be looked at, especially when promises were made on day one. I would say that, and I'll let Senator Looney answer this because I think he'll have a stronger answer because he's so passionate about this. But I would say that some communities have used zoning as a basis for discrimination for decades. And we have to, if that is holding us back from creating and building more affordable housing, then we have to use all the tools necessary in order to make sure that we are building housing for the people of this state. While there are communities that are building housing because they're doing it, again, for the economic reasons and maybe some moral reasons, there are communities that do not want to do it. And some of it may be based on past reasons that I just articulated. So we should be using incentives, and we should also be using any other means necessary to make sure that Connecticut realizes its full potential to build this economy for the future and that people have a place to live that is affordable, whether it's market rate or whether it's done through affordable housing.
I'll just add to that, Senator, that I certainly believe that home rule is an important principle, but it is not always the dispositive and most important principle. I think if you look at the U.S. Constitution, you will see that sub-state levels of government are not even mentioned. So that the concept of federalism is a concept of an agreement of two sovereigns, the United States and the 50 individual states. The powers granted to municipalities are those that they have only because of the states and whatever decision the state makes to give them. They don't have the status that states have relative to the national government. So there are certain issues of equity and justice where I think the principles of home rule have to be somewhat more flexible. And if there is a greater state overriding good, that has to be the dominant issue. We are not 169 separate municipal fiefdoms. We are the state of Connecticut.
Thank you. I just really quickly want to say we're into our second hour. We're on about 7 speakers so far, so just keep that in mind. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll say one more question. It's really, I mean, it's difficult because I'm in a role of having to ask questions. I would much rather debate you gentlemen. Hopefully we will get that chance to do that. I will just respond to say that to blame President Trump on the cost of eggs is an absurdity. Hundreds of thousands of birds were ordered to be killed by the previous administration because of the bird flu. It's a fact. The bird flu, and they destroyed those eggs. I mean, if you guys want to, anyway. I clearly am outnumbered in this room, but satisfaction doesn't change the facts is all I'm suggesting. And I think you'll find over the next several years, the cost of goods and services in this country are going to be kept more in control because there'll be less government, less wasteful spending. And I would just cheer on President Trump and the Doge effort because they're doing Lord work. Let me just say,
not sure it's the Lord. Not sure it's the Lord.
So I would ask members of the crowd of the public to please keep your noise down. Thank you.
So I think I got my answer on the subject of whether or not you are in favor of maintaining home rule. It sounds to me very clearly that you believe that the state of Connecticut, because we establish municipalities and give them their authority, we have the right to override their local zoning. I would disagree. I think that the towns elect people for those positions on purpose, and they should make those decisions. I just want to clarify one thing, which is that Senator Duff, you were very clear in saying that zoning rules have been used for discrimination. Is it your contention that these towns that are refusing to change their zoning rules, reduce the size of building lots, or allow multifamily or apartment buildings in single-family residential neighborhoods are practicing racism or discrimination? Because I don't think that. I think that they're trying to maintain the character of their towns, and that people that lived there and chose various communities around our state did it because they want to live in a community that is a certain way, that has a certain feel to it. It doesn't have a lot of apartment buildings on a quiet street, for example. And I just like your clarification on that. And I look forward to hopefully debating these issues at more length in the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, I think that communities have used tools in their toolbox to have, as you said, character of their town, or it's the way people want it. There's also market forces at work where there's a desire to have more housing, and I think that communities should look to be part of the solution instead of rather be part of the problem.
Thank you. Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your commitment, both of you, to the homeless issue that we have here in the state of Connecticut. I am a director of a homeless shelter in Meriden. For the past year and a half, I've been very disturbed by how our state has not provided for the homeless people in this state. We continue to shortchange nonprofits that need additional funding. I have worked in the nonprofit industry now for 35, maybe 40 years, and every year we come up here, we have to ask for funding. It's a shame. A shame. One of the questions I have for both of you, in regards to seniors, have you seen an increase of seniors being homeless in your cities?
I believe so. I think there's an increase across age groups and including seniors. And the issue of homelessness is very complex in the way that even if you add additional shelter beds, that's nothing but a stopgap, really, because in order to stabilize people, you have to be able to, as you know, for involved in this, you have to be able to provide supportive housing. You have to be able to get people into a housing unit and then address all of the other social problems that they may have once they're housed. But in many cases, whatever help they need and whatever array of services they need can't really be brought together until they're housed. And then often from there, they're able to stabilize and rebuild their lives. But the threshold is getting them into stable housing, and they generally will not thrive and not make progress until that happens, because they may wind up just being, in such a situation where they're moving from shelter to shelter and falling between the cracks in terms of the social services they should be having in addition to shelter.
Interest of time, I'll just say yes.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that answer. Because it's been so difficult. The seniors that I have at the shelter, we just can't find housing for them. Just can't find housing. My shelter is a 90-day emergency shelter. So in 90 days, we are trying to get individuals housed. And I can tell you more than 60% of the individuals that are in my shelter right now have been there for close to a year. We can't find the housing. So absolutely, we have to have more incentives for low income housing. I hear a lot about affordable housing, but affordable housing is just not cutting it right now in the state of Connecticut. We have to have a threshold where individuals who are very low income can get the housing they need. And I'm talking about individuals that are working individuals. So these individuals are paying taxes. These individuals want to stay in the workforce, but we're making it more and more difficult for them because they can't afford the increases in rents. I have heard from constituents in New Britain where their rents have gone up $300 to $400 a month. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And we do have a fair rent commission in New Britain, and I'm glad it's working. Can we do more? Absolutely. But I want to ask you if moving forward, any amount of dollars that we put, whether it's bonding or from the general fund, in order to incentivize, to give more incentives to developers to build housing, can we do much more than a 10% towards affordable housing? Because that's the threshold I hear a lot, is that they only get 10% from the state or from a city. And I believe we need to do a lot more than just 10%, because if you're putting up 80 units, that's only 8 units that will be affordable, and all the other units can be market value. So I think that's an issue as well.
Well, I think that's something that's worth looking at. In other words, sometimes you have to look at the developer's perception of what's the financial viability of a project in terms of how much affordable housing that can be charged at only a certain low rent and that's available to people who have a certain percentage of the median income in the area. How much of that can they have, and at the same time make the project profitable? So you have to take all of that into account. But I think clearly the need is so great that we need to be able to increase the percentage of affordable housing and developments of that kind to the maximum extent possible without jeopardizing the viability of the project itself.
I would just say that in Norwalk, where there's some senior housing, it's old. We talked about building a lot of housing. One of the things I failed to mention was rehabbing existing housing and also looking at that land that it's on and seeing if you could do more density there as well. Because there's possibilities of actually building more housing in places where there is housing, especially public housing for seniors and others, where you could do more. And I think that should be the policy of the state of Connecticut, to look at all those and figure out. And that's what Representative Rojas and I are looking at as well. The other thing is I spoke to a group probably a year and a half ago. I think it was in Middletown, building officials' conference. And I said, we have to stop being afraid to build over the first branch of the tree. The sun you'll still be able to see the sun. So a lot of that is local zoning and neighbors. This is why you got to have, instead of having NIMBY, you got to have YIMBY. People actually come out and say yes to stuff. But you can't be afraid of height and you can't be afraid of density, because that's one of the ways in which you're going to be able to get over that 10% rule, is by having more density and a little bit more height. It doesn't mean you have to go to a skyscraper, but maybe instead of 4 stories, you have 5 stories. And that's, so it's having people with the courage to say, yes, this is what we need and this is what we want, and getting people out to meetings to not say no, but to have the yes crowd. That's really if we're gonna continue to go down the road with planning and zoning is in charge and everything else, you got to have the people out there. Just like I've challenged CBIA, I've challenged other groups. You got to get out there and get your people out there to say yes, because I can guarantee you that there's a lot more people in this state, because I hear it all the time, no matter where we go, who want access to good, safe, clean housing. And when it comes, the rubber meets the road at those meetings at night, they're not there. We got to get them there.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. Absolutely. I do believe that there's room for more units. I know in New Britain, we do have 2 senior housing developments that are full. All the units are full. And when I called in there for constituents that reach out to my office, they're on a waiting list, and there could be hundreds of people on that waiting list to get into that housing development. But absolutely, thank you for your answers, and I hope that we can find more incentives for these developers to develop more units that are going to be actually affordable for the people in our cities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Roberts, followed by Zullo, and then Senator Gass.
Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the personal stories you told today as well about your son going to school and then coming back home and trying to find housing. But in a necessary world we live in today, being that it is Black History Month, I do want to acknowledge just the history of zoning. You listed it and I respected it. These smaller towns that surround my city, it's not too many people that look like me in those cities, and that is very clear. So I do appreciate you discussing that. But when we talk about numbers and we throw numbers out today of 3,500 housing renters listed and 3,500 people homeless, I think we really got to understand what homelessness is. I mean, are we talking about somebody that's sleeping at auntie's house that has no home? Because that person is homeless. Are we talking about somebody that comes home that's re-entered into society that needs a home? That person is homeless. So I don't really know where the numbers came from today, but I do appreciate you gentlemen coming up here today and expressing what is really currently going on right now. Because we sit back and we look at this and we understand what's going on. And many of us come from this. We live it currently, so I truly appreciate you guys coming up here and sharing your personal stories and telling us what's going on. It really not frustrates me, but it really you sit back and hear a lot of things in a room like this. and you tend to see what's going on in the communities that we represent. I represent the 6th largest city in the state, the fastest growing city in the state. So when we talk about homelessness, we talk about housing. I live it right now, currently, but it's a city and a town that's directly next to me that will not want to build affordable housing. So thank you, gentlemen, for being here today.
Thank you. I heard you come from a great city.
I thought New London was the fastest growing city in the state, but that's okay. That's okay. Rep. Zulo?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here. I'll be very brief and very quick. I know we're talking about different tranches of housing today and different housing needs in the state. Studies tend to show that people who did best, post-COVID and continue to do well are people who own housing, right? Homeowners. And when we talk about SB 12, are you contemplating that there will be trying to expand some opportunities for home ownership? Because I truly do believe it's a gateway to wealth and a gateway to doing better. And I know that's not the solution for everybody, but do you envision SB 12 having some component of that as well, expanding home ownership opportunities?
Yes, let me answer that. Excuse me, Representative. Absolutely. The best way for people to build wealth is through home ownership, as we've known for generations. That is the way in which people build equity over time. People who are permanently renters are often stuck in place and not able to build equity at all, because you pay your rent every month, but you have nothing except the right to live in that unit, but you're not building any value over time. So we have to promote affordable housing in the sense of affordable workforce housing for people who are looking for starter homes and people who are looking to buy a home and build equity and perhaps move on to a more expensive home later on. So we have to look at the excuse me, the whole spectrum of housing issues, including home ownership.
Yeah, and I would agree that the governor's time to own program has actually been successful in its infancy, and that does promote home ownership. And as somebody who's in the business as well, it's always great to see when somebody gets those set of keys at a closing, and they can start they're building their wealth as both you and Senator Looney has said as well. The problem is that it's hard to build more housing in communities where there's 1 or 2 acre zones for houses and there's no other available land to do it. And so, if we're talking about building condominiums or duplexes or other types of ways, so that at least a starting point, because what I see, Representative, is a kind of a point to what Senator Sampson said. A house that had maybe been $300,000 or $400,000 or $200,000 many years ago is now $600,000, $700,000, $800,000. The barrier to entry is huge, and it's real. And so we have to figure out other ways in which we can get people into housing where they can buy it that's affordable. It's not affordable housing, but it's actually a diversity of a housing stock. And that has been some of the biggest issues, is kind of creating that diversity of housing stock. And until you have communities that have the available land where you can build housing and that diversity of housing stock, we're going to keep talking about the same thing over and over and over again.
I appreciate the answers, and I appreciate your references to the time to own program. I do a lot of closings where people, first time home buyers, utilize that. I think it's a fantastic program. And one thing that I've always said as well is I think we're under leveraging, underutilizing the amazing resources that we have at CHAFA, that we have at DOH. And my follow-up question is, would you be open to a collaboration or to receiving some input on how to leverage, expand funding under those programs, leverage those funding, those monies, those sources, to put monies in the hands of small businesses, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses for hyper-local development, right? The reason that you often see opposition to projects, you call it NIMBY, but I'll call it opposition to projects, is because they are large and expensive and they contemplate a lot of different health and public safety challenges. But if you put money in the hands of small businesses, small developers who are going to build those duplexes, those triplexes, you will see less opposition. You will get the type of development that I think we're all trying to inspire. Would you be open to a collaboration of trying to figure out how to better utilize those resources?
Well, I would say absolutely. We need to empower CHAFA even more, as the majority leader said, and any other entity that has a role in the marketplace of trying to help people find affordable mortgages and put together lending packages that people can manage with their income. And it's critical, because otherwise we're going to continue to see an erosion of the middle class. And that's a grave danger.
Yep, I agree.
I appreciate your answers. I know where to find you both, so I won't tie up any more time. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Senator Gaston, Vice Chair of Housing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to just recognize the stalwart work that you all do in the Senate, Senator Looney and Senator Duff, on this very important issue. I just wanted to speak a few words before I run out of the chamber to go to be a part of the press conference. I've listened to a lot of debate on both sides. People are saying we need more affordable housing. We need workforce housing. We need a multiplicity of different options for people, but yet everyone is saying not in my backyard. And I think we need to unpack that. I think what people are saying is we want to keep the character of our communities the same. That means we want to keep the homogeneity of our communities, meaning we want it to be a one way. We need to diversify our communities. It really teed me off to know that there are people that stand in the way of other people having a roof over their head. One thing that we all as human beings share in common is the fact that we need somewhere to live. We need housing. And so to stand and say, we want to keep the character of our communities the same is basically saying we don't want those people in our community. And we know that those people are pejorative for we don't want poor people, working class people, Black people, Indigenous people in our communities. And so let's call it what it is. And let's shut this discourse down and say to folks, people need somewhere to live, and we need to continue to work to make this state a diverse state. And we're not going to go backwards. It reminds me of what happened in Alabama with George Wallace when they said it was time to integrate. He stood in the doorway of the University of Alabama and said, these people are not allowed into our communities. And this is precisely the dog whistle that's being said here in the state of Connecticut. I'm from down south, so people tend to not be as sanitized in their discourse. You know where people stand. In this state, oftentimes people are sanitized with their discourse, but I want you to know, as someone who is educated, I can read through that and I'm going to call you out. Let's do what needs to be done for the residents in the state of Connecticut and for people all across this state, regardless of what they look like and where they come from. So thank you for continuing that work.
Okay, I don't think there was a question there. So, all right. Rep. Corpus, do you still have a question? I was told you had one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question has been asked and answered.
Okay, thank you. Any others? Okay, leadership, we appreciate you both so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for all of your hard work and great work.
Thank you. Okay, next, great patience, Eliza. I've been going back and forth. Is it Halsey or Halsley? Halsley.
Yes,
Hi.
thank you. Good
Thank you for your
afternoon,
patience.
Senator Marks, Representative Felipe, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Eliza Halsey, and I'm the Community Services Administrator of the City of New Haven. The Community Services Administration includes our Department of Community Resilience, which houses our Office of Housing and Homelessness Services. I'm writing to testify, or I'm testifying in support of HB 6893, an act appropriating funds for programs to assist homeless persons, and the proposed funding increase of $33.5 million for the homeless response system. New Haven is one of the few municipalities with staff dedicated to addressing homelessness, and Mayor Elicker is a leader on this issue. You heard from him earlier. The City of New Haven is part of the frontline response by providing funding, coordinating federal and local resources, and serving as a critical point of accountability for the homeless response system in the area. And we remain committed to these efforts, but we can't address this crisis alone. Our homeless response system remains critically underfunded as demand for services continues to rise. In 2024, homelessness in Connecticut increased by 13%, and we saw a 79% increase in calls to 211 for housing and shelter. In Greater New Haven, the number of verified unsheltered individuals has doubled to more than 630 individuals over the past year. right? Doubled in 1 year. In 2024, New Haven launched a new 100-bed non-congregate shelter in a former hotel and another 75-bed shelter for a total of 307 full shelter beds in New Haven alone. And we do serve residents from across the state. Even with these additional beds, our warming centers in New Haven and the region are consistently full. Already this winter, the governor has declared 3 multi-day cold weather emergencies for which the mayor and I are directly involved in nightly communications to ensure that individuals do not freeze outside. This is simply not sustainable. Warming centers and shelters are critical, though they are designed to be temporary solutions. New Haven could fill 250 units of permanent supportive housing tomorrow, and our shelter beds would again be full with those currently unsheltered. Greater New Haven needs at least 500 units of permanent supportive housing in the coming years. The situation is dire, and we implore you to pass HB 6893 and fully fund the state's homeless response system. Finally, we ask that the bill be amended to annualize funding or adjust and index it to inflation according to the outlined below, including 5.3 million to annualized new dollars for eviction prevention partnership, 2.5 million in annualized flexible funding, an adjustment of $9 million for homeless response services, 5 million in annualized funding for cold weather emergency services, 5.5 million in annualized funding for the coordinated access network hub and diversion services, and
The minutes have concluded. If you could please summarize.
6.2 million in annualized funding for case management and permanent supportive housing. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I strongly encourage you to support this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Halsey, for all your work and advocacy. I've heard the number 98 million is what Connecticut receives from the federal government for homelessness. And I will say there's many things that are keeping me up at nights right now. But that is one of them. And does your shelter homeless center, are you starting to make plans just in case that happens? Or are we just going to wait and see?
That's a great question. We are starting to make plans. Our most recent shelters are funded largely through ARPA dollars, which we know sunset in June or in 2026. I think ultimately there's not an immediate answer, but recognizing the sunsetting of those dollars, it is critical that we work together to identify resources. DOH has been an important partner in this work in New Haven. And we do not have an immediate fix, but we are certainly in the planning stages now, recognizing how critical the situation currently is.
Thank you. And just one other question. I know that we always have funding for the cold weather shelters, but how about the hot weather shelters? I know from things that I've read that more people actually die because of the hot temperatures. So is the need increasing in Connecticut, and is it being addressed?
That's another excellent point. I think we've seen our local homeless serving providers actually work to switch the language to extreme weather rather than just cold weather, because we do see people impacted by the heat in the summer. And there are not enough dollars even to fund cold weather. So it is really important we don't have an immediate answer to that question. Warming centers are currently they're open during the winter. We do see the need for that extension, though we haven't been able to identify the dollars yet. So yes, there's absolutely a need there, and we would support the state in thinking about extreme weather funding rather than just cold weather.
Thank you. I agree. Any other questions? I see no other questions. We thank you for your time.
Thank you all.
Next, we have Olivia Rinks.
There may be some technical issues going on. I'm trying to sort out. So if you'd like to move on to the next.
Morgan Miller. Same.
Number 16 will be going in place of number 10 for now, and then number 10 will take number 16 spot on the speaker order.
Okay, Dondre Roberts.
Yep, good afternoon.
Oh, hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
I was looking at the laptop. Hi.
Good afternoon, co-chair, co-chairs Representative Felipe, Senator Marks, ranking members, Tony Scott, members of this committee. My name is Dondre Roberts, and I'm testifying on SB 12, HB 6491, HB 6338, and SB 616. I'm a member of the Connecticut Apartment Association, an organization representing 67,000 housing units in the state of Connecticut. I'm also a member of the New Haven Fair Rent Commission, and I'm also a housing provider and have worked in multifamily for over a decade. Having personally financed homelessness as a teenager, I know firsthand the difficulties of securing stable housing and navigating the system. I have a deep understanding of the challenges within the housing market. My experiences, both personal and professional, shape my perspective and commitment to advocating for effective housing policies. So on SB 12, we support the goals of SB 12 and its efforts to expand housing opportunities in Connecticut. While many residents choose rental living, restrictive zoning laws and NIMBY opposition often make it difficult to find quality, affordable communities. This is why we have consistently supported initiatives like transit-oriented development to encourage the construction of much-needed housing. We believe in providing incentives, not mandates, for towns and cities to embrace growth, recognizing that while a 200-unit apartment complex may not fit everywhere, middle housing should be built where it makes sense. On HB 6491 and SB 1159, we support 6491, which aims to increase the amount of vouchers in small and medium-sized municipalities. Our organization supports more options for renters, and we believe that this will accomplish that aim. On SB 1159, we believe that this would overwhelm the capacity of fair rent commissions, as many positions are volunteer-based and some are short-staffed, if staffed at all. This portion of the bill is essentially an unfunded mandate, which would impair the ability of housing providers and residents to resolve disputes quickly. On HB 6338, we generally support this idea as a concept, but would like to work with the drafters of the bill to ensure that the rights of property owners and residents are both respected. While we see this as a tool to address squatting, it is equally important to safeguard against potential misuse by bad actors. And lastly, on SB 616, we support this bill because it would make the Fair Rent Commission process simpler to understand for both residents and housing providers. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Yep, Ranking Member Scott.
Thank you, Chair Marks. I appreciate it. As a member of the Fair Rent Commission, this is I'm glad to have you on here so we can actually ask a question or two on that, because we don't get too many of the actual members of those Fair Rent Commissions around. Are there resources outside of that? So constituents can go to this Fair Rent Commissions, they have issue, but is there outside sources that they have that they potentially can use that would either circumvent having not to have to go to that Fair Rent Commission, or if they don't get a judgment maybe they want at that meeting, that they can use it in the state or in New Haven?
Yep, absolutely. Sometimes some cases go to Superior Court, some cases go to Housing Court. So it really depends. It's case by case. But there are resources out there.
And then what if 616 were to come into play, into go further, is there any, again, someone who's on the ground, is there any issues or any positive or even negative effects that would potentially come up that you could see based on what basically what 616 is today?
Yeah, sure. That's a great question. So I think that, if that were to be implemented, I think that it would help both parties, because sometimes there's confusion between, whether or not cross-examination is possible. So I think that the process would make things more fair for residents and housing providers, just so that people kind of know the rules of the game, like how, what they're getting into. So that way it's a more transparent and easy process.
I have one more question, but I'll hold that until make sure everyone else has one, and then I can come back to me if there's anyone else.
Anybody else have any questions? Anybody online? Nope, go right ahead.
This is more of a generic question. Again, being on the Fair Rent Commission, I want to try to look at it from different angles. In terms of housing needs, is there anything specifically you're out there like, this is something we could do as a state, as a municipality, that could potentially help relieve any of that pressure that we currently have in terms of the housing market?
Sure. So let me just understand your question. Like, what could help us address the housing shortage that we're in?
Correct. Yeah.
Sure. So there are many things that we support. Our organization has supported some bills in planning and zoning, transit-oriented development. However, we think it's important that you incentivize towns. We don't want, to force towns to have to, change certain ordinances. We want to respect the opinions of 169 towns and cities. We've also submitted information such as a housing accelerator playbook, and it has designs that's created by the American Planning Association, and it has really great ways that you can accelerate housing, such as prefabricated prefabricated housing approval plans. So when a developer comes forward to a planning and zoning committee, they know specifically what can be approved, just to try to streamline the process. There are other things in the playbook, such as a certain amount of days to yes, allowing a quicker process to get certain permits. Of course, things are a little bit more complicated than that. So there's like a process where things don't get approved, maybe an extra few days. But it's a great resource that we have shared, and we've spoke with many legislators here talking about how to expedite housing growth.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks.
Next, we have Maria Weingarten. I believe you are online.
Good afternoon to the chairs, the vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Maria Weingarten. I'm a member of CT 169 Strong. I'm also a member of the New Canaan Affordable Housing Committee and a member of the New Canaan Board of Finance. But I'm here today speaking on my behalf, personally, in my opinion, and I just wanted to provide some testimony on HB 5002 and SB 12. These bills are literally 16 words or 18 words. They lack the detail that is needed to provide proper testimony on any bill, especially on a topic as broad as concerning housing and the needs of homeless persons. I think it's important that we consider why we have a public hearing on something where you don't have any of the details of what is going to be presented. And I worry that, end running a real public hearing is a concern. So I thought you could read through my testimony. I did provide some ideas on ways to improve some housing opportunities, incentive-based. And in particular, I know Representative Butler is on the committee, and I know that we have a sunsetted policy where HUE points were provided, additional HUE points for senior housing, which I've heard mentioned today. I think there are some real opportunities here to come back to some good policies that existed and to increase development. I know it's something that our town has taken very seriously, and I hope that you will read through some of the suggestions that I've made. In the interest of time, I won't go through all of them. I will remind everybody that, 830G has not been as successful. It has created housing, but we have 5,000 units of housing that are affordable, deed restricted, that are expiring in 5 years, 10,000 in 10 years. So this is not a sustainable policy that keeps affordable within the communities, even if it's created it. And so at the end of the day, that only creates generational wealth for the developers. So if there's a way to increase opportunities for home ownership, if there's ways to, more equitably provide funding resources, because I know many cities use numerous different state-funded opportunities as part of their financing stack for their development of affordable. And those are not available in the same equitable way to other smaller communities. So I think we have to have an honest look at where housing has been developed that is affordable, and how has the access to vouchers, the access to better funding resources from the state to certain communities and not providing them to others, that has created a situation where we have this sort of inequitable amount of housing. So really, if you look at 830G, it's not a measure of how much truly affordable it is. What it measures is the subsidies provided. So the
Ms.
three.
Weingarten, your 3 minutes have concluded. If you can please summarize.
Okay, I will. Thank you. So I would just add that there are 3 reports I would highly suggest that the members of the committee look at. One of them is the Yankee Institute report called Getting a Handle on Affordable Housing. The next one is Westcog's Affordable Housing and Financing Study. And the third one is Westcog's report on Safeguarding Public Water Supply and Watershed, which really highlights that Connecticut, we do rely on our local land use commissions to protect our water supply resources for anything that is non-public land. So any privately held water supply and watershed areas, those are all protected by our municipalities. And I think we have to be careful about when we touch those areas. I know that's another bill I'm not testifying on, but I wanted to at least highlight that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any comments? No? Anybody online? All right, thank you, Ms. Weingarten.
Thank you.
Next week, Grace Brangwin.
Took me a minute, sorry. Good afternoon to the chairs, ranking members, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Grace Brangwin, and I am a Public Policy Associate for the Connecticut Business Industry Association. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify in strong support of Senate Bill 1262, an act reducing the sales and use tax for certain goods used in new housing construction. I submitted written testimony earlier this week, but today I'd like to highlight the relationship between housing and workforce growth as these issue areas work hand in hand. Simply put, our workforce cannot grow unless people can find a place to live. Senate Bill 1262 addresses that problem because it creates an incentive-based approach to increasing inventory while also accommodating affordable units. CBIA is focused on providing policy solutions centered on affordability, and we recognize the need for all kinds of housing. At its core, SB 1262 is a very straightforward bill, but when you take a closer look, this legislation exemplifies affordability in 2 specific ways. 1, it alleviates costs for developers by reducing the sales tax to 3% for certain goods purchased for new housing projects. And 2, this bill also ensures that these projects contain either 20% affordable units out of their total or 50 affordable units. The reality is that Connecticut currently has 73,000 job openings, but we lack 110,000 livable units. According to the CBIA Foundation's Opportunity Connecticut report, and I quote, large employers in every part of the state expressed major concerns about their abilities to grow their workforces in Connecticut due to the cost and availability of housing. In a market where demand greatly exceeds supply, SB 1262 is a feasible stepping stone to curb building costs and add much-needed inventory. I would also like to say that CBIA welcomes conversations with Senator Duff and Looney to find some common ground housing solutions. I know we have a very long list of speakers who are very passionate about their issues. So with that, I cede the rest of my time, and I welcome the committee to ask me any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace. I read your written testimony this morning. Do we have any idea on what the fiscal note, a guesstimate on what the fiscal note of this bill would be?
I don't have that information for you at this time. I would like to clarify that CBIA did submit testimony in support of this bill last year, and that bill, SB 269, did not go any further than receiving a public hearing. So I do not have that information for you off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Grace, thank you for coming in and testifying. I too did read the testimony, so I appreciate you putting that in, but I did read some other testimony on this bill. And I just wanted to clarify because some of the testimony was opposing it. So I just want to make sure we're all talking the same language and because they might have been confused or we might be confused. So some of the testimony that came in against it was that it seemed like they were thinking this was an incremental tax. This was a tax on top of the 6.35%. But in reality, this is what you're requesting and what you guys suggested as part of this bill was bringing the 6.35 sales tax down to 3%. So you're actually reducing the tax to make it more of an incentive to potentially try to build housing by having less sales tax. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So I think that's the gist of what it is, and I think that's where it makes sense. So I think some of the opposition, I think, just had a little confused on thinking it was maybe an incremental tax and not something that was actually bringing that tax down. So just want to call that out to the rest of the committee. So when we're looking at that testimony, but I really appreciate it. I hope we do get past the point where this just isn't just looking at the public hearing. We can actually see the numbers because if we get out a little bit farther out, then they'll be able to run the numbers and see if we're able to afford it as part of our overall plan. But listen, I'm very supportive of the carrots over the sticks, and hopefully it's a carrot that we can get to and hopefully get more housing. So I appreciate your advocacy for it.
Thank you so much for your time.
Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you, Grace.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kelly Killiam.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Kelly DiMatteo. I want to thank the co-chairs, Representative Felipe and Senator Marks, ranking members, Representative Scott, Senator Sampson, and other members of the committee. First, I just want to start by thanking you guys for your time and your commitment to housing. We all know that here in Connecticut, it's a topic of concern to all. So I want to thank you for your time. I'm the immediate past president of the Connecticut Apartment Association. I know you've already heard from another member of our association, but for those of you who don't know, we represent over 70,000 apartment homes here in Connecticut. I personally have been in the industry for over 25 years, housing members of our Connecticut individuals in Connecticut here and their families. And I wanted to take the time today to touch on HB 5002 and SB 12. They're proposals, one-line bills, making them hard to support or oppose. But I think we all can agree the problem here in Connecticut is supply. We've heard from many people today talking about the lack of supply, talking about how that lack of supply is holding back the economy here in Connecticut. And I did hear throughout this morning, and I want to make sure I do highlight, I heard that landlords aren't frustrated, and I will share that we are. So we're here, our particular association is here. We want to be a part of the solution. We've offered our time and hopefully we continue to be able to work this session and volunteer our time to talk with you and provide solutions. We really have to make sure that we're focusing on not providing additional barriers to entry for developers. We'd like to see incentives to continue to try to narrow the gap. It's interesting. So last session, when we started session, there was numbers about how many units we were lacking here in Connecticut, and the numbers were around 80,000. And today, when I'm reading testimony, I'm seeing that Senator Duff has noted 135,000. So 46,000 more units short this year than we started in last year's session. Which is most alarming when you look at how many units we actually put online as a state. And so an ALN data report for apartment data notes that we actually put online 2,818 units. And let's say they're completely wrong by 100%, and we put on double that, we still didn't even put on 6,000 units. And so if we continue to go in this deficit, we're going to continue to lag behind and not be able to house people here in Connecticut. So I really do hope that we can partner together, come up with incentives and ways to continue to develop. And I appreciate your time today, and hopefully we'll see some expansion on HB 5002 and SB 12 that allows for this progress that we need here in Connecticut.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Raphael Podolsky.
Am I on? Thanks. I hope the clock will go back to 0. Thank you very much, Senator Marks, members of the committee. My name is Raphael Podolsky. I'm a lawyer with Connecticut Legal Services, and I'm here on behalf of the legal aid programs. The legal aid programs care a lot about housing. A large part of what we do is represent low-income tenants. And I've submitted written testimony on 9 of the bills. I refer you to that testimony. I'm going to try and squeeze in as much as I can in 3 minutes here on some of the more important bills from my perspective. The first one is we oppose we oppose House Bill, excuse me, 6338. I think I understand what the purpose is behind it, but I think that there are huge, enormous unintended consequences that would happen if the bill were adopted. It effectively encourages the use of police in a larger number of instances dealing with cases that ought to be brought as ordinary evictions. There's no process once police are involved. In effect, it invites the inappropriate use of police when this should be handled civilly. When you're in the civil eviction process, there's the opportunity to raise a defense, to explain, and I think you will find the police themselves would not want to be overburdened. At the same time, in cases that are obvious instances of trespass, the police can make arrests and have done that. But I think that what's going to happen with this bill is there'll be enormous incentivization to try and use it as a way around the eviction laws, and will also stimulate the use of lockouts. So I would hope you would not adopt the bill. The second one I want to mention is House Bill number 5365, which is the one about aquifer protection areas. I've been involved from the very beginning in 8-30G. I won't try and talk about its details, but what I can tell you is it's my understanding the bill would exempt entire towns because anywhere in the town there's an aquifer protection area. My understanding is there are around 80 towns, not 6 towns, 80 towns with aquifer protection areas. That's like half of the towns in the state, and it would exempt them from 8-30G. But the other half is 8-30G already considers and allows the consideration of aquifer protection. So it's not like you're dealing with a statute that does not take that into consideration. It's already covered. There's no need for the statute, for the bill. And finally, in regard to fair rent commissions, I submitted testimony on 4 bills that fair rent commissions. I would say because there's some discussion of Senate Bill 616, we oppose Senate Bill 616, not because there shouldn't be due process. There is due process in fair rent commissions, and that's actually constitutionally required. But by trying to adopt the state Uniform Administrative Procedures Act, which does not apply to municipalities, by trying to adopt it, it's going to impose an over-formalization of the process. You want a process that's formal, but not overly formal, because you're dealing with lay people. And that's part of the essence of a fair rent commission. So I think that is not a good idea. There are a couple of other bills that I think from the exchange earlier today, you can see are probably not necessary. It's not that they're bad ideas, but they're already happening, and you don't really need to fiddle with the fair rent statute over that.
Rafi, your 3 minutes have concluded.
Thank you. I got in the ones that I wanted to say. I'm
So-
happy to answer questions about anything else, or any of these or anything else. Thank you for the
I'm gonna
opportunity.
give you the privilege of finishing up on the bills that you did not get to speak on.
Oh, no, I've spoken on the ones I want to speak on. My written testimony would cover anything
Okay.
else.
On 6338, so you are saying in essence that if there was a squatter in a shelter, in somebody's home or apartment, that there is already legislation that the police will be called for that.
Part of the situation is I think there's a lot of confusion among everyone, both even tenants, but certainly landlords as well, as to the differences between what is, quote, unlawful versus what is essentially maybe contrary to the lease or contrary to the landlord's wishes. If you think about it, every time you have an eviction, it's because the landlord is no longer consenting to the tenant living there. If they consented to the tenant living there, you wouldn't have an eviction. So the concept of landlords not consenting to people being on the property is very, very broad. There's a process for dealing with that. What this bill tries to do is take a piece of that process and say, well, if it's, quote, unlawful, whatever that may mean, then you can just call the police and skip the process. But there are all sorts of things that landlords may feel are unlawful that are really more in the nature of unauthorized. But unauthorized clearly is covered by the eviction laws. Our experience is, I mean, I understand that the landlord and tenant experience may be different here. Our experience is the opposite, which is to say that there are police departments in the state which are too willing to go ahead and arrest somebody for trespass when it should be in the civil court system. I understand landlords feel it's exactly the opposite, that there's not enough involvement. But at least our experience is when it's really clear that somebody is essentially crashing in a vacant building, they're going to get arrested. But where there's a dispute about whether they're supposed to be there or not, then no, then you go through the court system. That's what it's for. That's why we have a court system. And I don't think police particularly like being put in the position where they have to make some of these decisions. They do sometimes have to make them. They make them in lockout situations as well. But I think the unintended effect here is going to be, it will be perceived by the landlord community that now if we don't consent to somebody being there, we should just call the police, skip the eviction process. And that will happen in numerous situations when it's inappropriate. And then what happens is people are arrested, nothing's protecting their possessions, and you may end up with illegal lockout litigation. It's the very thing that our system tries to avoid by what we have. So that's my concern. My concern is the bill will have very undesirable consequences, but they may not at all be intended by those who are for the bill, but that's what's going to happen in real life.
Okay, thank you. Ranking Member Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So sticking with the 633-8 bill, what we'll call the squatting bill right now, use the word consent. So I understand your idea that if you'd given consent to someone before, and now you're changing that consent level, that is dealt with through the eviction process. I can formulate that in my head. We're going to get into the lapse of time, which we'll definitely have a public hearing on very soon, but that kind of almost falls into that category a little bit. We'll definitely have that conversation. I don't want to have that conversation now, but I will have the conversation on if you never gave consent. If a landlord never gave consent to somebody step foot in their property and they snuck in and are sitting in that property and there for weeks, that's what this bill is about. That's what this bill is about. So if there's wording that is put in there, like has never given consent, would you be supportive of a bill like that you're letting someone who literally is a trespasser? That's literally what they are. They're never supposed to live there. They never signed a lease. They never had an agreement to live there. They're literally just a trespasser. Would that be something you'd be more supportive of?
So you're talking about that neither the landlord nor the tenant gave consent. So you're not talking about a situation in which, for example, somebody moved in with the tenant. Landlord doesn't even know they're living there, but they're living there with the tenant. And they are found to be there. Are you saying that should be considered as an arrestable offense? Because the landlord, in all honesty, does not know, never consented. He consented to rent to the tenant, but he never consented to have this person there. So would you say that person should then be arrested?
I mean, theoretically, if it's breaking the lease, and that would have a conversation to have, but that's not what this bill, from my understanding, is not what that bill is about. That's basically subleasing. That person who was there was subleasing that bill or that unit, and that's something that really theoretically the leasee is the one who should be put at issue. And I'm assuming you would defend that person too and say it's okay for them to do that. But if that's
no.
But my point is, again, you're coming to different solutions. I'm saying in this, I'm really trying to string it down to a simple situation. There was nobody in the unit. It was vacant for a month. All of a sudden, someone shows up there that had no consent ever to be in that unit. Never communicative, never on a piece of paper that they were supposed to be in the unit. They are now in that unit. They are there. They are squatting because has not ever given ability to walk in that door. They did. Now they're sitting in there, and now this owner of this property wants to rent it, but they can't because somebody's literally sitting in there. Are you supportive of that not being considered a part of this bill? Like that's what that bill is mainly focused on.
I would say it is if a bill can be written narrowly enough in a way that it's not going to that there will be no confusion and that it will be very, very narrow, it is possible to look at that. I think, however, that is in fact the status quo. And I think that the danger here is that you're going to expand what is considered, because in the effort to struggle through these words about unlawful and unauthorized and consent. I mean, the reason I asked you the question about, I mean, there are circumstances, I think, where people have moved, actually, they're not squatters. They've moved into premises because someone who purported to be in charge of the premises said, go ahead, it's fine, go ahead. It could have been a superintendent, it could have been anybody. I mean, we've seen cases where somebody who has represented themselves as being working for the landlord. The issue of whether or not they should be arrested versus whether they should be evicted is very much case by case. So that's what makes it so hard. And I mean, I would say police have gotten better over time at knowing that if it's not clear, you tell people to go to the civil court. I'm concerned that there may not be any way to write a bill that will not have that effect. I don't want to say to you it's impossible. And so I'm having a hard time answering your question honestly, but I don't think it's a good idea. Let me put it that way. But certainly, if there's going to be those conversations, I would like to be part of them. But I think the system is basically working. And in the kind of situation that's completely obvious, I think you will find police are making arrests.
Okay, we have Representative Gonzalez followed by Representative Butler online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pulaski, I know you for so many years. And I think that I start here, 1996. I've been here 29 years now. And I know you, and I will say that I really appreciate and give you a lot of credit because you've been out there, helping a lot of people. But saying that, I will say to you that sometimes it's time for us to realize that we can keep babysitting people and allowing people to do things they are wrong and they are illegal. Because we will never gonna be helping those people. Those people, they're not gonna grow up. Those people, they're not gonna accept any responsibility at all. And it's very hard to say, maybe very difficult for you to accept. Squatters is illegal and it should be criminal and they should be sent to jail. And let me tell you this, I went through that and the experience was so bad that not even thinking about squatters, even thinking about the law for squatters here is terrible. I have a property and I was planning to sell it. The house, we clean the house, we paint the house. And then one night, I passed by the house and the lights are on. And I said, I just passed by here maybe 15, 20 minutes ago. There was no light. So I stopped with my husband. I got the keys for the house. I go to open the door, doesn't open. Somebody from inside was pulling, and then they yelled from inside, "Get out of my property before I call the cops." Give me a break. Do a landlord, do a owner of the house have to go through that? I have to take that because they are squatters and they got rights? Squatters doesn't have a right. Maybe the law, we have to change the law. Squatters, for me, are not tenants. They are not tenants. So if they are not tenants, it's no contract and nothing signed by a landlord. They don't have no right to be in that property. I think that I was lucky enough to get rid of them like in 4 hours and a half. But I thought that I was in a movie. I thought that this is a nightmare. This is a dream. And in reality, I was in a reality show because it was happening to me. I couldn't understand that. And I said, how can people have the nerve to get into a property that doesn't belong to them? And then when the police came around, well, no, this is my property. I inherit this property. Inherit from who? I'm still alive here. You're not my family. It is crazy that people have to go through that. Now, when you say consequences, what are the consequences for a squatter? No, it's not for them. It's for me as an owner of the house, as a landlord. It's for me the consequences. For me to get that squatter out of that property, I have to go through eviction process. I have to hire a lawyer. I have to pay a lawyer for that. And I have to pay for that. And if that squatter stay in that property for 6 months, I've been losing 6 months. And I'm paying for a lawyer for 6 months. Not fair. It should be criminal. It is very difficult sometimes to understand problems that people that have to go through. That night for me was a nightmare. She broke the back door, she broke the front door, and then inside the property, I have a new lock, and that's what she used to lock me out of the house. The same locks that I bought, that I was in the house. Now I have to fix both doors. And I was going crazy. I said, I can't allow this. And even though that I going through all this problem, when the police, then I have to deal with the police officer. Oh, you got to show proof. Well, I got here my keys. I got, keys from the back door from the other house. And what she put me through that night, I can tell you today that maybe years ago I would say, well, maybe squatters, they deserve a chance. Today, I will say no chance. Squatter is a squatter. They got into a property that doesn't belong to them. And if they decide, I go to court, I have to go to court if the law says that, well, is the landlord is not going to complain. Listen, the landlord will complain. The law is not doing anything. And that's why we have so many problems in the state of Connecticut. The law of squatters, this is wrong. 6838, I think that is going to fix a lot of these problems. I heard a case about a squatter. They had to end up paying $9,000 to the squatter to get them out. Do you think that is fair? It's not fair. That's my property, a property that I bought, a property that I fixed, a property that I'm paying property taxes. And I have to pay $9,000 to a squatter to get out of my property? Listen, we don't live in a perfect world, but I can tell you that with a bad temper, you don't pay $9,000 to get a squatter out. Well, you'll do something different. So to avoid problems, because some landlords, they can take it easy and try to do things right, like I did, even though that I was fuming, but I called the cops. But imagine a landlord with a bad temper, worse than me anyway. Do you think what that landlord can do with a squatter? You don't think that is problem right there? Because it's not easy, it is not fair. And I will say, I know that you defend, poor people, because I know you for so many years. And I commend you for that. But it will get to a point, Mr. Pulaski, that we have to understand that people have to be responsible for their action. And people have to do things fair, not illegally. and taking over a property is not legal. And again, when the law says the squatter has right, yeah, they have the right to go straight to jail. That's the only right they should have. Because I don't think it's fair what they put a landlord through. I pay the taxes. That's my property. I have the right to get them out. I have the right to call the police and put them out the same day, the same night, 5 minutes, boom, out.
Representative Gonzalez, do you have a question for?
No, I just talking, that's my concern, and I think that I have the right here. So I do appreciate what you do, but again, squatter is illegal, and the only right they should have is go straight to jail. Thank you.
I don't know if you'd like to respond.
I would just say one thing briefly. I'm not disagreeing with whether squatting is legal or illegal. That's a bit, you've described a break-in, and that's clearly illegal, and police action is justified. But you said something really important early on when you were talking, where you said, you made some comment that said that if they're in there, they should, do they, I don't remember how you phrased it, but where do they have something in writing that says they can be there? Large numbers of people, especially in the low-income community, reside often for years and years under oral month-to-month leases. It is very common, and I'm sure you're familiar with that. It's not the issue that this bill creates a problem for is the issue of whether or not somebody is doing something illegal, and whether it is solely up to the landlord to control that decision. And the real difference is, I mean, you had a case that's outrageous, and I'm not going to defend anything that's about somebody breaking into a building and going in there on their own. I mean, that's clearly illegal. But there are also circumstances where people are living there on oral leases and do not have a single piece of paper that are going to show that they are there with the landlord's consent. And if a landlord says to the police, I want this person out, I never agreed to this, tell them to show you anything in writing, they may have nothing to show you. But it doesn't resolve the question. So the question that underlies the bill is, under what circumstances and how do you determine whether this is something that's appropriate for police action or it's not? And I think to a large extent, we have to rely on the police for that. And I think, in fact, the police can normally figure out that situation. And if they don't, then it may be necessary to bring an eviction. But that's not going to be the typical solution when people are breaking in or people are squatting. And so what I ask the committee to do is think about, I understand, think about the situation you've described, but also think about other situations and how those might get incentivized by a bill that leads to pushing for arrests in situations where arrests are not appropriate. And that's, I would ask the committee to think about that.
And I will respond to that. If a tenant, let's say that I move to an apartment, and let's say my sister stay in that apartment, I move out and my sister stay in that apartment. If my sister stay in that apartment with no lease or no agreement with the landlord, they should get them out. Have to be responsible. I sign a lease with the landlord. If I move out, that person should move out with me. And if I agree to stay or whatever, I let them stay. My opinion is, when the landlord should around and find a person that didn't sign a lease and it's not a tenant, they should get them out without an eviction. I don't think that they should force the landlord to pay for eviction. That's a long process, and that's very costly. And I don't think the landlord should pay for that. It is not right, Mr. Podolsky. If I move, I take the whatever tenants they live with me. But if I decide to the other person decide to stay, well, they should know that it's illegal. You haven't signed a contract with the landlord. And again, I will say, if they have a word to word with the landlord, and then the landlord showed up and say, well, you know, I think the people should learn that if they're going to stay and they have an agreement with the landlord, it should be in writing. That's the only way that you can cover your back. That way you won't have a problem. But if they decide to do things illegal, they have to pay for it.
Thank you, Representative Gonzalez. Mr. Podolsky? Any more comments?
Well, no, I think the problem is identified of the breadth of the potential use of the police in inappropriate cases.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer questions about anything else
Yep.
anybody wants to ask me.
Representative Butler has a question on Zoom. All yours, Rep. Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would really have loved to have been there in person, but I live in the highest elevation in Waterbury that have a long driveway that is still full of ice and snow. So I'm grateful for the questions that have previously been asked, because this is the first person, the last two I was trying to raise my hand. By the time I raised my hand, they had got up and left. But Rafi, thank you for your testimony. I'll try to keep it as short as possible, but I know that our conversations usually can take, hours. So could you please tell me what your opposition to Senate Bill 616 is?
It's unnecessary is basically the core of the opposition. 616 essentially says it implies that Fair Rent Commission hearings are kind of like free-for-alls with no rules, and that's not the case. It's certainly not supposed to be the case, but it's not the case. But it doesn't respond. It doesn't just say, well, you need an orderly hearing, which is what you do need, but it says it's got to be done in a particular way. And the State Administrative Procedure Act is really designed for state agencies that are holding various very, very formal hearings of their own. Administrative hearings are not required to comply with court rules. So inherently, they're less formal than court rules. But municipal hearings, because they use lay people all the time, are typically less rigid in their formality. And it appears that the point of 616 is to try and get them to be as rigid as state formal administrative hearings, say run by the Department of, well, I don't know, you could name any state agencies that have regulatory power. And I think it's just not a good idea. It's going to make it very difficult for lay people to participate effectively. And the whole point of a Fair Rent Commission is to try and to measure community fairness. I mean, that's really, you had one of the witnesses who was a landlord member of a Fair Rent Commission in New Haven. And I think that it's not like Fair Rent Commissions are run by tenants. They're typically have they have typically tenant and landlord members. They have they have homeowner members. So I think I guess I just think it's a problem. To the extent it's a problem with an individual Fair Rent Commission, then I'd say there are ways to fix it. I mean, just as with training, I've been involved in training of Fair Rent Commissioners, and that'll take care of that problem, I think. So that'd be my reason. I don't think you want to lock people into that, and that's what the statute does. But in no sense can there be no fair process. If there's a decision will get thrown out if the commission doesn't act in some kind of a reasonable way in terms of hearing from people and taking evidence and thinking about what the information is they obtained.
Thank you.
I
Rep.
don't-
Butler, another question?
Oh, yes, yes, I do. I do have a question about a couple other bills. You recommended that there be no further action taken on House Bill 1159. Could you explain why you don't believe further action?
Yeah, that bill is filed with absolutely all the best intent. I believe the sponsor may actually be here. But there are sort of two issues with it. One is, and I think another speaker said this, I don't think fair rent commissions can effectively take over fair housing issues. There is CHRO is a state agency that deals with actual complaints. Towns commonly have fair housing officers who are supposed to do something. But in terms of actually making a formal complaint, which is what you have a fair rent commission for, I just think it's not likely to work. And so that's the fair rent commission part of the bill. The other parts are actually excellent proposals. I mean, there's tremendous need for more rental assistance certificates. But those things, there are actually other bills that are happening with that. And so it just seemed to me this one was unnecessary for that purpose. But I mean, I will come back at a different hearing and support. I think you've got two bills calling for more funding of rental assistance certificates, and we strongly support that. So it's the reason I didn't take a position of opposing the bill, but rather seeing it as not necessary and seeing that it doesn't work for fair housing the way it would work for rent. And commissions can monitor their decisions, and hopefully they do. So that was my reasoning. Let me put it that way.
Okay, thank you. Rep. Butler, you've had your two questions. So Senator Gaston has questions, and then we'll come back to you if they haven't been answered.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Senator Gaston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Podolsky, thank you so much for sharing with us today. I kind of facetiously chuckled as my colleague, Representative Minnie Gonzalez, went through the very colorful illustration of the experience she had with a squatter. And with respect to that, I know that there was some exchange between you and her in reference to sometime people having oral agreements. And, as a student of jurisprudence, I understand that oral agreements sometimes can be enforceable in certain circumstances, but we know in law school the statute of frauds indicate that it should be reduced to a writing in order for a person to get maximum protection. Are there instances where there may be an oral agreement in place, and could you sort of outline when those situations occur and why individuals might engage in an oral agreement with someone opposed to reducing it to a writing? Because I would assume that most folks would want to do fair play and fair dealings and reduce it to an actual writing so they have some protections in place. But if you can kind of help me to understand a little bit of those cases, maybe on a case-by-case basis where a person may want to have an oral agreement opposed to having something reduced to a writing, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, I want to approach it in two ways if I can. The first is oral agreements are extremely common, and in the lower income community in particular, they're very common. That's to say you have a verbal agreement. Tenant says, you want to move in. A landlord says, you want to move in. I need so much money. I need the first month's rent. Maybe I need a security deposit. Give me the cash. Tenant moves in. There's never anything in writing. I would guess that probably 30–40% of all tenancies are oral month-to-month agreements. And sometimes also there's an initial written agreement, but then the agreement doesn't get renewed, but the landlord keeps the tenant. Unless typically a landlord is going to keep a tenant unless they're doing something wrong. So in effect, it rolls over into a month-to-month agreement. Might be written month-to-month, but probably oral month-to-month. So that aspect is really common. It's not like it's an exceptional situation. Very common. Now, your other question is, well, why would one person want an oral agreement rather than a written agreement? Well, as a general rule, a written agreement typically is going to be for a period of time, and it's going to be like for a year. Sometimes the landlord doesn't want to commit to a year with the tenant. Sometimes the tenant doesn't want to commit to a year with the landlord. There are pros and cons and benefits and disadvantages, either pluses and minuses. And typically the landlord will want a written agreement. And if the tenant doesn't want to sign it, they're not going to rent to him. It's as simple as that. But sometimes that comes up at the end of the agreement. that's at the end of a lease, that the landlord may say, I don't want to do another year's lease, but you can stay. It's just incredibly common. Under Connecticut law, under all law, under common law, without regard to the statute, anything that constitutes an agreement is a lease. A lease does not have to be in writing. The statutory language is rental agreement. It can be oral or it can be written. There's a whole body of case law that applies to all leases written in oral, but including oral leases. But an oral lease will be considered month to month. But by staying, you basically keep extending the lease. There's a statute of frauds that says for any agreement, I believe, of more than a year, that if you put it on the land, that it's supposed to be put on the land records. You put a lease on the land, you could put any lease on the land. You could put a monthly lease in writing on the land records if you want. Nobody does it. You are right that if you, as a tenant, have legal advice and your lawyer might say, if you really want to protect yourself, put it on the land records. Why? It's because if somebody else buys the property, they will buy it guaranteed, bound by whatever's on the land records. They take it with that. But so if you really want to protect yourself, put it there. People don't. People with 2-year leases, 3-year leases don't put it on the land records. Nobody does. It requires going to law school. I mean, tenants just don't know that. But the law recognizes that. And essentially what the law says is if you buy a piece of property and you know or should know that there are tenants in the property, you as the buyer, if you don't want to be bound by those leases, which might be a written lease, and you're buying in the middle of a 1-year lease. How about, does that the tenant didn't put that on the land records? Are you bound by it? The answer is yes, because number one, you should have known that there were tenants there. You should have asked the seller. You should have asked the seller for a copy of the lease. And because you didn't do those basic things, then you in effect have waived the argument that you bought the property not knowing what the situation was. And so, and my feeling is that's why people have lawyers when they buy pieces of property. But that's the reason. You don't have to file a lease on the land records to be protected from the landlord, because the landlord already knows that you have a lease. You file it to be protected from the landlord's, somebody who buys it from the landlord. And that's where you get your protection. Tenants, it is very rare to find residential leases on the land records. Commercial leases you'll find, because the whole process is lawyer controlled, but you won't.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that question. That was fun.
Felt like I was in law school property class all over again.
Do we have any other questions? So Rep. Butler, did you want to ask more?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I have several, but I'm only going to ask one because I'll have a chance to talk to Rafi outside of this public hearing. So my one question while I have you, Rafi, is you also made you submitted testimony about House Bill 6491 and the rental assistance program voucher issue here. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my camera to act right. But at any rate, you would support if there was some significant language put in here to make it more feasible. Could you just actually speak to that? And that will actually finish my line of questioning, Madam Chair.
Okay, first, I want to say thank you for reading my written testimony. I really appreciate that. 6491 is my testimony said I thought it should be modified. The general concept of getting more rental housing more rental assistance certificates into suburban towns that are not exempt from 8-30G is a very good idea. And it's one way in relation to the 10% count that a town that has more rental assistance certificates, those get counted towards the 10%. So I agree with that point. I agree it's a good idea. The question about the proposal is, should it be a priority classification under the RAP program? Should people who are moving into those towns, by saying I want to move into a town, should I be allowed to essentially jump the waiting list and get to the top of the list? And that's problematic because there are thousands of people, on the waiting list. So that's the issue on that bill. So part of what I said in my testimony is there may be ways to do it without turning it into a priority. For example, mobility counseling is an existing structure that we could expand that's designed to help people, say in an urban neighborhood, realize they have a choice. But one of playing with what the maximum allowed rents are is significant because it typically in suburban towns, the whole rent structure is higher, and there aren't any apartments that you can move to. I mean, you have a certificate, but you can't move to an apartment. So, I mean, that's something you can deal with. I've suggested many times that suburban towns ought to work out agreements with urban cities, that sort of the core city in the region, and actually make an arrangement to encourage those urban areas, the administrators, to encourage tenants and sort of work out ways that a suburban town can identify housing where the rents are low enough that it would make sense for somebody with a RAP certificate to move there, and then try and encourage that kind of a move. So that's really where I was going with it, was to say I would consider it an open question whether doing priority status is the best way to do it. And I really didn't want to take a position for or against that, but I just wanted to put on the table some other ways. The concept is a perfectly good concept.
Thank you. You all set, Rep. Butler?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair and Rafi.
Okay, I think
Okay,
we are
thank you.
all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the committee. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Monica Nugent is next. Hi, Monica, welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Marks, Representative Scott, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Monica Nugent, and I am a Public Policy and Advocacy Associate at the Connecticut Nonprofit Alliance, better known as the Alliance. The Alliance is a statewide association of community nonprofits. Community nonprofits provide an essential service to over 500,000 individuals in Connecticut every year and improve the quality of life in communities across the state. The Alliance is here to support 3 bills: House Bill 6893, House Bill 6894, and House Bill 5002. House Bill 6893 proposes a funding increase of $33.5 million for the homeless response system. This legislation addresses critical funding gaps to ensure that the homeless response system can continue to provide life-saving services. The current system remains critically underfunded, and the demand for services continues to rise. In 2024, there was a 13% increase in homelessness, a 79% increase in calls to 211 for housing and shelter. There are currently over 5,000 people experiencing homelessness, and over 900 people are unsheltered in our state. Providers serve a critical role in addressing this need. In 2024, there were over 20,000 scheduled coordinated access network appointments, over 4,000 people diverted from shelter, and over 7,000 people served by emergency shelter, transitional housing, and street outreach. With the help of the legislature, we can ensure that the homeless response system has the funding to meet the needs of our neighbors, creating a strategic pathway forward towards solving homelessness in our state. Nonprofits across the health and human services system need a significant increase in funding in the next budget. The Alliance is calling for a $264 million increase to help manage the crisis they are facing. Funding the homeless response system is a critical part of that. I also wanted to briefly speak about House Bill 6894, an act establishing an interagency council on homelessness. This would codify the governor's interagency task force on homelessness. This task force improves the coordination among state agencies and responding to homelessness. Lastly, we are in support of House Bill 5002, an act concerning housing and the needs of homeless persons. This bill is an important step in making housing and homelessness a priority in our state. No one should go unhoused. We welcome the opportunity to be partners and resources as the work to craft this bill is underway. We have a large network of nonprofit providers who would be available to discuss fixes to legislation and bring ideas forward, as they are the ones addressing the crisis on the front lines. All of these bills will address the rising need not only by promoting affordability and opportunity, but also by ensuring the safety, health, and care of people experiencing a housing crisis. Thank you to this committee for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Nugent. I don't see any questions, so thank you very much. Next, we have Mr. John Souza.
Greetings, co-chairs Marks and Felipe, ranking members, and the rest of the members of the Housing Committee. Thank you for your time today. My name's John Souza. I volunteer as president of the Connecticut Coalition of Property Owners, and I'm a full-time landlord for over 35 years now. The coalition is one of Connecticut's largest real estate landlord property owner organizations in the state. We have affiliate groups throughout the state. These are small mom and pop operations that mostly have small properties. They run them themselves for the most part, often have other jobs. We range everywhere from Enfield all the way down to Bridgeport, New Haven area with these small groups. CCOPO has been a constructive voice for responsible landlords on such issues over the years. As nuisance abatement, bed bugs, domestic violence, and everything that's come up. We've always tried to get some small landlord representation into and educate the members of the committees. I'm here to support a few bills today. I know I only have 3 minutes, but before I start, I would like to say that it's a little frustrating from, a small person that's not in the business to see these bills that have one line and they're not very representative, or, they don't exactly give you an idea of what they're about. And for example, HB 5002 and SB number 12, I understand that, they want to do something, but it's very concerning. If I let my imagination run, there's nothing in it. How do I make comments on it? We all want housing. We want to be part of the process too, though. So I think that's important. Some of the other bills with one line, at least they're a little bit more descriptive and I could comment on them, which I will. But I would like to say in the future, maybe consider having a rule where you can have some body to it. So at least there's some understanding and outline something. So with that said, thank you. Bills that we support, SB 1262, that would reduce the sales tax for construction, new housing, and I would like to add remodeling, because there's a lot of old housing in Hartford and Waterbury. The big cities, are average age of some of these buildings is over 100 years, certainly in Hartford, my properties. I think that's a common sense idea that everybody can agree on. Let's do more stuff like that. I would like to support the 3 bills concerning the Fair Rent Commissions, SB 1266, SB 1268, and SB 616. I've been listening today and I've heard some concerns on some of them. I think that they're all good ideas in general. Maybe we can condense them into one bill, but I would like to say that the changes are needed to the fair rent statutes to create a just and uniformly enforced and transparent statewide fair rent system. If we're going to make changes, there's some other things that we should do too in there, including like define what harsh and unconscionable means in the statutes. Maybe put some guidelines on what the board should be made up of, including tenants or realtor, members of the public, how many people, etc. All deliberations should be open to the public and visible. I think common sense stuff. I understand what someone was saying about 616, about how complicated some state hearings can get, but maybe the state can make a handbook that has some basic for everybody to follow, because I've been to a couple different ones and I've talked to some members and they don't all operate the same. And I don't know if that's fair if you go from one town to another and have a whole different system. I think that's important that we have a system that makes sense and is fair to everybody and some consistency across the state. Next, I did listen to Representative Gonzalez. her passionate speech for 6338, and believe me, I understand where you're coming from. It's very frustrating as a property owner to believe you're being unjustly, someone's holding an apartment or a house unjustly. It's very frustrating. And I think part of her frustration is that the court system, the eviction system, is so slow and so expensive that it's a challenge to deal with it, and we want some kind of justice. We don't want it to take 3 months. I've heard of situations from our members where, as an example, someone has a seasonal house, say a summer home, and somebody moved in over the winter and they're there, and the police won't remove them because they have mail and they have furniture and they say they live there. And yes, they claim to have an oral agreement, but again, there's no rent payments, there's no agreement, they're just there. And now the person that owns the house doesn't get to use the house in the summer because it takes 3 months or 4 months to get them out of there, never mind the expense with the lawyers and the movers and all that other stuff. So I would always be very happy to have some changes to the system where it would operate a lot faster. I think that might solve Representative Gonzalez's concerns too. I think maybe that they could do something along that line. I think there is something we could do to make that, if the police get involved, that you could have a simple outline that we could remove people relatively quickly. Anyways, that's my opinion, and I think that would only be fair. We do partially support increasing funding on SB 1159, increasing funding for affordable housing development and rental assistance programs. Of course, the state, should fund these type of things from the state treasury. Everybody would pay their fair share to help these people. The Unite CT program that's been operating is a great program. It's helped many of my tenants that struggle. I'm happy to keep them most of the time if they can pay, and they have some tough times and they fall behind. This program has helped people. That's the kind of thing it should be, right? We should be helping people when they fall behind. I don't agree to the second half of
Mr.
that.
Souza, your 3 minutes have expired. If
I'll-
you could please summarize.
I'll wrap it up. Thank you. I don't agree to the second half where they would expand the authority of the fair rent commissions. I think they already have enough to do, and they still in their beginning stages for many towns around the state. Let's work on getting those to work right before we expand their authority. I don't think they should do it at all, but thank you, and I will take questions if any necessary.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Souza. Ranking Member Scott has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John, thanks for coming back. I appreciate seeing these folks that come back year after year on the Housing Committee and these public hearings. So I do appreciate hearing your opinions on what's going on. I really want to focus on the fair rent commissions. I know you've talked a couple different times in your testimony about that. Have you specifically gone through any public or fair rent commissions yourself as a landlord? Have you been involved with it? Just trying to understand how you are affiliated with it, not necessarily affiliated, but have you interacted? That's a better word, interacted with it to understand your view on what's working, what's not working, and how we could make adjustments if you've had that interaction with the fair rent commissions.
Yep. So thank you for your question. I've had several instances of fair rent commission hearings. I was specifically in Hartford, and my biggest concern with the whole process was that it took 4 months to get a hearing. And in the meantime, the tenant paid the same rent, and which I'm okay with if it took a month or so, but it was 4 months. And that was with me calling constantly saying, when is my turn? When is my turn? And because I did win the first year, but the tenant figured out that if he files a complaint every year, that he gets that 4 month break and he didn't have to pay the increase again for 4 months because it starts, the judgments start or whatever the agreement starts the day of the hearing or at the end of the hearing. So that was my biggest frustration. The other frustration I had myself personally was that the people on the committee don't deliberate in front of you. They go into a room and talk, which I thought was not a good idea because I wanted to understand where they were coming from. And I did win, but the point is like everybody was just here giving their testimony. I think we should be able to hear how everybody thinks on the committee. So because of that, I actually volunteered to be on the Hartford commission. I did follow the steps and I never heard back from them. I did volunteer in West Hartford also, where I own property. So they did contact me back, and I am officially a member of the board in West Hartford now. I haven't been to a hearing yet, but I plan to be part of the process. So that's my extent of, in the recent years. In past years, I've done other stuff. as well.
Well, thank you for that background and information on some of the hurdles you've had. I think we need to incorporate that, but along with what we hear from the tenant side too, and incorporate that to make sure the process is as good as possible and working for everybody. Not necessarily just one side, but if we need to hear both on both sides. So I appreciate your feedback there.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Rep. Butler on Zoom.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, John Sousa, for coming once again before our committee. I know you've been doing this for quite a long time. And I always appreciate your perspective. I really value what you spoke about the Fair Rent Commission because it seems to be an area that we need to really work on. So thank you for your perspective. My one question is about the eviction process that you made reference to. And we heard my colleagues, Representative Scott, and passionate plea by Representative Gonzalez, and the legal perspective from our good senator. So I just want to know, for somebody who actually takes part in these evictions, what part about the eviction process could help expedite this to actually, help come to a resolution sooner? So it's not tied up, and hopefully we could actually adjudicate these things a lot quicker. And just your perspective on that would be helpful.
Okay, I think that's going to be a long question, but a long answer. So my average experience with an eviction is 3 to 4 months. It's usually about 2 months to get a hearing. So if you file the paperwork on time, pretty fast, you send it to the lawyer has to file paperwork. Then you have to get a hearing. They have pleadings, goes back and forth. So it takes time. You might get a hearing 2 months later, if you're lucky, 2 months. If it gets resolved and person's going to get some help for non-paying, then that's fine. It works great. If it's a fight, if they're just stalling because they don't have the money, they don't want to pay, or it's another type of case where there's problems and you just want them to leave, they could do a lot of things to stall it, in my experience over the years. And that could take 3 to 4 months easily, especially if legal aid gets involved. No offense to Mr. Rafi. But the problem is, a lot of times these are costs that are part of the housing process, and you want affordable housing. If we had a very fast responsive system, I know other states do it in less than a month in some cases. If we could do that, we would open opportunities for people that are marginal too, because we've raised our standards tremendously because of the amount of money we lose when we do an eviction. I don't want to. I want to rent. I want to give people second chances, but it gets harder and harder as time goes on because of the system and how slow it is sometimes to take those chances. So that's what happens. That's the worst part of the system.
Well, I was asking a question relative to House Bill 6338 and removing unauthorized individuals. So hoping that there was be some way to carve that out as something that could be adjudicated, expedited versus, other reasons for eviction. So hopefully that's something that we can work on and address, because I hear the concern. I actually know a couple of cases where it was very difficult. So, but thank you for your perspective. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Representative Gonzalez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sousa, do you ever have a case that you go to court and let's say take 3 months, 2 or 3 months, and then the judge asks the tenant, how many months do you need to move? You ever been in a case like that?
Yeah, I have been to that, not recently, but yes, that has happened. They do, or what the most famous one is, you get the execution and it sits on their desk for weeks on end because they're giving the person time to leave. The person said, I need 3 or 4 weeks, even though the statutes say you can't do that. It's not really fair to us, especially the small mom and pop. It's not like they're giant corporations. These are people that, you know, put their heart and soul into stuff, and the money comes right out of their pocket if they can't pay their bills. So yes, I've been through that in different forms over the course of years to a degree.
Well, I think that then you've been lucky because I've been in cases in housing court when the judge asked the tenant how long you need,
Yeah.
and they've been without paying rent, like let's say 3 months. And then the judge said, well, they asked, and he said, well, judge, I need 6 months. And the judge grants 6 months. So now you have 3 months, and then 6 months, they are 9 months without getting paid.
Yeah, that's not fair, is it? I mean, it really hurts the pocket of the person. They have bills to pay too, but it makes it almost impossible. They're going to raise their standards so high and their credit requirements so high that you're hurting people out there trying to get off the street. They wonder why you have a hard time finding an apartment getting off the street, because this is the reason. Those are one of the reasons, right? It's not just finding them a job. You got to find someone that's willing to take a risk on them again. And it makes it like you don't want to take a risk when you can get beat so bad in an eviction.
Thank you for that answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you, Mr. Souza.
Thank you for
Next,
hearing
we
me.
have Morgan Miller.
Sorry, Chair. Madam Chair, Madam Chair, Ranking Member Scott, and all members of the Housing Committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on several of the bills before you today. I currently volunteer on the Board of Directors for the Connecticut Apartment Association. I've worked in the multifamily industry in Connecticut, primarily Southeastern Connecticut, for the past 20 years, including working as an on-site manager for many of those years. The CTA currently represents approximately 69,000 apartment homes across the entire state. We are comprised of developers, operators, and managers of multifamily housing, ranging from senior, tax credit, project-based, student, conventional housing, and pretty much everything in between. I've submitted my complete testimony already for these bills, but I'd like to express support for 1266 and SB 1268. The CTAA supports all efforts to make the operations of fair rent commissions more equitable. We support increasing the guidelines and parameters in which a commission can operate to increase equal representation for both parties. More focus should be placed on what is considered fair rent, where the market rate rent is for that area, and a comparable rental study should be required. Commission bylaws and meeting minutes should be open and available to the public to increase transparency. I'd like to also express interest in testifying regarding HB 5002 and SB 12. It's hard to offer support or opposition to legislation that hasn't really been written yet, but given the names of these bills and the nature, the CTAA supports any legislation that housing policy that focuses on incentivizing and reducing barriers to new development in the state, protecting the rights of residents and housing providers, holding housing providers and residents accountable. After watching the recent Eco Northwest presentation, we know Connecticut needs more housing at all income levels. We feel the answer to filling Connecticut's gap in multifamily housing is a matter of math and economics. More housing helps to reduce rent across all markets and all income levels. Yet we continue to see many units held up and stuck in permitting approvals, waiting for upgraded or refurbished permits. CTAA has always been supportive of accelerating housing development, but not at the expense of taking away local control. We firmly believe in holding housing providers and residents accountable for their actions. Let's build an accountability agenda to stand up against unethical practices and develop ways to assist reporting and enforcement to promote safe and ethical sound housing. We can all agree that Connecticut is experiencing a shortage of housing at all levels, and more work needs to be done to attract developers, decrease costs, and reduce permitting delays, and increase public awareness on what affordable housing really looks like in all neighborhoods. We cannot say we're pro-development and then at the same time continue to chip away at landlords' rights. Those two paths don't align. The Connecticut Apartment Association is committed to supporting our legislators with pragmatic approaches to housing policy. And if I may, just based on the CTA certainly supports written leases. Oral leases are really hard to enforce, and it's really a matter of he said, she said. Written leases should be the way to go and the only way for leases in Connecticut. And in regards to squatters' rights, I have had many specific squatter situations in my 20 years. My longest one took 9 months, and someone broke into a fully furnished model apartment and lived there for 9 months and cost thousands of dollars to remove. But I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. Thank you for your continued commitment to solving the housing challenges in Connecticut.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions? Oh, you do have a question. Ranking Member Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. And thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony very much. Earlier, I don't know if you saw, I had a little exchange with Senators Looney and Duff. And the topic of the conversation really was about how affordable housing isn't particularly affordable. And also, what are the cost drivers that are really forcing rents up? And certainly we can talk about competition and so forth. But I'm just curious, as somebody who's in the industry, has a lot of experience, how do rental increases compare with other increases like carrying costs, taxes, utility rates, other expenses that housing providers have to deal with? Are the rent increases more or less? Or are they in keeping with the costs that landlords are facing as well? Through you, Madam Chairman.
It's a good question. So typically not proportional. So we'll see a insurance quote come in 15% higher than last year. We're obviously not going to raise rents. At least, I'm speaking from Connecticut Apartment Association type of landlords. We're obviously not going to raise rent typically 15%. So we are, we're a business. So we have operating budgets sometimes in the millions of dollars based on the size of the communities. So we have to pick and choose. And so typically when leases are up for renewal, we're looking at what the current market in that area, what people are paying, and that's how we're determining rental increases.
Any more questions? Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, we're going 2 questions each, I guess, which is interesting. Through you, Madam Chairman, I guess a follow-up to that would be the cost of rents, generally speaking. Are they being driven by competition, or has the market changed in a way that landlords don't feel they have to compete with one another anymore? Through you.
I would say that we don't feel that we have to compete with one another anymore. I think it's a number. There's so much that goes into how we decide and determine our rents. If you have a 100-unit apartment community, we're in Connecticut, so seasonality, what time of the year it is, how easily we can backfill that apartment, costs on how much it costs to turn that apartment, to make ready that apartment, maintenance costs, those have all gone up. So we may choose to say do a 2% increase instead of a 5%, because we know that the long-term costs of turning that apartment outweigh just doing a 2% increase and keeping that resident. There's so many factors, including the market. So our competitors and what they're charging, it's a factor. I wouldn't say it's the predominant factor.
I don't believe anybody else has questions, so you may go right ahead if you have more, sir.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. So I guess what I was driving at really is trying to find out whether or not the many assertions that we hear coming from this building that landlords are simply price gouging and they're taking advantage of people who have no choice, whether any of that is true. I know from my own experience, it's not. But as somebody who's in the industry, who's working with lots and lots of different housing providers, I just was looking for your perspective on it. I mean, for me, competition is the only factor. I deal with people who do every type of rental, whether it is, multifamilies or larger apartment buildings, or even people doing short-term rentals. I mean, they're actively looking at what the market is to figure out where to position themselves, just like in any industry. And certainly, as we've discussed, and everyone agrees that right now, property's in high demand, both for purchase and for rent. The solutions to that, I think, are the hard part that we're having a tough time agreeing upon. Anything else you want to add about what policies you think might be beneficial from a housing provider standpoint? I'm concerned about some of the policies that are making it more difficult to become a housing provider. But I'm just curious about your perspective on whether or not there is, I don't want to use the word fear, but trepidation in the marketplace for people to operate as housing providers in Connecticut because of the actions of the legislature. Through you, Madam Chairman.
So my company is a developer. It's a developer owner operator. We develop in 27 states. We're one of the largest housing providers. I currently, my current area and region territory is the Northeast, and it includes Massachusetts and Rhode Island. I have 55 plus pre-development or development properties in my territory. I have one in Connecticut. So if that's not telling of how hard it is to do business here. And this is a major developer. We're obviously a for-profit developer, which again changes the dynamic in most cases. But yeah, it's difficult. You know, we had a specific situation in southeastern Connecticut where really we bumped heads with the neighborhood, the locals, right? They don't understand what affordable housing is and what that can look like, and the impact it can have on their community.
Through you, Madam Chairman. So policies like limiting security deposits to 1 month or instituting a rent cap or eliminating lapse of time convictions, are those things more or less likely to encourage your partners to develop in Connecticut?
Sure, I'm not part of our acquisition team. I work on the marketing team. I work on the fun stuff. But I get a call probably about once a week about a potential deal, whether it's an acquisition or a new development. I would say about once a week, maybe a little less. But they ask me immediately. The first question from the asset manager is, "What is the current political climate in Connecticut? What are we facing?" If it's a market rate deal, the first question they ask is regarding rent regulations.
Thank you very much. No more questions, Madam Chairman.
Seeing no more questions, we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Walter Glum. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Walter Glum. I am the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council on Developmental Disabilities. I'm here speaking on 5001 and Senate Bill 12. And I'm here to ask, please, once you fill out these bills, that you address the need for accessible, affordable housing for individuals with developmental disabilities. We have several programs in Connecticut, largely at DDS, but elsewhere as well, where we have Medicaid funding, Medicaid waiver funding available to support people to live in their own homes. That is the preferred model going forward. It is the most cost-effective way, and it's, of course, the least restrictive way of serving people in the state. However, there isn't enough affordable housing for these individuals. We have other issues. You know, we need budgets for the services, but we have that. We have some staffing issues we need to work on, but for sure, the lack of availability of affordable housing spaces is a major bottleneck. So I have some numbers and other details in my written testimony. I'll leave that for you to read. But I just, again, I want to ask you to please, as you fill out those bills, address the issue of affordable, accessible housing space units for individuals with developmental disabilities. In the absence of that, most of these individuals, as you probably know, are living with aging caregivers, like me. I'm a dad. My son's now in his 30s. I'm not. And that generation is passing. And as aging caregivers either become disabled themselves or pass, the individuals who are, you know, their adult children become emergencies. And emergency solutions, the expedients that we have to go through, that the state has to go through to house people under emergency circumstances, as you can imagine, are not ideal for the individual, and they're expensive to the state. We need more accessible, affordable housing for people with disabilities. That's my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no questions, thank you very much. Next, we have Alex Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ranking Member Scott.
And thank you, honorable members of the Housing Committee, for allowing me to speak in support of HB 5002 and SB 12. I work with Save the Sound as an environmental justice specialist. Our nonprofit organization is 44 member household strong, and we represent 19,000 activists region-wide. We support the concepts of HB 5002 and Senate Bill 12 because we, as an organization, want to join intersectional-minded allies in supporting lower housing costs, increasing housing options, and better supporting homeless persons. Housing justice is environmental justice, and expensive housing has been identified as a major driver of racial and economic inequality. We want to support Connecticut's efforts to diversify housing stock, and we want to make sure that new housing stock is resilient, climate-friendly, and adaptive, and affordable. And we want to stress that while we support the concepts of these two bills, we want to be sure that no segment of these bills would roll back environmental protections. Environmental regulations are not only meant to protect natural resources, they're also meant to promote resiliency. And housing is related to people's lived environments. And so we felt it very important to provide this testimony today. We want to support any effort that increases positive developments to help Connecticut develop transit-oriented communities. Instead of promoting sprawl, transit-oriented communities incentivize infill development near existing infrastructure and away from natural spaces, as well as reducing vehicle miles traveled by making transit and micromobility feasible alternatives to driving. New York City has put forward the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, which updates the city's zoning code to create more housing choices and lower housing costs. The City of Yes allows buildings to increase their housing by 20% if the additional homes are affordable, by making by converting vacant offices and non-residential buildings into housing, and reducing housing costs by making marking parking option in new buildings. I just want to say that in a time where federal environmental protections are in great danger, we want to encourage Connecticut to safeguard environmental laws. And we see the environment related to these two concepts put forth by legislative leadership.
Mr. Rodriguez, your 3 minutes have concluded. If you can please summarize.
Yes, housing justice is deeply intertwined with environmental justice, and Connecticut needs both. We support the passage of these two bills, and we are happy to provide supporting language as you consider these pieces of legislation.
Thank you so much. Yep, Representative Weir.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. And I recognize the two bills that you're in support of. I didn't hear, given that we were talking about, the environment and, obviously you're with Save the Sound. But in terms of groundwater protection, did you have any thoughts on House Bill 5365, which talked about aquifer protection for developing? Through you, Madam Chair.
No, Representative Weir, I did not get a chance to look at that piece of legislation, but my team and I would be glad to get you some thoughts on what we think of it. Can you repeat the bill number, please?
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair, it's the House Bill 5365 dealing with groundwater and aquifer protection as it relates to certain developments.
Gotcha. Well, I will say, for the public record, we felt it very important to support these bills today, as there were a couple bills submitted to the Environment and Public Health Committee that would weaken Connecticut's Environmental Protection Act. And there were efforts last session to weaken that Connecticut Environmental Protection Act under the guise of promoting new housing stock, when in reality, the proposal that we had opposed last session, HB 5475, it would have weakened the authority of inland wetlands commissions. And we felt that very important because we want to make sure that homeowners and tenants are protected where there is new housing stock and where there is already housing stock. Constructing new housing stock on floodplains and marshes and near swamps, it threatens tenants and homeowners. It subjects them to a variety of new damages they can occur. So that is my piece on that.
You all set? Okay, seeing no more questions. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Jim Pettinelli? Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. And thank you to the entire Housing Committee for your attention and listening and focus today. It's very much appreciated. My name is Jim Pettinelli. I'm with Liberty Community Services. We provide housing and homeless services in Greater New Haven and across the New Haven County. I'm here in support of HB 5002, 6893, 6894, the full agenda represented by the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness and the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance. You will hear from many of my very gifted colleagues, the gold standard in the room, if you will, more details about the incredible crisis that we have been facing now for many years, and the remarkable work day in and day out, no matter if there's snow or a pandemic, 24/7, 365 days a week, with an incredibly amazing staff that is not paid adequately and doesn't get decent benefits, but shows up every day. I just want to speak briefly, if I can, about one of the representations of our work and the way that we approach our work. We approach our work from the perspective of it being client-centered, and we focus on housing first. That's the primary focus of our case management. In my testimony, there's a couple of links that I would refer you to that I think are important to take into consideration related to how we do our work around case management. One is related to $1 Million Murray, which is a New Yorker article in 2006, where a gentleman who was homeless on the streets of Reno for 10 years and was utilizing non-solutions over those 10 years to the tune of $100,000 a year. $1 Million Murray. He is not necessarily the example of everyone that we serve, but many of us serve people very much in that category. So I'm going to flip that and talk about why our work is so important. When we look at a group of people that is engaging in our services, who are dealing with mental health, substance use, other chronic health issues, and they engage in one of our permanent supportive housing programs, 86% of them remain housed. Another perfect example related to how cost-effective we are.
Mr. Pettinelli, your 3 minutes have concluded. If you could please summarize.
I will. Thank you very much. I was dreading that, but I knew I would get there.
I
Thank
try to
you
be
very
nice
much.
about it.
Thank you very much. But another just really important note is that the cost effectiveness. There's a cost savings to society of $1.44 for every dollar invested in housing first. So thank you for listening today, being very attentive, so compassionate. And I know that my other colleagues will be quicker and we'll cover all of the bases.
Thank you so much. I can, as you were speaking, I'm a visiting nurse and I see a lot of patients in New London's Homeless Hospitality Center that I am so proud of. I call it our Taj Mahal of shelters. It's so proud of the work that they do there. But then my clients will end up getting permanent housing. And, you know, as you were talking, I could see Lori and Bob and so in my mind, and the privilege that I've had of becoming, you know, they're people that we sit and talk for a long time, especially, you know, if they have wound care. And the bias that is out there is so strong about what a unhoused person is. But when you get to work with them, your whole world changes. And you certainly realize when you walk into your humble abode, how privileged you are.
And if I may, Senator Marks, to your point about housing and public health being connected, you know, everything that we do, and there's lots of research and literature that proves everything that we do has significant positive outcomes. And it has been proven housing is indeed healthcare.
Absolutely. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next we have Cara Capone.
So good afternoon, Senator Marks, Vice Chair Roberts, ranking members, well, Scott was here, ranking member Sampson, and the other distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Cara Capone. I am the CEO of Community Housing Advocates, which is an umbrella organization over both Mercy Housing and Shelter, as well as My Sister's Place. We serve both Hartford and Middlesex counties, and we serve about 4,000 unduplicated people per year. Some of the programs we offer go everywhere from soup kitchen to day shelter, clothing closets, food banks, rapid rehousing, diversion, youth programming, permanent supportive housing, and also we do nonprofit housing development. Thank you for the time to come in and help support HB 6893, 6894, and HB 5002. You're going to have a lot of our colleagues up here today talking, so I'm specifically going to talk about the diversion services. And, you know, I fully support the Connecticut Coalition and Homelessness agenda. As part of that agenda, one of the asks is for $5.5 million for homeless diversion and hub funding. And so the importance of that funding is, for folks who don't know, it literally diverts people who are getting in line to enter shelter out of it. That's what we do. When people call 211, 211 calls us. So there's a second step that a lot of people don't really know or understand about. Folks who are experiencing housing instability or homelessness can call us. We have an emergency number through our hub services, and they can walk in the door as well. So diversion truly is the keystone of the homeless response system. And for example, in Greater New Haven, Greater Hartford, there was an average of 6,500 calls per year that come in for people who are seeking housing assistance. In addition, we fielded another 3,200 walk-ins or calls for people who were homeless or housing unstable. And this is a really good way to use taxpayer dollars in a cost-effective way, because we were able to, of the people who called, 20% were diverted out of line for shelter. Now, it might seem like it's a small number. However, during a housing crisis, which we're in, 20% is remarkable, especially since the folks that we work with, people don't want to rent to. So, so it really does speak to the outstanding work that our staff does. So I'd also support a staff COLA, which you guys have done. The other thing that I want to throw in there briefly, and I know I'm running out of time, is around HB 5002, and it talks about including language on LGBTQ youth. So I want to make you aware of what's currently going on.
Ms. Capone, your 3 minutes have concluded. If you could please summarize.
Sure. So I'll summarize this last point. We noticed when we were looking at or trying to look at youth homeless data that it was suddenly gone from the federal website as of yesterday. The website was shut down. My understanding is that any of the language around LGBTQ, around trans youth, around homelessness, around women's reproductive rights is being asked to be scrubbed from current federal contracts. And so the language that this bill is being asked to be included is really going to be essential to protect the youth who are in Connecticut. And in summary, you know, for kids who are homeless, they are homeless for a reason, and those reasons vary, and we need to protect them. So thank you for your time and attention. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Do we have any questions? That last statistic that you just gave us was very sad and frightening. So we will do what we can to help you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think because those kids aren't 18 yet, they need a voice here. And so we really appreciate you listening to this. Thank you so much.
Ian Gottlieb, I'm sorry. Erin Boggs. Hugh Bailey. Welcome, Hugh.
Thank you to the members of the committee for having me today. My name is Hugh Bailey. I am the Policy Director for Open Communities Alliance, a civil rights nonprofit focused on housing. I'm testifying today in support of several measures and opposed to another. First, OCA is concerned about proposed bill number 5365, an exemption from the Affordable Housing Appeals Procedure for a municipality that contains an aquifer protection area. That Connecticut is facing a housing crisis should be clear. There are certainly many necessary solutions, but at the heart of the issue is a need for more housing, both affordably priced and market rate. Many towns, especially in job-rich areas of the state, are severely lacking in deed-restricted affordable housing. There are simply too few options for people with modest means to live in these communities, leading to, among other things, commutes of an hour or more for people who work in those communities. One of the only paths toward the construction of affordable housing in these towns is the law known as 830G. Despite the fact that 830G can attract controversy, it is clear that without 830G, there would be little to no affordable housing development in some of our most restrictive communities. Therefore, it is important to view 830G not as a burden on towns, but as a positive that offers one of the few viable means for people with modest incomes to afford to live in such communities. It is also important to note that 830G applies to zoning. It does not have an impact on, for example, inland wetland laws, wastewater regulations, building codes, or other statutes. If a proposed development were to pose a risk to health and safety, local officials would be justified in rejecting it. Were this bill to pass, large swaths of the state, including many high-opportunity communities, would be ineligible to see affordable housing constructed under 830G. According to DEEP, Connecticut has approximately 123 existing aquifer protection areas located in some 80 towns. Our water supply need not be threatened by the development of housing under 830G or otherwise. The committee should reject this proposal, which would only have the impact of reducing the chances that much needing affordable housing could be built. On a separate question, a pair of bills being heard today deserve support: an act appropriating funds for programs to assist homeless persons and an act establishing an interagency council on homelessness. Both are worthy bills. Connecticut is experiencing a crisis of homelessness, and additional funding as well as better administrative coordination are necessary to see the state change course. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, appreciate your testimony. Jennifer Paradis. Welcome, Jennifer.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's so wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for your dedicated time today and always. My name's Jennifer Paradis. I'm the Executive Director of the Bethel Center in Milford. I'm a resident of Hamden. I also think it's important to say in spaces like this, I'm somebody who experienced homelessness as a high school student and a college student. And so I am a product of the systems that we are working towards constantly improving and supporting today. I'm here in support of HB 6893, 6894, and HB 5002. Specifically, the impact of HB 6893, the $33.5 million, would be transformative to our system and for our communities. Last year, over 130,000 people called 211 for shelter and housing assistance. Over 20,000 of those calls qualified for a CAN assessment appointment. That means that 20,000 folks were either homeless on the day of that call or at imminent risk. Through diversion as a system, we were able to prevent nearly 4,500 people from needing shelter and outreach services. However, almost 8,000 people fell into homelessness and needed our life-saving care. That's 700 households were families with over 500 children. 466 were the youth, to my colleague Kara's point, and over 1,400 people were older adults. These are our neighbors. These are folks in all of our communities, all 169 communities. And we look forward to continue being with you. But today I just wanted to bring, these are folks who are in this is Mr. Charles. He's in our permanent supportive housing program, has been with us for 13 years. We like to say, and Mr. Charles says, he gets to get old because of the impact of permanent supportive housing. This is Zach. He's a Marine veteran. He was in our program for 2 weeks, and we used flexible funding to support him in his return home to family. I have the permission to share these stories, of course. This is Leilani and her 2 children, Amaralis and Miley. And we spent over a year looking for an apartment for this perfect family because Miley is wheelchair bound due to a seizure disorder and needed a first floor accessible apartment. Mom is her 24-hour PCA. So I just wanted to obviously just underscore the importance, the life-changing work that we do, that you all do in your support of us. But we need your help. We need your help. These trends over the years are just, they're really extremely concerning. You've heard many statistics, 13% over the past year. And when you look to trends back to 2019, they are even more significant and dangerous, quite frankly. Our costs
Ms.
as
Paradis, your
providers.
3 minutes have concluded. If you can please summarize.
Absolutely. Our costs have increased by nearly 20%. Nearly 20% when it comes to inflation. And we're about 30% behind the buying power of our organizations since 2007. And so obviously, you all are here because you get this and you understand the deltas here. But it is critical. It is life-saving. It is necessary to support the bills that we're here to talk about today. So thank you so much for your time. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Your great work. Eli Sabin? Oh, he's online.
Good afternoon, Senator Marks, Representative Felipe, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott, and esteemed members of the Housing Committee. Connecticut Voices for Children submits testimony today in support of Senate Bill 12 and HB 5002, as well as HB 6893, an act appropriating funds to assist homeless persons. We also submitted testimony in opposition to HB 5636 and HB 6338. But I'll focus my testimony today on SB 12 and HB 5002. As has been discussed, Connecticut is facing a housing crisis, leaving residents with fewer affordable options and making it difficult for hundreds of thousands of households to meet their basic needs. According to a recent study, Connecticut has the most constrained housing supply in the country, with only a 7% vacancy rate and extremely high housing demand. There's a significant need for more affordable housing across the state, and the limited affordable housing stock that does exist is primarily concentrated in high poverty neighborhoods. More than 34% of households in Connecticut are cost burdened, spending over 30% of their income on housing. Meanwhile, fewer than 30 of Connecticut's 169 cities and towns had at least 10% of their housing designated as affordable in 2023. The severe shortage of affordable housing makes housing in Connecticut prohibitively expensive for low and middle income households, and the increase in home prices and rents is forcing residents to choose between paying for housing or paying for essentials like food and healthcare. The rising cost of housing in our state also pushes residents out of their communities altogether, and even out of our state, because they can't make the numbers work to stay here in Connecticut. Additionally, our state's lack of affordable housing stock contributes significantly to our ongoing challenge reducing homelessness, which has been growing in recent years. For all these reasons, Connecticut Voices for Children supports the work of the House and Senate majorities to make affordable housing a top priority this legislative session. We hope that SB 12 and HB 5002, as they develop in the coming weeks, will include expanded protections for renters, increased support for affordable housing development, land use reforms that encourage the construction of new homes, and additional funding to expand the homeless response system. We encourage the Housing Committee to pass SB 12 and HB 5002 so that this critical legislative work can continue over the course of the session. Additionally, Connecticut Voices for Children supports HB 6893, an act appropriating funds for programs to assist homeless persons, including the proposed funding increase of $33.5 million for the homeless response system. Connecticut's increasing housing costs has forced many residents into homelessness, as I mentioned. For a third year in a row, homelessness has increased in our state, climbing 13% from 2023 to 2024. This past year alone, during the annual point-in-time count, more than 3,000 individuals, including more than 600 children, were experiencing homelessness. With homelessness and housing insecurity increasing and our state system significantly overburdened, we need to take action. That's why CT Voices supports HB 6983, which will increase funding for homeless services to ensure that homelessness is rare, brief, and one time. Thank you so much for your time, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Rep. Roberts sitting next to me, every time we see each other, we say Connecticut is the most constrained housing market in all of the United States, which he and I were sitting next to each other with that presentation. I knew it was bad, but I didn't know it was that bad. So thank you for reminding us. I think we need to remind each other of that every day, and that we really need to make some bold and significant action so with that we don't have that status anymore. So thank you, Sir Eli, very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next we have Bobby Berrio. Did I say it correctly?
Yes, you did. Thank you so much. My name is Bobby Barrow, and I'm here to testify in support of HB 5002. I can tell you briefly, I was homeless about a year and a half ago. Unfortunately, I actually lived for a few weeks right in this very car, and I did what I was supposed to do. I did what I was told I was supposed to do. I called 211. I got a can intake scheduled, and I was told repeatedly there are no resources available right now at this time. They put me on a wait list, and the wait list would have been for a very long time, several weeks in the middle of winter. And luckily, I did have a few friends who helped me find an apartment here in New Haven for $850 a month. But it was a very terrible place. The heat wasn't on at all. The slumlord didn't really take care of the place. And it was in a very unsafe neighborhood. There was actually, quite unfortunately, a 17-year-old who was shot dead right in front of where I was living. And it's quite surreal to see pictures and video of your where you're living on all the newspapers and media outlets covering the murder. And I was able, luckily, to find a place that was better. But when you're on a fixed income, when you're receiving Social Security benefits and or on food stamps, you don't really have many options. So the reason why I'm here to testify is because while the bill is good, there needs to be included more money and resources for supportive housing for people like me. One of every 5 people, 20% people in the state have a disability, and most people, 95% of people, who are disabled or living on fixed incomes who, you know, they're living in poverty. Supportive housing, if it were to be included in this bill, and I hope it will be, it reduces long-term dependence on high-cost care for those who don't need it. It is built with the existing low-income housing tax credit program. It would allow individuals like myself to live in communities that they choose to, and where they have either family or other natural supports, or being able to live independently. And supportive housing would be used to meet the needs of individuals with autism, as well as other developmental disabilities who do need housing supports. While DDS does offer housing supports, the wait list to get services from DDS is quite high, and the eligibility criteria is out of reach for many, including myself. So I certainly hope that this committee will support HB 5002 and include money and resources for supportive housing for persons with disabilities in the bill as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you taking time to listen to me.
Thank you, Bobby, and for sharing your story with all of us. Any questions? Okay, Caitlin Rose. Welcome, Caitlin.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for your time today. I know this is a really long day for everybody, and we really appreciate it. I'm going to get all of these numbers wrong, so I want to make sure I express my support for House Bill 6893, 6894, Senate Bill 12, and House Bill 5002 very explicitly. I'm the CEO of Friendship Service Center. We're an organization that serves people experiencing homelessness in New Britain, Bristol, Berlin, Southington, and Plainville. I'm a resident of Hamden, and I've worked in this field for about 15 years, 7 of those being in this state. I want to really talk about cold weather funding. We're really happy that for the first time we are explicitly listed in the governor's budget at $4.5 million per year. We did request $5 million. I want to reiterate that support and explain a little bit what cold weather looks like on the ground. Friendship Service Center, we have a year-round triage center. We are open for extended hours during cold weather. We have a 37-bed year-round emergency shelter. This year we have 48 beds. We receive a portion of the $3.5 million that was allocated throughout the state. My staff every day between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. have 60 to 70 people coming through our doors that are looking for emergency shelter. My staff have to figure out what to do with 48 beds, and at some days, almost a quarter of those people are not going to have a place to go, and we have to figure out what to do with them. For some of these folks, we can figure out nighttime stays, night by night with family or friends. We also sometimes can coordinate with hospitals for people that truly need some higher level of care and maybe have some health issues from being out in the cold. But there are not enough resources right now with $3.5 million across the state when we're looking at a 13% increase in housing and homelessness. And we really are feeling concerned that if this continues, we are the ones that are looked at as people turning people away. We're not turning people away. We have nowhere to put them. This is not a capacity issue that's only in New Britain. It is everywhere in the state. We are asking for $5 million to be able to expand that capacity. That's also partnered with all of these other investments and the $33.5 million ask in the biennium for each year. It is dangerous to be outside right now, to even be out for 15 minutes. For people that are giving up on us and going back out in the woods, that is how people die. I do not want that for my organization. We don't want that for our state. We really appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk about this. I'm happy to take any questions. I will leave it there. Again, I just thank you all for your time and commitment to this issue.
Thank you so much, and for your commitment as well. And I'm going to turn it over. Oh, excuse me, Rep. Turco. We have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Caitlin. It's really great to see you. Sorry I'm not there in person at the moment, but really appreciate all the work that you and your team does at the Friendship Center for the city of New Britain and the greater area. I just wanted to follow up. Do you believe that $4.5 million that's proposed for the cold weather emergency services is enough? If not, how much more are you asking for? But also there were some questions earlier today regarding What about hot weather protocol? And the respondent said that the language is starting to be changed to call extreme weather circumstances, and I was starting to think, well, sometimes it might not just be cold weather or hot weather. It could be a really bad hurricane or some other type of storm where you need to be able to have funding to let people in so they're not out on the streets. So love to hear your feedback, comments to that. Thank you.
Thank you for that, actually, because I don't want to be a contrarian, but I'm actually very vocal about we need more services all the time. I don't think anyone should ever be sleeping outside ever. So in cold weather, there's obviously more danger, but it's certainly dangerous in rainy season. It's certainly dangerous when people are outside in extreme heat. So I completely agree with that statement. I think what we're looking at is a multi-pronged approach here. What we're asking for in the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness ask is funding for our response system, but we're also pleading with our legislators to look at the ideas that are being proposed in Senate Bill 12 and House Bill 5002 to actually prevent and stem the inflow into homelessness. If we can do both at the same time, I don't think we will need to continually invest this many resources into housing and homelessness. But I think right now we're at a crisis point. Homelessness increasing 13% over a year. Almost 1,000 people are unsheltered right now. It's not something that we're going to be able to throw money after a response with. So I appreciate your question because I agree with you. I'm from Los Angeles. It's very dangerous to be outside in the summer. I think we're seeing really extreme heat here. People don't have access to water. They don't have access to bathrooms. I think for the purposes of this conversation, cold weather is where we're focusing it, but I agree it's extreme weather and it's all the time. So I appreciate the question. And that's part of why we're really doubling down on the 5 million. We can expand capacity far beyond what we can expand right now with 3.5 million. If we're able to secure the whole 5, we don't know what the next year is going to look like as far as resources and capacity. So we want to be prepared.
Thank you, Caitlin. And I think you mentioned a couple really important points there I want to follow up on. So, one, with House Bill 5002, like you said, we're in a crisis now, right? We need immediate, increases in funding and, changes in policy, improvements to the whole infrastructure and how we're taking care of people, how we're helping them be housed in this bill, as you mentioned. But you also mentioned the importance for prevention. And I just love to hear a little bit more of your thoughts on, for House Bill 5002, what do you think the most significant thing we could include in that legislation in this committee that really helps get to the root of the issue, helps prevent people from being homeless to begin with?
It's going to be controversial based on what I've heard today, but strengthening fair rent commissions and access to attorneys in the eviction proceedings is huge. We know that for people that are being evicted, it is more often than not Black women are the highest proportion of people that are facing eviction in this state. 80% of attorneys on average landlords have attorneys. 7% of respondents do. And we know that that's a power and privilege issue, and it's never going to resolve our housing crisis if we don't address it. We need to find ways to make it easier for people to stay in their homes and to be able to get out of housing. So I think strengthening fair rent commissions and access to legal counsel is a really great step. I think also just changing our stigmas about what it means to have affordable housing. If we continue to prioritize profits over people and housing in this state is really expensive and no one can afford to live there, it's not going to really do a whole lot to have units sit empty and then people on the streets. I live in New Britain and I see that. We have very fancy housing downtown, and we also have a lot of people sleeping on the street still. So there's a mismatch there.
Thank you so much for Caitlin for that. I understand why you say it's controversial, but you are on the ground. You're the one on the front lines talking to people who are homeless or about to be homeless and looking for help, and you're understanding why that is. So you're the expert. I appreciate you giving us that feedback on what you think we should do to help prevent that. Thank you, and thank you so much, Madam Chair, for allowing me to ask these questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rose. Appreciate you for your hard work and dedication on this topic. And of course, we appreciate you coming today.
All set. Thank you.
Next up, we have Barry Mickelson.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm honored to be here this afternoon. My name is Barry Michelson. I'm from Stamford, Connecticut. I'm a principal in the Stamford Neighborhoods Coalition and a community planner by profession. We're here to oppose HB 5002 and HB 12. These open-ended bills lack details. We all know the devil is in the details. The question of what is being planned that is so contentious that a vacuous bill or placeholder is being put forward without specifics to be filled in later. These are hardly the actions of a transparent government. We are concerned about the overly forceful attempts by the legislature to interfere with local land use controls and state-mandated one-size-fits-all approach to our problems. I want to comment on a statement made earlier. I find Senator Duff's remarks problematic. Having attended hundreds of zoning meetings, I've never witnessed discussions or decisions that did not focus exclusively on other than sound land use policies. There have been some speculative and divisive comments that pose risks have also been made during this hearing. Some people prefer to live in rural regions, some others in exurban, some in suburban, and some in compact urban areas. As we develop solutions, we need to ensure balance and respect for all of our citizens, regardless of race, color, or religion. Housing is a significant concern, but fostering a supportive environment for business and economic growth is equally vital. While we highlight the high cost of housing, reviewing the legislative policies that drive up living expenses and business operation costs in Connecticut, starting with unfunded mandates, elevated taxes, transportation expenses, and utility charges for starters is essential. And I want to thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Michelson. Does anybody have any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Next, we have Sean Gio. Meet again.
Nice to see you. Representative Roberts, other members of the Housing Committee. I'm Sean Gio. I'm the Policy Director at Partnership for Strong Communities. We're a affordable housing advocacy organization, research and policy advocacy organization based here in Hartford. Been around for 26 years now. And I submitted testimony on or my organization submitted testimony on a number of bills. And I'll just take a minute to talk about HB 5002 and SB 2. Just to, generally I can come up here and I probably over rely on talking about a lot of statistics and numbers about how dire our housing crisis is, and you've heard a lot of that already. But I have to say I'm also hearing a shift from the legislature, a shift from the executive. I think there's a growing recognition exactly how difficult our housing system is in the state for families of all families, but especially those with the lowest incomes that are always the folks that suffer when we don't provide proper system, right? So specifically, I'd just like to say, what I've been hearing is that there isn't one size fits all solution, and that's a favorite catchphrase of a lot of folks. And there isn't one answer to fixing the housing shortage, but we know generally that it involves insufficient supply. We cannot get around the fact that by denying so many homes, the local governments put pressure on supply, which, as we learned in high school or college, perhaps that's going to drive the price up, particularly when Connecticut's an attractive state and people want to move here. My children grow up and want to stay here, and they all put pressure on an overly tight housing market. So we have to approach our policies from a holistic approach, and I feel like I'm hearing that from the legislature, and I see that in these two bills. That really encourages me. So basically what I want to say is I'm optimistic, and hopefully my wife's not watching. She will say I'm never optimistic, but she's wrong. She's in the building, so she might be. In any event, I just want to say that a bold housing agenda is an economic necessity for the state. as well as a moral imperative. And I've heard a lot from all of my friends in the homeless service community and the homeless advocacy community. It is a moral imperative. It is an economic necessity as well. As we know, we hear a lot from Connecticut Business Industry Association, Chambers of Commerce, just how difficult it is to fill positions in this state with excessive housing costs, ridiculous commutes. These are all solvable problems. They're all voluntary wounds that were unforced errors, if you will, on our state's economy and our quality of life. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the legislature and the governor pass this year.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative.
Next, we have Ari Rosenberg.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Housing Committee. Thank you for hearing us today. I am Rabbi Ari Rosenberg of New Milford, Connecticut, Executive Director of Danbury's Association of Religious Communities. We are the stewards of the last standing shelter of the greater Danbury area. Our region has about 100 homeless residents. Prior, during, and after the pandemic, and we expect our homeless population to grow as support from the federal government trickles to a halt in the days to come. Prior to the COVID pandemic, we had 100 shelter beds for 100 people, run mostly by nonprofit organizations and religious congregations with volunteer support. All of these beds were lost at the beginning of the pandemic, mostly due to concerns for social distancing, an aging volunteer base, and zoning issues. During the pandemic, Pacific House opened the Super 8 shelter, which was large enough to accommodate the greater Danbury area's entire homeless population. Unfortunately, this too was forced to shut down after the governor's emergency order expired. ARC subsequently opened what we call the Danbury Support Center, the one and only homeless shelter serving the greater Danbury area 24/7, 365 days a year. We have only 40 beds for a homeless population of 100 people, and we are expecting that population to continue to grow. Because the Danbury Support Center was established so recently, Connecticut's Department of Housing had limited funding to support our operations, originally funding only 20 of our 40 beds for 100 people. The Housing Commissioner has graciously been able to come up with some much needed supplemental support for this year, but it's not renewable funding. I am here to ask for your support of HB 6893, HB 6894, HB 5002, all of which are desperately needed to support our efforts to serve Danbury's growing homeless population. Other speakers today will go into more detail on each of these bills, which I'm sure you have already read and clearly understand. All I really want to say is this: the fundamental principle of Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and every other religion is the common value of providing for those who are unable to provide for themselves without our collective support. Love your neighbor as yourself. These bills are for our neighbors in desperate need of shelter, services, and housing. And when the federal government fails to provide for them, the Connecticut State Legislature is going to be the last bastion of hope, determining what makes or breaks the hearts, the souls, and indeed the lives of our neighbors. We need your help. We're really good at addressing homeless issues with efficiency, efficacy, and empathy. Later today, you will hear testimony from a former client of ours. He was completely down and out when he took shelter with us. We put a roof over his head, gave him a bed to rest his weary body, protected him from predators.
3 minutes have concluded. If you can please summarize.
Sure. I hope that you hear from him, how successful we can be. This is somebody that we were able to house in just 2 months, and he's currently right now volunteering at our food pantry. Last but not least, I would just be remiss not to respectfully disagree with the depiction of firing government officials, ending USAID, keeping poor people out of wealthy communities, etc., as doing the Lord's work. In my professional opinion, as an ordained rabbi, the Lord's work is diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's about welcoming the stranger, providing food, shelter, and health care to the widow, the orphan, and the needy. I was hoping that I might be able to speak further with this with Representative Sampson maybe some other time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Anybody have any questions? Thank you. Next, we have Robert DiCosmo. Next, we have Antoinette Scully. She's online. Okay, all right.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your time today. My name is Annette Scully. I live in Tolland, and I'm speaking to you to urge you to support HB 5002. We are in desperate need of supported housing in our area, Tolland, Willington, Stafford, and Vernon. I have a 33-year-old son with an intellectual developmental disability and autism who has been receiving funding through DDS for many years. Yet, despite this, there is absolutely no housing available in our area. The only option offered has been Hartford, which is not feasible because he would lose access to transportation to his job. The lack of local housing is a major barrier for individuals like my son, who deserve to live independently as possible while maintaining their employment and support system. I respectfully ask you that you prioritize funding and implementation of supported housing in our community. We need immediate action to ensure individuals are not forced to choose between housing and their livelihoods. Please support HB 5002 to make this a reality. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Ms. Scully. Any questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kellyanne Day.
Good job.
How you doing, Ms. Day?
I'm well, thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Roberts and distinguished members of the committee. I'm here to testify in support of HB 6893, which is the act that is supporting the work of the homeless providers and the CCEH agenda. My name is Kellyanne Day. I'm the CEO of New Reach, and we're an organization that has been working for 35 years in 3 areas: homeless prevention, emergency food and shelter, as well as affordable and supportive housing. Each year, New Reach supports over 5,000 individuals. Our funding primarily comes through the Department of Housing, the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, and some private and federal dollars. You've heard the statistics about the housing crisis. I'm not going to go over that. I will just point out the number of calls to 211 last year exceeded the population of the city of New Haven. So I think we are in trouble. To be clear, these increases that are happening are not because we don't have an effective system. We do. What we lack are the resources to support the increased numbers. We define ending homelessness as making it rare, brief, and one time. In order to achieve these 3 goals, we need resources for all 3 of these areas: homeless prevention to stem the flow into the system, crisis shelter to address the immediate needs, and housing, often with services, to move people out of shelter and keep them there permanently. I'm testifying today specifically in support of the prevention ask on CCEH's bill. New Reach has been providing homeless prevention in Bridgeport for over 14 years. Our program is a collaboration with landlords, legal aid, and social workers. This collaboration has been highly successful, resulting in a 98% eviction prevention rate almost every single year. This is not a rent bank. This is not just paying back rent. However, flexible dollars do help with that. But the core aspects of this program is addressing the issues that cause the housing instability, working with legal aid to stop an eviction, and ensuring that the landlords are part of the conversation and are paid back their rent. This program is 100% privately funded. It's small but effective. And I'm not here to promote New Reach's Stable Families program specifically, but rather to use it as a demonstration that nonprofits can and have implemented programs that decrease the number of people who are falling into homelessness. We know that homeless is increasing for the elderly and for families. We need funding dedicated specifically to homeless prevention. We can work with households upstream to avoid costly evictions and decrease the number of people entering our system. Homeless prevention is better for our community and it saves our state money. It costs more to evict, as we heard today from the landlords who testified, and it also costs more to keep people in crisis than to prevent them from becoming homelessness. So thank you for considering this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Day. Any question? Thank you so much for the statistic as well, with the 211 calls and more calls than the actual city. That's very important, so I appreciate that.
You're
Thank
welcome. You're welcome.
Next, I have Mr. Thomas Burr. Got it.
Yes, good afternoon, Representative Felipe, Senator Marks, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Thomas Byrne. I'm the Public Policy Manager of the Connecticut chapter of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, also known as NAMI Connecticut. I'm here testifying today in support of the following bills: HB 5002, HB 6893, and HB 6894. NAMI is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization dedicated to building better lives for the millions of Americans affected by mental illness. NAMI Connecticut and its 9 local affiliates provide support groups, education programs for people with mental health conditions and their loved ones, and provide public awareness events and activities to communities throughout Connecticut, and advocates for policies to improve the lives of people affected by mental health conditions. For any of the legislators who are unfamiliar with our organization, more information is included in our written testimony. And as you may know, these bills are all centered around lowering housing costs, increasing housing options, better support for homeless persons, providing funding to the Department of Housing for programs to assist homeless persons, and to establish an interagency council on homelessness. You have heard and will undoubtedly hear from many members of the Connecticut Coalition and Homelessness regarding their reasons for supporting these bills, and we wholeheartedly support their reasons and testimony. What I like to do is put a face on why this whole homelessness issue is so important. I'm the parent of an adult child who is in recovery from bipolar disorder after 8 years worth of repeated hospitalizations, incarcerations, and homelessness. And just as an aside, homelessness, about 30% of the people who experience homelessness have a mental health condition. Currently, my son is living on his own. He's in a solid long-term recovery of almost 20 years. He works full-time and he's doing very well. He is a business owner who is married. He owns his own home. He's a parent and a taxpayer. He is just one example of a person who has had a mental health condition, experienced homelessness, but went on to recover and has been leading a wonderful and productive life. However, he did lose 8 years of his life battling his mental health condition, and I believe that if he had had the supports he needed at the time to avoid being homeless, his path to recovery would have been significantly faster and much less costly to the state of Connecticut, as he was on Husky when he was being admitted again and again and again to a hospital during this time. And make no mistake, we might have lost him forever, as a component of his illness was suicidal ideation, and he attempted suicide many, many times. Thankfully, he made it through all that. It was the inability to find supportive housing for my son back in the mid-2000s that prompted me to get involved as a volunteer in advocating here at the legislature with both NAMI Connecticut and the Keep the Promise Coalition. And here I am in 2025, still advocating for it. So on a more positive note, I just want to add that I was beyond pleased to finally see the governor include significant money toward addressing these issues in his recently proposed budget. Welcome aboard, Governor Lamont. So thank you. In conclusion, we support the passage of HB 5002, HB 6893, and HB 6894. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? Thank you so much, Mr. Byrne.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Penny Phillips.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Phillips.
My name, should I do anything with this? Can you see me?
We cannot.
Okay. There we go.
See you now, Ms. Phillips.
Okay, good afternoon, chairs and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Penny Phillips. I serve as the Marketing and Communications Director for FAVAR, the ARC of the Farmington Valley, a nonprofit dedicated to supporting individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, also known as IDD. I'm here today to express my strong support for including housing options for people with intellectual disabilities in HB 5002 and the expansion of supported housing for individuals with IDD. Through my work at FAVAR, I've witnessed firsthand the profound impact that supportive housing has on adults with IDD and their families. These specialized housing options, championed by FAVAR and other IDD providers across Connecticut, empower individuals with IDD to live with greater independence, stability, and dignity, while also easing the burden on families and caregivers. While Connecticut is facing a housing shortage, since 2018, FAVAR has successfully partnered with private developers to create 4 supportive housing projects, with plans for a 5th project already in motion. And we're currently supporting 70 individuals in these housing projects. Many of these individuals were previously living with their families and may have never had the chance to experience independent living without supportive housing. Here's why supportive housing is a game changer. It costs 75% less than traditional group homes. It provides independence with appropriate supports. It creates true community integration for people with and without disabilities. And it opens the doors for people with autism and others in need of affordable housing. To ensure the continued growth and stability and sustainability of these life-changing housing solutions, I urge the committee to add to this bill the following: additional funding for DDS rental assistance packages to make housing more accessible and affordable, and increase DDS funding for supportive housing staffing to ensure residents receive the necessary supports to thrive in these settings. Expanding access to supportive housing is essential to ensuring that more individuals with IDD can live in safe, accessible, and inclusive communities. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you so much, Ms. Phillips. Anybody from Committee have a question? Seeing no questions, thank you so much, Ms. Phillips, for your.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Brian Mezek. Brian, I said that right? Mezek, all right, man. Thank you.
Good morning, or good afternoon, rather, Representative Roberts and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Brian Mezek. I'm a Connecticut State Marshal. I'm also president of AFSCME Local 2193. We represent the marshals across the state of Connecticut. I'm here to testify on 6338 and just add a couple comments on this, just by way of introduction. The marshals serve all the legal process in Connecticut for the housing system. We also enforce all the court orders. So if you get a judgment of possession for the property, the execution, we move people out. I have probably done over 1,200 or 1,500 residential moves, like moving people out with a truck, enforcing a court order. These are difficult, challenging situations. When I got into this, I used to think really everything was black and white. I'm a black and white kind of guy, but these situations lend to many, many shades of gray. I'm also I'm a landlord. I have 4 rental units. So sometimes in this committee, things are sort of landlord or tenant. So I want to try to maybe position myself as, and this is what I tell my guys and gals that are the marshals, we're the indifferent people in this situation. We're not pro tenant, we're not pro landlord, we're just pro enforcing the court order. So even in those situations where there's a lot of clarity, there's a final order to move someone out, there's sort of disaster type situations that we've been in. And I just want to give you one example. I listened to some of the testimony today, and it seems like there's some confusion between unauthorized and unlawful. I think the unlawful occupant, at least in my mind, the law already provides for that, to move the trespasser out. I think it comes down to the unauthorized person. So not every summary process case is a landlord-tenant relationship. The summary process system is also used for evictions after foreclosure. So I had a situation where I did an eviction where the bank took a property back, locked it up, cleaned it out. Just through happenstance, I ran into an individual and he said, "Hey, look, are you a marshal? I got a couple questions. I'm doing this rent to own situation, and I don't think the guy owns the property." I looked it up. I said, "I evicted that house for the bank 6 months ago." The gentleman, the bank didn't really lock it up. They walked back in. He presented himself as the landlord, and he rent to own to this guy. The guy put in new appliances, fixed the green swimming pool, mowed the lawn. Now, it seems to me under the situation, that could potentially become criminalized. So, like I said, we like to think of everything as like black or white or up or down. There's many sort of variables here. And the marshals across the state, they call me every day, my members. This system has to apply to Wyndham, Putnam, Uncasville, Norwich, New London, every single town in Connecticut. So I think sometimes people are thinking about their own particular situation of one eviction, and even like the landlord tenant attorneys respectfully don't really understand what it is to move someone out of a property and what it takes. So
Mr. Mezek, your 3 minutes have concluded.
I'm
If you
happy
could
to
please
answer any
summarize.
questions. Obviously this is a proposed bill, so it's obviously going to come down to the language.
Thank you so much for your testimony. That's a real story, so I appreciate that. Representative Gonzalez.
Hi.
Hi.
Do you think that if an authorized person get into a property, do you think that it's fair that the landlord has to take and go through the eviction process?
I have landlords that come to me every day and bring me papers. I have an office open in the public in New Haven. I hear their stories and their challenges. It's a difficult situation. I think if someone clearly broke into the house, that's trespassing. Other scenarios, sometimes I've had evictions where we've served the occupants inside, and the occupants say the defendants on the summary process summons are my landlord. They moved me in and they represent themselves as a landlord. So not everything's clear. So I think in the clear situations, absolutely. In the unclear situations, as I understand it, the housing system is a system that provides due process and a chance to adjudicate these issues in front of a neutral party and have some finality with a court order. Now, I can tell you as a marshal, I have a finality with a court order, and it's still difficult. The occupants want to relitigate the whole case in front of me. The police are reluctant to get involved often, even when we have an execution. So I'm imagining what this scenario would be to try to create like a second track. And in my mind, someone who deals with the housing system and the summary process system every day, I think this would make it unworkable unless it was clear trespass.
You didn't answer the question. Okay.
Give it to me one more time.
Yeah.
I'll try better this time. I'm sorry.
If I'm trespassing, do you think that it's fair and it's right that the landlord has to go through the process to evict me and get involved and pay all the money when I'm trespassing?
For the true trespasser, I don't think that's right.
You don't think it's right?
No.
So do you believe that maybe if I'm trespassing and I call the cops, they should put me, out the same day, the same moment?
I think the issue is, how is the true trespasser going to be determined? That's the issue. If there's I'm not a police officer, I'm a state marshal. But if there's evidence that the person clearly broke in, they don't have any utilities there, or whatever the case may be, I think that's what's going to be fact determined. But a lot of these situations are gray, and you need a neutral person to make that determination.
Okay. I was there once. I was a state marshal years ago. Yeah, and I used to go with the guys and do the kind of work. But I don't, me personally, I didn't get involved in any eviction, but I was there. But my opinion is that what is illegal is illegal. What is illegal is illegal. And if I'm trespassing, I break doors to get in, that's illegal. And I don't see that it's fair that a landlord has to go through the process and have to hire a lawyer and pay thousands of dollars because the process is kind of slow. You know, it's not like I have to, start eviction process and it's going to take me like a week or something. I'm going to resolve the problem. So I think that what is illegal is illegal. So you don't think that is fair. I'm trespassing, just get me out the same day and that's it.
No.
Problem resolved.
Representative Gonzalez, if someone broke into your property, that is not fair to you. The person's trespassing. I think the issue is the unauthorized person or people that, the boyfriend or girlfriend that's in the apartment, the gentleman that thought he was legitimately renting an apartment that was rent to own, and 4 months later, and he put in appliances, he would stand to not only lose all of his possessions and his dwelling unit, he could potentially have criminal charges against him. So I just see I think it's going to come down to the details of how this is worked out. For me, it seems unworkable as someone who deals with the housing system every day. But for the true trespasser, I agree with you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else have any questions?
It wasn't that bad, huh?
No,
Thank you so much, sir, for your
you.
testimony. Next, you all set. Next, we have Joe Stewart. Okay. Next, we have Yolanda Susan. Okay. Next, we have Evise Carrera. That's correct. Tell me your first name one more time so I get it right.
Ibelis.
Ibalis. Got you. Thank you.
Okay. Oops, sorry. All right, there we go. I'd like to. Can we rewind the time real quick? Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'd like to thank the committee for allowing me to speak today. I'd like to begin by expressing my support for SB 1268, SB 1159, SB 12, HB 6338, and the concepts of 5002. SB 1268, an act requiring all fair rent commission hearings to be open to the public. All government meetings from municipal to federal should be open to the public and subject to review in the name of transparency. Next, SB 1159, an act increasing funding for affordable housing development, rental assistance programs, and expanding the authority of fair rent commissions. Many suburbs in the greater Hartford area closed years ago. Most suburbs in Connecticut send their less fortunate residents to lower income areas. A total of 40% of homeless people in Hartford originate from surrounding towns. Why do surrounding suburbs oppose regionalization for Hartford residents and then impose it on inner cities via the pilot program Homeless Residents and Employment in our downtown centers? In 2023, as published in the Hartford Current, out of 393 shelter beds in the region, only 51 were outside of Hartford. We should be preventing homelessness. Investment in a housing voucher now prevents shelter costs, healthcare costs, mental health costs for adults and children involved, and possible contact with the criminal justice system. As for the questions asked about SB 12, I don't think undocumented migrants are taking up all the overpriced $3,000 a month apartments owned by hedge funds, and we should probably look towards municipally owned housing that is subsidized statewide for low to working class people. Glastonbury has a community named Wells Village, which fits the town's character. They're cottages. East Hartford has a middle income community named King Court. Towns should kind of be in charge of their own housing instead of subcontracting to corporate overlords, but the housing needs to be developed. Also, black and brown residents were owned, or I'm sorry, black and brown residents were banned by federal housing policy from owning in Connecticut suburbs under the FHA Act of 1934, and that ran through 1965. Then it was legal to charge black and brown people higher interest rates until 1985, but violating that had no financial penalty until 1992. Who needs their own water fountains when you have your own zip codes? The character of many towns in the North, including those in Connecticut, was based on racial segregation. Oh, sorry, 1 second. I don't care about maintaining the character of those towns in the same manner that gentrification doesn't care about the character in this. I'm sorry, let me rewind that. I don't care about maintaining the character of those towns in the same manner gentrification doesn't care about the character of the communities in the cities. Also, in 2021, 14% of all housing was owned by a hedge fund. In Connecticut, a 56% increase from 2020, and about 25 to 30% of all homes annually since then have been purchased by investors rather than occupants.
Ms. Coretta, your 3 minutes have expired.
I'll-
If you could
I'll
please
summarize.
summarize.
Yes. As for HB 6338, my mother bought an owner-occupied home, which was empty upon purchase. A few days later, a squatter was inside the furnished basement. She was forced to go to court to evict a very aggressive man, and it took months. I'm not opposed to this legislation as long as it's not the substitution for lapse of lease and court filing. This would also include unlawful subletting of the apartment, which should go through a court rather than police. We have already messed up, and the cost of this many homeless people in Connecticut will be incalculable for the future. Let's not make it worse. It's time to fight back against hedge funds and protect small-time landlords. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Any questions? Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Next, we have Francis Tracy.
Am I on? Yes, good.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Francis Trzaski. I live in Canton. I'm testifying in support of House Bill 5002 and Senate Bill 12 on housing. I am the parent of an adult who has a developmental disability and is supported by DDS. I'm also the current chairperson of the Developmental Disabilities Council, Connecticut Developmental Disabilities Council, and the board treasurer for the Connecticut ARC and for FAVAR, the ARC of Farmington Valley. But I'm testifying today really as a dad and for people with developmental disabilities. So I want to tell you just a really quick success story, and hopefully it will sort of explain why it's so important that we think about folks with developmental disabilities in our housing bill. My daughter and son-in-law are a young now married couple who each have a developmental disability. 3 years ago, they were able to move into community-based IHS supported housing in Canton, supported by DDS and by FAVAR. You know, in just a few short months, they evolved from being 2 adult children living at home, depending on their parents for everything, to being an independent couple who live on their own, who work in the community every day, who you know, pay their bills, who grocery shop, who cook their own meals, who hang out with their friends. They're engaged in the community, and in fact, they're often here at the LOB advocating. Just an incredible change in a very, very short time, going from kids to being really independent adults who live the sort of lives that we would all want to live. The personal growth that they've seen, that these people have seen, these 2 young people have seen, is just astounding in a very short period of time. The reason that could happen is because they were able to obtain affordable housing in Canton and funding from that allowed FAVAR to provide them supports, and DDS to provide them with some rental assistance. And yes, that I know that brings up the money thing. And the money thing's always tough. But here's the other great part of this success story. The arrangement, the IHS arrangement that they are in costs approximately 25% of what a standard old-fashioned group home costs for folks with disabilities. So, you know, basically a 75% reduction in the kind of cost you might see if you were putting people into group homes, with just an unbelievable personal and societal benefit for these folks. It's just a completely repeatable process, I think. So, you know, approximately right now, there's about 35,000, I think, adults with developmental disabilities in Connecticut. Something like 5,000 who currently have some sort of affordable housing.
Mr. Tracy, your 3 minutes have
3 minutes
concluded.
up.
If you can please summarize.
I will summarize. Frankly, I'll just summarize by saying, please, as you approach these bills, please be mindful of folks with developmental disabilities. Affordable housing with some funding support for staff and rental supports supports a very, very low cost program versus other options, and the return on investment is just incredible. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Thank you so much, Rest. I want to remind everyone in the crowd, could we just make sure we are clapping and cheering on? Just want to clear the air on that. Appreciate it. Next, we have Shannon Leary. Okay. Next, we have Judith Swan. Liliana Starger.
Hi, good afternoon to the members of the Housing Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of House Bill 5002 and Senate Bill 12 and also HB 5365. My name is Liliana Sergio. I'm the Policy and Outreach Coordinator for Connecticut League of Conservation Voters, and we firmly believe that addressing our housing crisis is an urgent priority that can greatly improve the quality of life for many residents. Affordable housing and environmental justice have been treated as separate issues, even though they're deeply connected. We need our social justice advocates and environmental leaders to work side by side. By doing this, we can create housing that's not only affordable, but also healthy, safe, and sustainable for every community. Connecticut residents are increasingly vulnerable to pollution, flooding, and other natural hazards. With extreme weather events intensifying due to climate change, we must build housing that's not only affordable, but also resilient. We must think carefully about location and when deciding where and how to develop, ensuring that new projects can withstand the impacts of natural disasters while protecting the lower income and middle class residents, the very groups that are most affected when disaster strikes. To address these challenges, we need to promote resilient development such as transit-oriented communities, which have the advantage of increasing the supply of multifamily homes, facilitating the adaptive reuse of older buildings, and emphasizing smaller, energy-efficient housing units. Simply boosting the overall number of homes isn't enough. Studies show that increasing the total housing supply doesn't always help lower rents for affordable units. In fact, in some cases, affordable rents go up while only the middle market prices drops. In states like Connecticut, where wealth is high, but the gap is wide, we must tailor our policies to specifically expand the supply of affordable housing, using local expertise rather than one size fits all. Protecting our environment and building affordable houses aren't mutually exclusive goals. New and renovated affordable housing units can and should meet strict environmental justice standards. Land use rules like zoning and wetlands protections are crucial. They safeguard our communities from flooding, pollution, and other hazards. When we weaken these rules for short-term goals, we end up paying a heavy price later, as seen in North Carolina, and even in local challenges like Hartford sewer overflows. Smart zoning like cluster zoning, transit-oriented development, and mixed-use approaches helps ensure that housing is built and sustainable. We must hold affordable projects to higher environmental standards. This means avoiding construction in floodplains, protecting wetlands and watercourses, and designing energy-efficient homes that incorporate clean energy options such as solar or heat pumps. It also means building houses close to jobs and transit. ensuring that open space is invariable. These measures might require some upfront investment, but they pay off by reducing long-term costs and risks for everyone. CTLCV respectfully urges the committee to pass both SB 12 and HB 5002, and along with HB 5365, with a clear mandate that all affordable housing developments must fully comply with EPA and state environmental guidelines and integrate sustainable building practices. By doing so, Connecticut can expand opportunities while safeguarding the environment for current and future generations. Thank you so much for your time and consideration today.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Mr. William Collins.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mr. Collins. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the committee's time. So I'd like to start with a small introduction. I'm Bill Collins. I am a small landlord here in the state of Connecticut. I'm what you refer to as one of the mom and pop operators. I have about 54 different units across 4 different towns. I'm also full-time and work full-time on top of that. And beyond that, I also participate in my town, Rocky Hills, Fair Housing Committee. I would like to speak in favor of SB 1266, 1268, and 616 on the Fair Rent Committee Commission hearings. It is something that it does need more guidelines around it. As a person who actively participates in it, I am in favor of this legislation. I'm also in favor of SB 1159, especially if we shore up the rental assistance program and then really measure it against what is the federal standard, which is the fair housing provided by the HUD department. And I would like to speak for a second on HB 6338, as I personally had to deal with a unlicensed squatter in my building, at one of my buildings, which caused and basically flooded the building, causing a septic issue, which made me relocate 3 other tenants due to the fact that a squatter illegally inhabited the building and then maliciously put asphalt in the septic line.
You all set, Mr. Collins?
I'm all set.
All right. Thank you so much for your testimony. Does anybody in the committee have a question?
Representative Butler has a question.
Rep. Butler.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Roberts. And Mr. Collins, I was curious about your experience at the Fair Rent Commission in Rocky Hill. If you were to pick out 2 issues that you've experienced that you think need to be addressed, what would they be?
One of the issues is that it is not a legal contract. And so we can rule on what is a contract they've entered and basically say, hey, look, this is a harsh and untenable raise in rent, but we can't proactively set, hey, look, what is a fair rent raise? It's one of those things where it is very, arbitrary as to how it comes into us. It is much more clear when something is not being provided or there's an issue with the housing, something that is easy and tangible for us to work with. But when it really is coming to the fact of somebody not being able to afford their rent as rent gets raised, because inflation does raise, and it does raise those taxes that we do pay to the towns associated with it. It's one of those things where rents do need to go up because of factors that are funding the towns and the government to then provide the services to the people. And so this is really a line where the committees are on the edge of what is legal versus not, and what should be in housing court versus what shouldn't be.
Well, thank you for sharing, and thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Chairman Roberts, for the opportunity to ask my question.
Thank you, Representative Butler.
Okay, seeing no questions, thank you very much, sir.
Have a great day.
Yep, you too. Next, we have Matthew Morgan. Welcome, Matthew.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Marks and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Matt Morgan. I'm the Executive Director of Journey Home, and I'm a resident of West Hartford. I'm speaking today in support of HB 6893, HB 6894, and in opposition to HB 5365. For HB 6893, we're just asking that that bill be amended to annualize and the 33.5 million for homeless services and index it to inflation so that as costs go up, that this funding would go up as well to cover the costs of services. For HB 6894, we're just asking the bill to be amended to follow national best practices, ensuring that participation in the decision-making process this is the Interagency Council on Homelessness bill, so that include people who, excuse me, have been experiencing homelessness, as well as service providers, partners, and advocates alongside state agency leadership. I've served for more than 20 years in the nonprofit sector, and I've served for more than 14 years as Journey Home's executive director. I experienced homelessness myself as a child with my immediate family, and I have members of my family who have experienced homelessness, stayed in shelters, slept in encampments right here in Connecticut. I speak today on behalf of them and on behalf of the thousands of people who experience homelessness in the capital region of Connecticut every year. Journey Home coordinates the homeless response system in the capital region. We work every single day with the emergency shelters, with the street outreach workers, with the warming centers, the rental assistance programs, all working together to try to get as many people as we can housed as quickly as possible. One specific program I wanted to talk to you today about that's been particularly instrumental has been the flexible funding that the state of Connecticut has provided to our systems to help people overcome barriers to housing. Journey Home administered these funds for the capital region in 2024. And during that year, last year, we assisted 21 partner agencies to support 228 unique households to overcome assorted barriers to housing that cost a total of $464,000. And I listed out in my testimony, bulleted list of like what each of those people were helped with in various ways. So I'm not going to go through that entire list, but I just will say sometimes a small expense like a rental application fee or paying for a pet fee for someone is the difference that it takes to get them out of homelessness. And these kinds of expenses are often not covered by federal funding. They're not eligible expenses under federal funding. So they're really valuable to us. It's also just much cheaper to pay for these little things than to allow someone to remain homeless or to become homeless and then spiral downward and then need all kinds of other intensive treatment like residential care or permanent subsidies.
Mr. Morgan, your 3 minutes have concluded. If you can please summarize.
Thank you. I'll just say one last thing on the cold weather program. We also administer the cold weather funding for the capital region. And we've had to already in February turn 91 people away just in the last almost 2 weeks because there's not enough capacity in our system. Imagine having to tell somebody, I'm sorry, there's no room for you, closing the door on them, and then learning the next day that they've passed away. We've already learned of 3 people who have passed away this season in the capital region. And yet last week we learned of somebody who had to be, who got frostbite and had to have both legs amputated. So this is a very, very serious issue, and we need more of a response from our legislature and from the government. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you use the flexible funding when they come and you don't have any more beds for them? I can't imagine saying that to somebody. Can you use like the flexible funding for motel rooms so that they don't have to stay out at night?
We have not used the flexible fund dollars for that purpose, but we have used cold weather funds for that purpose. For example, this person, the W amputee, the hospital was ready to discharge him again with no place to go.
I know.
So we're paying, for a hotel for him with cold weather funding, the 4.5 million that's allocated, although we need much more than that to truly meet the needs in the wintertime for this population.
Yeah, that must be so hard. Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jared Bruzas. Darren Breslow. Pruslow. Oh, hi, Darren.
Good afternoon. Yes, Truslow, thank you very much. Thank you to the Housing Committee for allowing me to speak today. My name is Attorney Darren Pruslow from the Connecticut Veterans Legal Center. For those not familiar with my organization, we are a nonprofit that represents veterans across the state and in a legal partnership with the VA, helping them deal with issues of homelessness, recovery, getting back into housing, preventing eviction, as well as other public benefits, including VA. I supervise our civil legal unit, which focuses in part on housing in the state, and I'm here to oppose House Bill 6338. For someone who goes into court and practices in summary process, and having heard the testimony of Mr. Mezek from the Marshal's office, we do believe that there is already a process in place to be dealing with the issues that we purport this bill to be dealing with. We clearly understand there is not a lot of language in this bill, but even the idea of unauthorized versus illegal, and even in some of the questions asked, talking about trespass versus authorization, those words actually mean different things under the law. And it is already, I believe, as Mr. Mezek said, very complicated when people are going in. And there is one aspect of our housing law right now that sort of has both a civil and a criminal component, and that has to deal with entry and detainers. So it's sort of the opposite of an unauthorized tenant, but someone who is locked out by their landlord. Thankfully, I've not seen a lot of those cases during my career, but we have had some. And even those cases where the tenant has the authorization to be there, the court process takes some time to come out. I do think both landlords and tenants can sometimes feel frustrated by the process. There's a bit of give and take on both sides, and that is understandable. But there needs to be a neutral in place to resolve these issues. They are complex, they are fact specific. I don't think we should be putting this onto our police force to then determining whether or not these things are criminalized or not. The other piece also is that under civil law, there are processes. Under criminal law, your penalty is usually a fine, a punishment, incarceration. My concern on some part is if someone is improperly removed under this theoretical bill, what is their recourse, right? We have no process for doing that. The other thing to consider as well is that a lot of housing in Connecticut, not all leases are in writing. There is no requirement under the law that it is in writing, which we bump up to with some federal requirements for leases, but that's not the requirement. Attorney Podolsky talked about. There's not, it really becomes one person or two people saying they should or should not be there. And I think we really need to be careful of creating a second track for dealing with the same issue, which summary process already contains. Thousands of cases go through the process every year. Most people who've done this work long enough have one case that seems unfair on one side, one that seems unfair on the other. We should be legislating for the normal course of business, thinking about those cases on the extreme, but not rewriting the system for that one or two off cases that don't comply with everything else.
Thank you,
I'll
Attorney.
take any questions.
Yeah, Ranking Member Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Counselor, thank you for being with us today. Just listening to your testimony, I want to just bring up a couple of things because I'm very much in agreement with this bill that's been offered by one of my colleagues. I've had several constituents reach out to me on this exact subject. We're not talking about a dispute between a tenant and a landlord. We're talking about a situation where you get home from work and there's somebody in your house and you have nothing, you tell them that they're not supposed to be there and you want them to leave and they say, no, I'm not leaving. And then you call the police and the police come and those people say that they have permission to be there. And now the police officer is standing there and he does not know what to do because he does not know who to believe, whether it's the property owner or the person in the house. And this is happening. For folks who don't think this happens, it is absolutely happening. It's happened in the town of New Britain. For a fact, I have a constituent who's a good friend of mine. This happened to him. It's happened to other people that I'm aware of. And we need a solution because, you know, we can't have a situation where that property owner has got to wait through an eviction process or to have to go to court and spend money to get someone removed from their property who never had the right or permission to be there before. And the tool to do that may not be well written in this bill proposal, but I would be hopeful that people like yourself that know this law inside and out can help us find a way to draft something so that it is not going to interfere with other people's rights as tenants or property owners, but addresses this specific situation. So I just wondering if you can react to that, or you had a thought about how we can get to that problem without, by writing a bill in a way that doesn't cause some of the problems that you're concerned about. Through you, Madam Chairman.
So my concern is I don't think you could write a bill to capture that factual scenario. The law allows for people who are squatters, one who never had the right, to be removed. If it's that short of a piece, that sounds like a trespass or a breaking or entering. And I've not heard anything from police that they're unwilling to arrest people for trespass or breaking or entering. My concern is that there is going to be an issue with having to factor out the area of gray and who says what. And that is not necessarily for the police officer to do either. We've had issues in the past with domestic violence cases where both the victim and therefore the perpetrator both get arrested because we can't figure out what's going on. We need to be thinking about, we have a process, the courts to do it. We call this summary process for exactly that reason, because it is the fastest process in the courts. If you speak to someone who practices in family law, general civil litigation, they tell you have a result in 5 or 6 weeks. That's amazing, right? I'm not saying this is a perfect system, but I do not think we could capture the language for some of these very specific scenarios. And I have also had clients who, coming out of homelessness, they make the mistake of offering someone a chance to stay with them. And then they too are in a similar situation. But self-help is something the courts, and I hope the legislature is trying to prevent, which it sounds like this bill wants to get at, but it ends up creating more complexities. And I think there's a difference between unauthorized and unlawful. And unauthorized is a piece of perspective, but the tenant has possession of the unit. The fact you're talking, the case you mentioned, I'm not sure I get all the details of it. And possibly we could discuss that some other time, but I think the law seems to be covering most of the cases all the time. And I'm not sure making a second track is going to help us solve this problem.
Thank you for that answer. And through you, Madam Chairman, it sounds like you just came back to your first testimony, which I certainly respect and understand. But waiting for a summary process for several weeks is not good enough for somebody who is displaced from their own property by someone who has taken adverse possession of it, in my view, no matter what the circumstances are. But the example that I'm using is just somebody who decided to break into this house and say they had a right to be there. And the problem that we're focusing on is that now people that are engaging in this behavior, they know that they can get away with telling the police officer that they had a right to be there. And that is an automatic trigger for the police officer to stand down if he was going to prosecute them for breaking and entering or trespass. Now he's got to stop and pause and say, well, maybe there is an agreement and this has got to be a court issue. When in fact, it's not a court issue. You have somebody who is trying to take over somebody's property. It could happen to any one of us tonight. You could go home to your house and someone could be in your house and say, I had permission to be there. And when the cops come and you say, that's my house and there's persons in there, now I've got to wait weeks in court. That's not acceptable. We've got to come up with a solution. It doesn't happen very often. I mean, this is like a few times that I've heard about in the course of a decade, but it does happen. And we can't let our constituents, be faced with a terrible situation like that. So I'm hopeful that as this progresses, that you provide some input to help us try and write it in a way that is not going to interfere with these other mechanisms. I mean, I'm happy to tailor it as narrowly as possible, but we've got to find a way to address it. So thank you, Madam Chairman.
Could I respond to that? Because I think there is one thing you could consider. Because in cases where there is that sort of piece, there is the right for ex parte communication with a court. So if for some reason this person was your roommate who started getting violent or active, you could go for a civil restraining order, which would be done ex parte the same day in the court. So I do think, and the way that the state looks at family and the idea of that definition, that civil restraining order process or family restraining order process would allow someone in their will being threatening, doing those things would allow for that. Those courts have had concern because they do not want to be used in lieu of summary process. But in that kind of emergency situation where the police don't know what to do and there's a question like that, that could be presented to the courts just through a different mechanism, not through the housing session or the housing court.
Seeing no further questions, thank you so much for your testimony. Did you submit written testimony?
My colleague Sid Oppenheimer did for my office, so yes, that's in there as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Next we have Stacy Violante Cody. I believe you are online. Hi, Stacy.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you to members of the committee, co-chairs Felipe and Senator Marks. And I'm here to speak to you today. I'm from the Center for Children's Advocacy. We provide legal representation and systemic advocacy on behalf of low-income children and youth throughout the state. I'm an attorney and deputy director at the center. I work specifically with youth experiencing homelessness and work closely with my colleagues in our LGBTQ youth advocacy project. I'm here to add my voice to the chorus of people that you have before you in your room and that have testified before me and will testify after me about 3 bills. One is HB 5002, an act concerning the housing and needs of homeless persons. Number 6893, an act appropriating funds for programs to assist homeless persons, and 6894, around establishing an interagency council on homelessness. Our perspective at the center it comes from the perspective of young people and the young people that we've worked with. In order to save time today, I strongly support all 3 bills, but I'd like to specifically talk to you about 5002 and our request that that you support 5002 and make an amendment. We are particularly concerned about LGBTQ youth in Connecticut. We know that young people who are LGBTQ face higher rates of mental health challenges, victimization, involvement in the child welfare system, and food insecurity. Transgender young people are particularly vulnerable, with 23% of trans young adults between the ages of 18 and 25 having experienced homelessness nationally. And what we're asking for today is an amendment to 5002 that would require 3 of our state agencies to collect data on how many young people they're serving and how many of those are LGBTQ, at what ages they're leaving the system, and what their exit destinations are. We're targeting in particular Connecticut Department of Children and Families, the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, Young Adult Services, and the Department of Housing. We think that this information is critical to preventing homelessness amongst this population. We looked specifically at Washington, D.C., who passed an ordinance to be able to collect this data. And then similar to what we're asking for here, it was reported to an interagency council on homelessness. And that data helps to specifically target.
Summarize the remainder of your testimony.
Yes. I will just say that having that data is critical to being able to target needed resources. And so we would very much ask that the state collect this data. And just lastly, say that many of the youth services through the Department of Housing already do collect this. So we'd be asking Department of Children and Families and DMIS Young Adult Services to also collect this data and then have the agencies speak together about this. I'd be happy to answer any questions that committee members may have.
Thank you. Any questions? No, did you submit written testimony with the
I sure did.
request? Okay, we
I
appreciate
sure did, and the
that.
language is right in there.
Awesome, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next we have Mag Morelli. I see her online. Hi, Mag.
Hi, thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Mag Morelli, and I'm the president of Leading Age Connecticut, a membership association of not-for-profit organizations representing the entire field of aging services and senior housing. Included in our membership are both state and federally funded affordable senior housing providers, and we thank the committee for the opportunity to testify on a few bills before you today. First, we're pleased to testify in support of Senate Bill 12, an act concerning Connecticut's housing needs, and House Bill 5002, an act concerning housing and the needs of homeless persons. As advocates for affordable senior housing, we applaud the committee's focus on increasing housing options and affordability throughout the state, and we ask that our oldest residents continue to be included in that conversation. Our hope is that by raising the awareness of the growing housing needs of our older population, we will be able to identify and act upon opportunities to increase the number of affordable housing units available to older adults. Across the nation, there's a severe shortage of affordable housing for older adults with low incomes. Nationwide, older adult homelessness is the fastest growing type of homelessness, and only 1 in 3 older adults eligible for federal rental assistance actually receives it. Waiting lists for housing assistance and housing units are often many years long. We know very well that there's a growing demand for affordable senior housing throughout our own state. Our affordable housing members all report long waiting lists of hopeful residents. Many of our members are attempting to model housing development scenarios that can be affordable to both the low income and the middle income senior. But development of housing that is affordable can be difficult for nonprofit aging service organizations. The cost of new construction is very high, and if there are no subsidies or development funds, the high cost of building the housing will prevent the establishment of affordable rents. In addition, housing models for older adults need to factor in the cost to the tenant of securing long-term services and supports. These additional cost burdens to the individual can tip the balance of affordability. The lack of affordable and appropriate housing options for older adults results in homeowners aging in place in homes that they may not be able to maintain and where they may face accessibility challenges. It also thwarts the natural turnover in a community's housing market and becomes a barrier to young adults and families who are looking to purchase a home. Leading Age Connecticut and our national partner Leading Age believe in addressing the housing crisis by developing new affordable service-enriched homes, preserving and upgrading existing affordable housing communities, protecting and expanding access to rental assistance for older adults with low incomes, and modernizing housing and service programs for older adults to be able to age in the community. We welcome the opportunity to participate in the conversation at the state level and to offer our insight and assistance to the discussion. We've also submitted testimony in support of House Bill 6894, the establishment of an interagency council on homelessness, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morelli. I see no questions. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have April Conquest.
Hi, I'm here. Please excuse my appearance. I woke up sick today, but I'm going to read my testimony. Thank you to everyone and Madam Chairman, Senator Felipe, Scott, and all the ranking members of the committee. My name is April Conquest. I'm a property manager at Vesta Corporation. I'm a member of CTAA. My hair is a mess. And I've been providing housing for over 20 years. I have thousands of people, including but not limited to seniors, Section 8 participants, public housing participants, etc. You name it, I've done it. I am a member of the Fair Rent Commission for the City of Bridgeport, and I support SB 616 as fair rent commissions are a governmental agency, and therefore their meetings should be public. And this bill to adopt the Uniform Administrative Procedure Act should address this. I also believe that fair rent commissions are a very helpful tool for resolving landlord and tenant issues. I also support 1262. It will reduce sales and use taxes for certain goods that are part of new housing developments. In short, this bill make an effort to make construction, especially affordable housing, more affordable by lowering taxes on certain goods used in construction. I totally support legislation that will accelerate developing multifamily housing for all ages. I also Support 1159, increase funding for affordable housing and rental system programs, and expanding the authority of rent commissions. SB 12, there are over 1,000 needed units in the state of Connecticut, and 5002, housing for the homeless, which is a very population that needs a whole lot of housing. And then in closing, I would say housing should be fair and equitable for every community in the state of Connecticut. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Conquest. I see no questions. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Ranking Member Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I appreciate it. And it's April, right? Thank you so much
Yes.
for being here, April.
Thank
I
you.
really appreciated your testimony. And
Yes.
thank you for participating on a fair rent commission too. That must be quite an adventure.
Yes.
And that's what I want to ask you about, which is, and again, I don't want to put you on the spot because I know you have to serve on that Fair Rent Commission with other folks. But in your opinion, do you believe the Fair Rent Commission is run fairly? Do you think that people know their rights and are treated with respect, whether they're tenants and or landlords in that Fair Rent Commission through you, Madam Chairman?
Okay, you're asking me correct. Yes, I do believe the problem I've run across is people don't know their rights. They don't know their rights. And once they get to realize that they can come to me or someone else for advice and for help, I think it's a very, very helpful tool because we're there for both landlords and tenants. I'm not just there for the resident. I'm not just there for the tenant or the landlord. I'm equally active for both of them because I've been doing this for almost 22 years. I started out in Section 8, and I am an advocate for the homeless because I go out every night with my blessing bags looking for people that need help. And the key is the communication. Not many people know about fair rent commissions. They don't know what they are or what they do. So yes, I think it's a very good tool. Communication's lacking though.
Thank you.
Mhm.
You all set? Okay, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm just trying to follow protocol and go through the chair. Well, thank you very much for that answer. And God bless you for your desire to help people in need. Thank you. The world needs a lot more people willing to do that kind of thing.
Thank you.
So as far as the fair rent comments, I totally agree. This is what I'm hearing from some folks around the state, particularly people that have tried to do it on their own without an attorney. Pro se litigants in a fair rent commission often don't know what their rights are. So we have a number of bills that the committee has taken up. One of them is to require the bylaws to be online. Another one is to say that these hearings have to be made public. I don't know that they're made public in every town. And also that people are advised of their rights, both when they're actually standing in the room and also in any correspondence that is sent to them. Can you just, speaking to that, because I'm sure, I don't know if you know about any other towns, but in Bridgeport, are the meetings always public and are the bylaws at least posted somewhere?
I do believe, I'm sorry. Gotta go through Madam.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, sorry. I um I do believe that everything is posted and is open to the public. If not, I will definitely look into that, making sure we do going forward that it is because the bylaws should be made public and the hearings should be made public unless there is a sensitive issue between a landlord and a resident, which I think it should just be between them and not only outsiders. But the Fair Rent Commission is there to help. They have nothing to hide. We're here to help.
Senator Sampson?
Understood. Thank you, Madam Chairman. And April, thank you very much for your testimony today. You're a breath of fresh air. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you guys for listening to me. I appreciate you.
Okay, thank you. Sarah Fox. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Fox, CEO of the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. I'm here today to testify in support of HB 6893, an act appropriating funds for programs to assist homeless persons, HB 6894, an act establishing an interagency council on homelessness, and HB 5002, an act concerning housing and the needs of homeless persons. Just this morning, I work at the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. We're right here in downtown Hartford. I walked outside of my door and I was on my way here. And we have a person, a woman, she's older, who has been staying outside of CCEH. She has a box. She has some blankets. I was met with the CERT team from CRT, who's a critical partner. This woman was walking towards me and she said, I've got to go someplace. And she walked quickly away. But I said to the CERT team, I said, so is she okay? And they said, she's okay. There's no place for her to go. And that was at CCH this morning, right here in downtown Hartford, less than a block away from the Capitol. She is one of many tonight. Today it was 29 degrees outside when I woke up. It's freezing cold outside. This is a reality for close to 900 people every single night who cannot come inside. 211 was here yesterday. Since 2018, we've seen a 210% increase in calls to 211 during severe cold weather protocol. Matt shared just a little bit ago about a person having to be amputated. I hear countless stories of deaths. During the summertime, I hear stories of moms with babies in the woods in northwestern Connecticut without access to toilets, trying to bring their kids to daycare because they're trying to work, and yet they don't have access to running water. And the daycare asks, what are we going to do? Is your child potty trained? And no, that child was not potty trained. This is a reality for Connecticut's residents. It's happening right here in one of the richest states in the country. At CCEH, we are proud and we are grateful for all of this sea of golden shirts today. And we are asking for $33.5 million to prevent homelessness before it begins, to ensure a well-resourced crisis response system. So when it does happen to someone, when a child, when a senior citizen, when one of our neighbors becomes homeless, we have the resources to address this crisis. And lastly, to ensure housing stability. Because when this trauma happens, and I can say as a person who has experienced homelessness, it shakes you to your core. It is something we must invest in. And I'll speak to that a little bit as well. When we talk about the Interagency Council,
Ms. Fox, your 3 minutes have concluded. If you can please summarize.
Certainly. When we talk about the Interagency Council, what we're talking about is all agencies working together to prevent, respond, and house with aligned outcomes, including people who have experienced homelessness, including our partners, in one body to really ensure that we are able to ensure homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring for once and for all. We believe and we know, because we've done it before, that we can save lives. We can make dramatic reductions in homelessness when we all aim in the same direction. And we are all working together towards that end. And we're very happy the administration has committed to that as well, this legislative session. And we can get there, because no one should be sleeping outside tonight. No baby should be in a car. No one should die. This is Connecticut. We must do better.
Thank you. Any questions from anybody? You submitted written testimony.
I said a lot more than that in my testimony.
Yes, I'm sure. So, okay, thank you so much, Ms. Fox. Next we have Giovanni Gonzalez. Welcome, Giovanni.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Marks, Representative Felipe, Vice Chairs Robert and Heroin, ranking members, as well as the Housing Committee. I am in favor for HB 6893, appropriating funds for homeless assistance, HB 6894, establishing an interagency council for homeless, and HB 5002 concerning housing for the homeless. My name is Giovanni Gonzalez, and I was a resident at DSC Shelter here in Danbury, Connecticut. If not for the housing system, I may still be fighting out in the cold, trying to figure out where to sleep, where to eat, where to shower, not understanding what's going on. Thanks to the programs and the assistance allotted to the people in need, ARC of Danbury and the staff in its entirety work hard to get residents the assistance needed to move forward to the next step in life. There's so much things and so much help needed and things that these programs can do, and the funds are just not there at the moment. We need the funds to be able to help more people. It's difficult. Places such as like domestic shelters, rapid rehousing, the down payments. I know a lot of people right now struggling who have vouchers but no down payments. I'm in complete support of all three. Increasing the funds will help those in need with food, will help us in the pantry feed those in need. The shelters, warming and cooling centers. After spending 4 years with no steady place to live, those funds will help give other people start a second chance that I got. The programs like DV, relocation, youth assistance, people working towards wanting to and needing a fresh start. In conclusion, passing House Bills HB 6893, HB 6894, and HB 5002 would help a vast amount of others to move quicker. Passing these bills will help families continue to help others in need with nowhere else to turn. Thank you for your time. Thank you for considering me. And that is all.
Thank you. I see no question from our members, so thank you for sharing your own story and for your advocacy.
Thank you.
Next, we have Krista Willis. Okay, and last but not least, we have Ian Gottlieb.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here today to speak out in favor of SB 1266 as well as 1268 and against the portion of 1159 to expand the authority of the Fair Rent Commissions. I'm an attorney who has an active practice in housing law within the state of Connecticut. I regularly represent landlords in matters in front of Fair Rent Commissions throughout the entire state. What I have found is that it is very difficult to do business in Fair Rent Commissions when you don't know the rules. Some of the Fair Rent Commissions do have their bylaws posted online. Some of them do not. There's not a whole lot of effort to provide the parties with that information, whether that's in a link or in written materials. Almost all the hearings are open to the public. However, not a whole lot of people are made aware of how to find these links in order to participate. Some of the websites for the towns are good about it and others are not. With regard to 1159, to expand the authority of the Fair Rent Commissions, I am firmly against the Fair Rent Commissions having any expanded authority. There are many Fair Rent Commissions that regularly deny the parties their due process rights, and that isn't necessarily as a result of unfairness, it's a result of poor training. The Fair Rent Commissions, from what I understand, are largely being trained by people that advocate for tenants' rights, not landlords' rights. And the whole purpose of the Fair Rent Commissions are to be fair. And I have found in most situations they are truly not fair. There's a lack of understanding of the laws. There's a lack of understanding of statutory interpretation. And as far as what everybody would like to believe about it being fair, when the people that are making the decisions don't know the law and they don't know what they're required to do, there cannot be any type of fairness at all. So to the extent that this bill is tied to increasing funding for affordable housing development and rental assistance, I would ask that the expanding of the housing authority be separated out from that and that be given an up and down vote. And I would ask that the Fair Rent Commission authority not be expanded in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yep. Ranking Member Sampson?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I like you calling me ranking member. That's wonderful. Thank you. Counselor, thank you for being here with us today. And I appreciated your testimony very much. It's very much in line with some of the bills that we have going through the committee currently. In fact, two of them that you mentioned that are on the agenda today having to do with the posting of the bylaws and I forget what the other bill was, but you know, the items that are going to provide more transparency for fair rent commissions. Oh, the fact that they're going to be in public. We've had a couple of fair rent commissioners from the state on earlier. We had somebody from New Haven. We had someone from Bridgeport. I just really want to give you an opportunity to share with my colleagues on the housing committee kind of how it's going. You know, we can argue over whether there should be fair rent commissions or whether their mission is worthwhile or not. But at the end of the day, I think you touched on the most important issue, which is whether or not they're truly fair. And in order for them to fair, I think that the parties that are involved have got to be informed and trained to understand how to respect people's rights. I'm very concerned when I hear that you feel that some people are having their due process rights violated, basically because people don't understand what their rights are. You and I had a conversation once before about the ability to cross-examine. So I'd like to just hear about a couple of those things so you can kind of fill in, folks, because I think that up here in Hartford, I think that everyone wants to assume that these fair rent commissions are just doing the right thing and they're looking out for people and making sure that these decisions are fair. And that would make me, you know, feel good also, except I'm not so confident that's happening everywhere, even though it may be happening in most places. So just a little more insight, if you could, through you, Madam Chairman.
Attorney Gottlieb?
Thank you. Speaking on the issue of due process, we have an absolute right for cross-examination in these proceedings. These are quasi-judicial in nature, and they are entitled to really, you're just taking an appeal from that decision if you disagree, and the court isn't looking at it de novo, meaning brand new. They're looking at it as if was the decision arbitrary, capricious, or illegal. To give you an example, New Haven Fair Rent Commission, they regularly violate parties' rights to due process because they do not allow cross-examination. This is an issue that has come up many times. I have been muted by the chairperson of the committee over and over again on matters where when I'm trying to introduce evidence through cross-examination, I am told that is not what their process is. I had a similar situation recently in Stamford at the end of last year. It took the Fair Rent Commission 2.5 years to hear my client's case, and it wasn't heard until I was retained almost 2.5 years later. During that hearing, my client was not allowed to have me cross-examine the claimant in that case. I was again told it is not their process. I was told I was interfering with their process. My understanding is that it is the process for the people to be able to come into a fair and neutral place and present their case. And I had to take an appeal from the Stamford case, and that appeal is currently pending. And what they did was, even though we took the appeal, they tried to remedy the fact after the case was already appealed by holding a hearing to only allow for cross-examination. The problem with that is those rights were already violated. You can't unring the bell once those rights have been violated. And this is going on throughout different parts of the state. And unfortunately, the state required cities and towns to create these fair rent commissions, and there has been almost no proper training on this. And I've been told that the Fair Housing Toolkit is law, which it's not. It's just a guide. But the fair rent commissions are primarily receiving their instruction from one side, which is the tenant side, as opposed to the landlord side. And I think what the state has failed in is providing the Fair Rent Commissions with the tools to be able to understand what the laws are and fairly resolve the issues between the landlords and tenants.
Ranking Member Sampson?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I appreciate that. That's very eye-opening information, Counselor. Do you have a suggestion on how we could improve the way fair rent commissions operate by, I don't know, creating some sort of more systematic or a formal approach to the way the proceedings occur? I mean, I don't know if I want to put the entire process into a statute or if there's something else we could lean on, like the something that they use in some of the state agencies as far as administrative proceedings. Just curious if you have a recommendation about that.
I believe that if you're going to volunteer to serve on a fair rent commission, that you should be required to undergo training by the state, not by separate agencies that have an interest in only tenants. I believe that it should be collaborative. The fair rent commissions are supposed to have or be balanced, and unfortunately they're not. And prior to hearings taking place, there's a lack of making a finding to make sure that these are fair and balanced. I have what I believe is that this was rushed, and I think that the state should take a step back and they should require training of the commissioners if they're going to continue to have people go in front of them. And really, in the event of a bad decision, it just costs more money for somebody to go take an appeal. I firmly believe that training is really the way forward.
Ranking Member Sampson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate that, and duly noted, and we'll see what we can do about helping to achieve that. I guess I would follow up with, what remedy do you and your client have if they are not treated fairly in a case like this? I mean, is there someone you can complain to? I mean, I think in a court situation, there is a body that oversees the way judges and jurists and attorneys conduct themselves. But how about a fair rent commission? Is there a mechanism to appeal to?
For taking an appeal, that appeal would of a decision in the matter would go to the Superior Court, sitting in as an appellate court. But to the best of my knowledge, there's no body that you can file a grievance with a particular commissioner or even with the courts. I'm not aware of that. We have discussed that issue. There have been fair rent commissions where comments have been made by commissioners during the course of the proceedings that are questionable, and there's really no accountability for the actions of the commissioners other than taking an appeal to the Superior Court.
Ranking Member Sampson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That's all good information, and certainly I know that you can appeal to Superior Court, but again, no mechanism to really rectify a commissioner that is acting out of line or engaging in poor behavior, unlike in a courtroom where there is a mechanism of oversight. I'm just curious if, again, I'm at a loss here, to be honest with you, Counselor, on how to fix this situation. I share your view. I opposed this bill when the expansion of fair rent commissions went into effect, mostly on ideological grounds, but also on the concept that I knew that we were essentially creating an impossibly unfair set of circumstances to tell towns that they had to go ahead and create fair rent commissions out of thin air, and that they were going to appoint political individuals based on the makeup of the leadership of various communities, and then they were going to put these folks on these boards and determine the bylaws themselves and the makeup of the boards and everything else, and then they were going to let these folks loose to start to intervene in private contracts between landlords and tenants. It seems like a recipe for disaster to me. And now I'm because I'm in the minority, I'm at a loss on what to do about it. So I'm trying to inject a little common sense into the conversation so that my colleagues, hopefully in the majority, at least recognize, well, if we're going to have fair rent commissions, they ought to be fair. and they ought to be legitimate, and that you ought to have bylaws, and you ought to have a mechanism where people have their rights respected, et cetera. And to hear somebody like yourself who practices all over the state and is in front of many of these commissions, I'm sure they vary. I bet you some are better than others because some probably do have folks that are more familiar with the law in place than others. But any help that I can get from you or anyone else to suggest, well, this is the way you should do it. You should come up with this mechanism to create oversight for fair rent commissioners, or you should use this mechanism to provide the training that they most desperately need, et cetera. I'm not putting you on the spot right now to do that, but if you can help me, and certainly you're welcome to comment on it through you, Madam Chairman.
Attorney Gottlieb.
Thank you. I think that we're dealing with, as you know, private contract law between a landlord and a tenant. And unfortunately, it does not appear that the Fair Rent Commission has to respect that in any way, shape, or form. I've had a handful of cases where the parties entered into a lease agreement and the tenants waited 6 months approximately to file a fair rent case. And instead of doing it from when they filed their complaint, the Fair Rent Commission ordered a refund of money that had been paid from the beginning of the lease up until the time essentially they made their decision. And nowhere in the statutory framework is the Fair Rent Commission authorized to do any of that. But then it falls on the landlord to have to either file an appeal or just accept it and write a check. That is an example where the Fair Rent Commission, oversteps its bounds, and they're not acting necessarily as a court would. They're acting as what their feelings and belief are. And I believe that there should be some type of oversight of a Fair Rent Commission when they're making these decisions, because they have real world consequences. A lot of my colleagues and I, we believe that there should be JTRs that are handling these, because the Fair Rent Commissions, they meet regularly once a month, and if they need additional time, they have to schedule special meetings. And in many cases, as of recently, these meetings were scheduled within 24 hours because it's an administrative agency. There's a lot of ad hoc going on, and I think the only way to really fix the system is to take a step back. And if the state really wants to have these commissions, they need to make sure that the people that are running them are properly trained before they're allowed to make decisions that affect landlords and tenants alike.
Ranking Member Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a final question, and that is, Attorney Gottlieb, are you seeing circumstances where the commissioners are tackling things outside of the scope of what the law allows the Fair Rent Commission to engage in? In other words, I think the Fair Rent Commissions are pretty specific that they are supposed to deal with whether or not they consider rent to be in the realm of fairness. But I've heard stories that, sometimes the topic is about whether somebody should be painting a room or something like that. Are you seeing cases where Fair Rent Commissions are taking on different aspects of a lease agreement, or just going beyond the realm of what's in the statute? And that's all my questions. And thank you very much for your time and your willingness to appear today.
Sure, thank you for having me. I could give you two examples. One was the Fair Rent Commission required a landlord to provide an air conditioning unit in November, even though it was the winter time, and there was no requirement for the landlord to provide that air conditioning system. Another one was where the Fair Rent Commission, in hearing a claim for essentially a violation of its order, dealing with a security deposit. And security deposits are extremely outside of the fair rent statutes. And in fact, security deposits aren't even mentioned. And my understanding is that these are strictly construed, but they decided that because they felt and they believed, regardless of the facts, that my client had violated their order. So they ruled against my client, despite the fact that they could not separate the word security deposit from their ruling. So they are acting and making decisions. And again, this is all to the detriment of, in my client's case, the landlord, because the cost to take the appeal from a decision is in finding a security deposit. It's not worth it. But the Fair Rent Commission did not seem to care, and they took the jurisdiction over it anyway, even though they weren't authorized to act on it.
Thank you. Are we all set? Okay. All right, that is it. I'm going to close the public hearing, and then I am going to open the Housing Committee meeting and then recess the Housing Committee meeting, and votes will be open for until 5 p.m. Yeah, until 5 p.m. All right. Thank you, everybody.